Lord of Mysteries, Mr. Witch and Miss Hunter by author Xian Dian Li. Chapter 326-350. Chapter 326 Amen. The World. What are you thinking about? A somewhat familiar voice sounded from behind Vianata. Without turning around, Vianata knew it was Annie who had entered. The reason was simple. The demigod from the Tarot Club would never ask such a question, not only because she wasn't interested, but also because if she were interested, she could simply look directly. Many things. Vianata turned sideways, making room for Annie. Glancing briefly at Annie, who silently stood beside her, Vianata turned her attention back to the procession outside the window. The procession was currently lining up in the square in front of the door. Led by several figures who appeared to be leaders, thousands of demonstrators were forming loose squares, waving brightly colored flags, shouting disorganized slogans in various accents, and splitting into two groups heading toward the Church of the God of War and the government building, respectively. What do you think? Vianata asked Annie beside her, keeping her gaze fixed on the marching crowd. The latter remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Fosak is about to fall into chaos again." Vianata also fell silent. This was obvious. The demonstration in Indoport was just the tip of the iceberg. According to the telegrams received these past few days, similar events were happening in St. Milan and Yakir. From the Evernite Plains to the Antares Mountains, an unprecedented wave of protests had swept across the entire Fosak. In the world war that had just ended, sweeping both the northern and southern continents, Loan and Fenaport were the final victorious nations. However, the actual benefits gained by the two countries seemed less substantial than they appeared. Fosak's Einhorn family was inherently less powerful than Loan's Augustus family, and moreover, Fosak was an empire with a relatively high degree of feudalism. Thinking carefully, it seemed that every decision made previously had sown the seeds of future trouble. And now, those hidden dangers were being detonated one by one. The shouts of the demonstrators outside the window reached their ears. There were relatively moderate cries like, "Oppose rationing, we want bread," and more radical ones like, "Loan priests get out," and, "Fosak must only be governed by Fosations." It was similar to the protests that had previously occurred in Backland, except that this time, the demonstrations seemed to involve deeper, more sensitive issues. If the previous protests in Backland were merely aimed at achieving the people's desire for an armistice, the current demonstrations in Fosak were sending a much more dangerous signal. To achieve their desires, the people seemed willing to provoke bloody conflict once again. The targets of the conflict could be Loan, the domestic bourgeoisie, or the decaying Einhorn family. Watching the emotionally charged crowd, a thought suddenly arose in Vianata's mind. Perhaps, following the failure of this war, a simple change in faith was no longer enough to heal the pain of her Fosatian compatriots. What they wish to overthrow may be more than just a simple food rationing system, perhaps it's something else entirely. Vianata said softly. Annie's expression was shadowed, and she did not hastily agree, but both of them had arrived at several similar answers in their hearts. Feudal rule, Loan's infiltration, and perhaps even further, the belief in deities. Upon considering this possibility, Vianata felt a chill creep into her heart. In a world where deities genuinely exist, faith in them holds a special significance. More importantly, there are indeed people who receive responses, though the deities' responses to irregular prayers from ordinary people are not frequent. The probability is similar to winning a lottery. However, the Fosations now lack the patience and the resources to wait for a deity's response. What happens next? Unable to bear the suffocating silence, Annie asked softly. Vianata remained silent. She could only remain silent. Ever since Miss Justice, who claimed to be Audrey, arrived at the family, the authority to make major decisions concerning Beander events had been entirely concentrated in her hands. Vianata was only responsible for handling the protests and could not foresee future developments. Vianata recalled the day Miss Justice first arrived at the family. She had suddenly appeared in Vianata's bedroom, looking weary. When she saw Vianata, Audrey's first sentence was that awkward, newly coined phrase once spoken by Emperor Rosal. The wheels of history have begun to roll forward. Her demeanor was still imposing, fitting her status as a saint, but Vianata could keenly sense her fatigue, like the expression of a gambler who has staked their entire fortune on the table just as the bet is finalized. Whereas, forward. Vianata asked innocently. That is the problem, Audrey said, her expression complicated, making it hard to discern joy or sorrow. For humanity, no matter where we go, we are moving forward. Inside the church on Reflection Star. Furs finally pushed the last stone tablet into its designated position, then slumped down against it, panting heavily. Although a demigod's physique was indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary person, the three pathways, Apprentice, Seer, and Marauder, provided relatively weak physical enhancements. If purely comparing strength, even a Sequence 5 or Sequence 6 of these pathways would, at most, be equivalent to a Sequence 7 of pathways like Sailor or Warrior. Moreover, pushing these stone tablets was not just physical labor. To confirm the content on them, she had to inject spirituality into each one individually, which was not an easy task. What was most infuriating was that all the stone tablets looked exactly the same, making it impossible to distinguish them from a distance. She had to confirm the sequence one by one. Several times, Furs chose the wrong tablet, and only after she had pushed it for nearly half an hour did Eamon gleefully inform her of her mistake, forcing her to start over. Speaking of Eamon, this fellow had found a high vantage point from the start, pulled out a deck of cards from somewhere, and was playing evil poker with his two avatars. If his card game hadn't taken so much time, he would have noticed that Furs was pushing the wrong tablet much earlier from his position with a clear view. Furs leaned against the correctly positioned stone tablet, feeling as if the blurred golden figure on the adjacent tablet now had an expression and was mocking her. That damn guy. Furs repeatedly patted her rapidly rising and falling chest, barely managing to calm her emotions. It just so happened that Mr. Fool had asked me to write a biography for Mr. The World. I've already finished the Moriarty investigations and Gehrman's drifting journey, but I still lack his deeds at the high sequence level. Having thought of a way to retaliate, Furs resolved that once she returned, she would definitely write a story about him soundly beating Eamon in The World's biography. Of course, after some subjective artistic embellishment. After an unknown amount of time, Furs heard footsteps beside her. Eamon put away his avatars and walked toward Furs with a light step. A faint smile played on his face. Although he hadn't done anything yet, Furs always felt that he was about to say something infuriating the next second, so she had already prepared herself mentally. Finally finished moving them. It's been a whole day. Eamon yawned dramatically. All right, you're off the hook for now. Furs rolled her eyes exaggeratedly, unwilling to humor him. Eamon, oh Eamon, every time I try to give you a little more reverence, you open your mouth. Eamon didn't seem to hear Furs's internal complaint. It seemed Furs's tactic had been effective, though the possibility that he was deliberately pretending not to notice couldn't be ruled out. In any case, he made no reaction to her grumbling. However, to Furs's shock, Eamon casually reached into the air and dragged out the figure of an adventurer wearing a semi-tall silk top hat, with black hair, brown eyes, and a cold gaze. Other than lacking the terrifying aura of the later Gehrman Sparrow, he was virtually identical to the adventurer known for his madness. Isn't this Mr. The World's ability? Furs cried out in alarm. The visual impact of Eamon and The World standing together was too intense, nearly making her faint. I stole it earlier. I only have 2 uses left, which is a bit of a pity. Eamon was unconcerned, examining the figure with curiosity, as if seeing him for the first time. Although I chose a historical void projection from before he became a demigod, where the resistance is relatively weak, it is a stolen ability, and considering how stubborn that fellow is, the fact that I succeeded in one try means my luck is pretty good. Eamon smiled. It seems Ouroboros's blessing hasn't expired yet. What did you bring him here for? All traces of Furs's fatigue vanished. The fear of being dominated by Mr. The World resurfaced, and she quickly stuttered out her question to Eamon. Remember how I told you that this planet has some connection to our world? Eamon ignored Furs's dramatic reaction and happily said, that stone tablet alone isn't enough to enter the seal here, some other manipulation is required. As for the specific manipulation needed, we'll have to find someone who's been there to take a look. Eamon straightened up and patted that Gehrman Sparrow on the shoulder with feigned familiarity. Buddy, let's see what you did back then. Under the gazes of Furs and Eamon, which held different meanings. The crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow looked with a complicated expression at Amon's hand resting on his shoulder. He seemed to subconsciously want to knock the hand away, but ultimately, under the effect of the Beander ability stolen by Amon, he began the pre-enactment. Now, even the world's historical void projection couldn't escape Amon's clutches. Furz's mouth twitched, unsure of what expression to make. They saw that Gehrman Sparrow stretch out his hands, receiving something in the void and reading it carefully. His gaze momentarily froze, as if he had discovered something, before his expression returned to normal. He took 2 steps forward, picked something up from the ground, opened it, and glanced inside. He then reached into his pocket but didn't pull anything out, instead putting a mouthful of air into his mouth. Midway through, he stopped to converse with another person. Lacking the prerequisite context, Furz didn't know what they were saying, only that the other person's status and strength seemed equal to or even higher than Gehrman Sparrow's at that time. Following this, Gehrman Sparrow retreated 2 steps, seemingly waiting for something. After about 7 or 8 seconds, he shifted the item in his hands to one hand, extended his right palm, joined his fingers into a pen, and began sketching a mysterious symbol on the non-existent transparent wall. The symbol was composed of various mysterious patterns and esoteric symbols, including the eyeless eye and the twisted lines that Furz was familiar with. However, something seemed slightly different, and Furz couldn't quite figure it out immediately. However, even if Furz didn't understand, Amon beside her could certainly grasp the information contained within. Amon nodded in realization, then let out a snicker, continuing to watch Gehrman Sparrow's historical void projection. The projection still had a long duration remaining, and Amon showed no intention of canceling the spell or stopping to explain to Furz. If Furz had questions, she could only wait until Amon remembered. Next, Furz watched in astonishment as the Gehrman Sparrow suddenly disintegrated, leaving only the black formal wear and the semi-tall silk top hat falling to the ground, the latter spinning a few times. No wonder. The one I pulled out must have been the historical void projection of his marionette at the time. Amon clicked his tongue, but he clearly hadn't reached sequence 3 back then. Who gave him this marionette's historical void projection? Zeratul. That's actually quite possible. Does this have anything to do with where we're going? Furz asked cautiously. You mean Zeratul? Of course not. But that symbol is worth considering. Amon pondered for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. Before that, I just thought of something. Judging by this, that cautious fellow clearly dressed his marionette in his clothes when communicating with the other person. So, now that the marionette's historical void projection time is up, guess what his main body is wearing right now? It took Furz a while to figure out the joke. She instinctively found it funny, but immediately realized this was the world, so she struggled mightily to stifle the laughter that had reached her lips. I really don't know why you're so afraid of him. Amon said casually. Theoretically, he should be much more amiable than me. If he wants to do something to you, you can read your novel to him. Then, the next day's tabloid news would report that the famous female author Furz Wall was murdered by the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, dying a horrible death, with police concluding there might have been an emotional entanglement between the two. Furz smiled bitterly in her heart. Chapter 327. Has Bethel returned? Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. You're above the cosmos. Even if Gehrman Sparrow can find his way here, the reporter can't follow, Amon said nonchalantly, taking a step forward. He mimicked the actions of Gehrman Sparrow's marionette's historical projection, drawing the symbol the other party had drawn on the stone slab. Soon, the complex vertical eye was depicted. Pure light then covered it, moving along the lines and finally converging. Amidst the bright light, a double-doored gate, purely formed from distorted order, appeared. Amon gently pushed it open, and with a rumbling sound, the gate slowly parted. Before Furz could clearly see the scene behind the door, Amon's body once again transformed into a streak of light, merging into Furz's forehead, returning to a parasitic state. Only one person can pass. I have to parasitize you, Amon said as a matter of course, then manipulated Furz's body to step through the gate. The scene behind the door was not unusual. Furz could see the stone slabs outside, the wall with holes, and the floating clouds in the air. There's no one here. Where is the person you mentioned? Furs looked around, seeing no one, and asked Eamon, feeling a bit strange. Heh heh, who said there isn't? Look up, isn't that full of people? Eamon laughed, motioning for Furs to look up. Furs looked up in astonishment, then nearly had a heart attack from fright. Within her line of sight, dark figures hung, one after another, including both humans and cosmos creatures. The humans' clothing styles still belonged to the fourth epoch. Some wore black classical robes, while others wore puffy gowns. As for the cosmos creatures, most were naked. However, whether human or cosmos creature, they all resembled dried cured meat, hanging from above, heads bowed, eyes white, swaying. A cold wind swept through the interior of the church, and all the figures and corpses suspended in midair simultaneously turned, seemingly looking at Furs with their hollow, white eyes. Their bodies seemed to be connected by ropes, their heads still bowed low. Those figures swayed like wind chimes, their mouths open, emitting sounds almost like whispers. Honachus. Flegre. Honachus. Flegre. Honachus. Flegre. P.S. Every time I see this babbling, I suspect the cuttlefish is padding the word count, so I'll pad it too. These voices echoed and overlapped, merging into one, drilling into Furs's ears, making her scalp tingle and her body involuntarily tremble. What happened to these people? Just as Furs began to feel like retreating, she felt her thoughts gradually become sluggish, and the scene in her eyes slowly turned into slow motion. Her movements became stiff, as if the gears lacked lubrication, or her joints were covered in rust. All right, now I know. Although her thoughts had slowed, Furs couldn't help but think of this redundant sentence. However, having seen Mr. World's methods, she wasn't afraid of this Beyonder ability, which she knew inside and out. As someone from an adjacent pathway, and now a secret sorcerer, she naturally had a way to counteract this method of a marionettist. Furs concentrated, reaching out into the void and grabbing, as if pulling a curtain. The area she was in was then enveloped by shadows, distorted, and then disappeared. This was the space concealment of a secret sorcerer. Furs could use this ability to divide a place into two, with one part hidden, only accessible through a specific door. At this moment, within the cut-off and hidden area, the church still existed normally, with floor tiles, a ceiling, and the dried corpses hanging from the roof had turned back. After realizing the sluggish feeling had disappeared, Furs breathed a sigh of relief and looked around, her gaze settling on a transparent vortex in midair. This was the door. All hidden spaces must have a door. Furs took out her vanity mirror, reached into her beaded purse, pulled out a vanity mirror, and embedded it into the position of the door. The mirror distorted for a moment, quickly reflecting the outside scene. Countless maggots huddled together, sitting on the giant throne in the center of the hall, slowly wriggling, growing wantonly, and extending almost invisible tentacles. Maggots with transparent patterns twisted and intertwined, forming a spire-like top. A man resembling a finger puppet in a magician's hand grew at the top of the spire, his lower body intertwined with the twisted mass of small worms, making it difficult to distinguish their boundaries. His eyes were dark and contained an indescribable sense of vicissitude. His face was quite young, his features were decent, but his cheeks grew tufts of coarse, black short hair like wolf's fur. His shoulder-length hair was already half white, half hidden and half visible, giving him a contradictory feeling of both old age and youth, both rationality and madness. Seemingly sensing Furs's gaze, he cast an indifferent look in Furs's direction, staring directly at the hidden door. No way, will this also be discovered? Furs was still wondering if the other party was bluffing, but then she found her joints becoming sluggish again, even faster than last time, so fast that she almost couldn't make a new response. How did he break through the hidden space? Furs struggled to look at the position of the door. The vanity mirror had shattered at some point, and countless slippery, transparent tentacles with intricate patterns poured out from the broken mirror, completely sealing off the space around her. I need to use the picture of God. Furs immediately realized that this existence was not someone she could contend with. She decisively reached into her beaded purse again. However, just as her hand touched the picture frame, the angel with the ancient eyes once again cast his gaze upon her. A phantom picture frame appeared out of thin air in his hand, identical to the picture of God in Furs's hand. Furs no longer had time to think about why the other party was doing this. Now, she only wanted to activate the picture of God as quickly as possible, hoping that the legend left by the Abraham family ancestor, Mr. Door, would respond to her call once more. The next second, her eyes were filled with despair and shock. The picture frame Furs had pulled out suddenly became illusory, transforming into colorless light particles that drifted away and disappeared before her astonished eyes. Meanwhile, the picture frame in the angel's hand became solid, as if the one in his hand was the genuine article. In that instant, this ancient angel had summoned a historical projection of the picture of God, then used a miracle to replace the true picture of God with the historical projection, and then allowed the historical projection in Furz's hand to naturally dissipate. This is impossible. This thought flashed through Furz's mind. Her spirituality intuition told Furz that she didn't have much time left, only enough for one attempt. Without time for careful thought or preparation, Furz shouted loudly in her mind without hesitation. "Teammate, where's my teammate? Help! Eamon went to such great lengths to bring himself here, surely not just to deliver a meal to the owner here, right?" Although based on Amon's demeanor, he was indeed very familiar with the owner here, seemingly a friend of many years. And it's perfectly normal for friends to bring some pastries or gift boxes when visiting. Analyzing it really might be possible. Just as Furz's thoughts gradually solidified with this idea that made her want to cry without tears, Eamon finally made his move. In just an instant, Furz found herself sitting in the middle of that giant throne, holding the original picture of God, while the angel had disappeared. Eamon stole his position, causing the manipulation of the spirit body threads to be interrupted by the spatial transfer, temporarily throwing the other party into the space Furz had isolated. However, just as that illusory space could not block his sight, it naturally could not block his footsteps. Countless slippery, bizarre tentacles once again poured out from the shattered vortex, almost instantaneously tearing apart the isolated independent space. The angel's figure, clad in a gray classical robe, was like driftwood on a wave, bobbing up and down in the ocean of tentacles. At this moment, Eamon also made his next move. He began to split directly from Furz's body. All the figures hanging from the ceiling turned into Eamon, who broke free from the restraints of the spirit body threads and reached out their hands towards the chaotic, mad, slippery tentacles. Countless Amons wearing pointed soft hats and monocles instantly surrounded him and also surrounded Furz. Some transformed into ancient mysterious symbols, some became pure starlight, as if to create a cage, and some extended their hands, performing a unified steel. When dealing with the fool, they stole time, anchors, authority, fate, identity, and self-cognition. However, now, they were only stealing one thing: the madness within the other party. As the light points burst, the madly wriggling tentacles suddenly paused. In that instant, the angel seemed to lose his body, leaving only a translucent gray cloak and indifferent eyes. The clones that stole his madness quickly withered and died, turning into small worms with 12 transparent segments. With Amon's manipulation, the activity of the mass of tentacles gradually settled down, gradually fading and shrinking, leaving only a gaunt humanoid standing amidst the forest of stone tablets, looking bewildered. Furz then let out a very small sigh of relief. As far as she knew, Mr. Fool and Eamon had once engaged in a fierce confrontation above the gray fog. The fool eventually fell into slumber, while Eamon lowered his sequence to escape. However, based on Amon's current performance, he was still stronger than an ordinary angel, very likely at the sequence 1 worm of time level. Sigh, it's not that I want to advance, it's just that the guys from adjacent pathways are too terrifying. If I don't advance, I won't survive. Furz sighed in her heart. At this moment, Eamon had already walked to the side of the thin figure in the gray robe. Amon's frivolous smile faded a bit, then he casually waved at the angel. "Long time no see, Antigonus. Antigonus." Furz quickly searched her mind. However, knowledge is not something that comes just because you want it. Furz racked her brains but could only recall that Mr. World had once mentioned a notebook related to this family, and it seemed that Mr. World was very concerned about it. Is this the ancestor of that family? Furz speculated in her heart. She was not unfamiliar with similar family bigwigs. After all, the Abraham family was once an angel family. It's truly nostalgic. No one has called me that in a very long time. Antigonus's expression suddenly became strange. Actually, no one has spoken to me like that in a very long time. Of course, I was genuinely surprised when I learned from Adam that you were here and had even solidified a city. Why are you here? Antigonus ignored Amon's teasing and continued to inquire at his own pace. Are you here for my Beander characteristic? Then you should go to the goddess church. The me here is just a fixed open black lens bracket miracle close black lens bracket. My past and future are reversed and then grafted onto the core of the marionette city deep in the cosmos. I stayed at the miracle invoker stage for nearly 1,000 years. Now I also have enough time to prepare for the final miracle at the sequence 2 level. I would have hoped you were in such a weak state when I took your Beander characteristic, but now it's no longer necessary. Aemon chuckled self-deprecatingly. I failed, and your main body also failed. Someone else became the Lord of the Mysteries. After Aemon finished speaking, he looked at Antigonus, whose face showed some surprise. He remained silent for several seconds before tentatively asking, seemingly with a cruel expectation, of course, this cruelty was directed at himself. Has Bethel returned? Aemon didn't speak, just shook his head. Antigonus opened his mouth slightly, but in the end, he only sighed dejectedly. So that's how it is. We both failed. I don't know why, but I actually feel a bit sad right now. Furs stood to the side, watching the 2 former King of Angels from adjacent pathways stand there in silence, like 2 weathered stone pillars. A sense of wistful melancholy suddenly welled up in her heart. If this atmosphere continues, I won't be able to stand it. Furs silently prayed in her heart, hoping that one of them would speak first to make her feel less awkward. Finally, Aemon broke the suffocating silence. Aemon looked around, cleared his throat. That final miracle, have you completed it? Antigonus did not verbally answer, only nodded gently. Chapter 328, His Kingdom. What ultimate miracle? Furs really wanted to ask, but constrained by her low strength, she dared not speak. Judging by the strange tacit understanding between Aemon and Antigonus, Antigonus was determined to survive here, even in this state, to complete an ultimate miracle. Furs noticed that when Antigonus nodded, even the usually cynical Aemon showed a subtle change in expression, revealing a strange look somewhere between Amon's signature smile and solemnity. That ultimate miracle must be astonishing, enough to make an existence like Aemon behave. Just as Furs was wildly speculating, Aemon sighed, his expression slightly odd as he spoke. You seers are all lunatics. No, it is only because we see more. We are more rational than anyone, but because you cannot see what I see, you cannot understand. Antigonus stood quietly in place, making it almost impossible to discern the movement of his mouth. A miracle invoker can exist separately from their Beander characteristic. Even if the part holding the Beander characteristic loses control and goes mad, the permanently fixed historical projection can remain rational and does not need to bear the risk of losing control. This is the key to achieving this miracle. Aemon listened quietly, raised a hand to adjust the crystal monocle clipped over his right eye socket, and sighed with a slight smile curving his lips. Perhaps this is the courage Adam said I lacked. This can indeed be called a miracle belonging to the fool. The current one should really come and learn how fools should truly be used. Antigonus chuckled softly. He may not be as experienced as you, but he is certainly not as incompetent as you claim, otherwise you wouldn't still be merely sequence 1. Aemon fell silent for a moment, then said without any discernible inflection in his tone, considering the time since he became the fool, his mastery is quite fast. However, he took a gamble in the end, and he won. It is truly rare for you, the god of deceit, to suffer a loss. Antigonus exclaimed in surprise. In that case, it's not surprising that he was able to obtain the characteristic from my original body on the northern continent. Aemon opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to defend himself, but ultimately said nothing, lightly changing the subject instead. What should I call you now? Antigonus. Half a fool. Or son of chaos. What? Furs could no longer hold back and finally gasped, causing both Antigonus and Aemon to turn their heads to look at her. It is too early for her to receive this information. Antigonus's voice was thin and light, giving a sense of fragility. He stretched out a dry, slender finger toward Furs. Furs noticed that coarse, black stubble had grown even in the gaps beneath his fingernails. In the name of the master of the disorderly kingdom, grant this person the protection of the cosmos. As he spoke, Colorful starlight scattered from his fingertip, forming a special kind of rule around Furs. Furs was very familiar with this feeling, it bore some resemblance to the ability of her friend, Zio Derecha. However, the rules Zio established only lasted for a short time, whereas the rules Antigonus currently imposed were like universally existing axioms, eternal and unbreakable. I can sense the bloodline of the Abraham family in you, although the connection is very faint, weaker than that passed down by blood relatives. Antigonus looked at Furs with deep, dark eyes. For an existence at his level, Furs's information no longer required deliberate divination. So, you used a sealed artifact. I just didn't expect that Bethel's family would also be destroyed. Antigonus paused, deliberately avoiding mention of the Jacob family and the Zoroast family. Since you have come here, you should naturally know these secrets. This grand miracle requires a scribe. Antigonus snapped his fingers. I wish for a magnificent banquet here. Subsequently, the entire setting of the cathedral changed. The figures hanging from the ceiling vanished, the dilapidated brickwork disappeared, the lifeless, pitch-black columns disappeared, replaced by a magnificent, golden Gothic hall, where finely dressed people moved back and forth, and the soft sound of orchestral music echoed in every corner. You stole a part of the madness, breaking the balance I had been maintaining. Although this small balance doesn't affect the overall situation, it is enough for me to realize a miracle of this magnitude. Antigonus pointed to the main seat at the end of the hall. Let us sit down and talk. We still have plenty of time. On the snow wind, Adele walked on the aft deck, observing the nearby sea. In reality, tasks like watching for enemies didn't require her personal attention. Furthermore, being on the deck, no matter how good her eyesight was, she couldn't spot danger before the sailor in the crow's nest. She was doing this simply because she was agitated and needed something to calm herself down. Pirates in this era generally lived by the rule of 3 years without business, one business lasts 3 years. Privateer ships were no different. Perhaps because of the advanced equipment, the snow wind could search the various seas more efficiently to find its prey. However, wanting to have work every day like clocking in for a shift and returning to Viennata before the social season was clearly impossible. Several unfamiliar sailors walked past Adele, saluting her. Adele nodded in response. Most sailors had scarves or handkerchiefs loosely tied around their necks, bore tattoos, wore beards, and sported gold earrings. In the southern continent naval bases, the elite Navy soldiers, spoiled by favor, dressed and acted more like pirates. These Navy soldiers had varying skin tones and diverse backgrounds, hailing from Ahawa to Siviras, and from East Tark to South Will. The only thing they likely shared was the fierce belligerence already ingrained in their bones. Most of them seemed to always carry weapons, cutlasses, daggers, and revolvers, and usually more than one, which was to prevent gunpowder from getting damp. Adele had expressed her surprise to Tracy regarding the loose discipline of the Navy soldiers, but Tracy didn't think much of it. She reasoned that apart from Vice Admiral Iceberg, who liked to lecture her pirates and was a so-called adventurer disguised as a pirate, the behavior of sailors on other pirate ships, including Tracis' own Black Death, was far cruder than this. On pirate ships, people would fight violently for no reason, they would immediately draw knives and wouldn't stop until blood was drawn. Tracy told Adele that in her first month at sea, she heard more bones breaking than she had heard in her entire life previously, especially considering she grew up in Intis, where dueling custom was prevalent. However, these conflicts started and ended just as quickly. One moment they might have a knife pressed against someone's throat, and the next they would slap the person's shoulder in friendship. Although the gesture was as forceful as a punch, it achieved the intended effect. Most captains stipulated that if people argued endlessly, they had to go ashore and duel with a sword or pistol. Of course, no one wanted it to reach that point. Arguing was one thing, potentially dying was entirely different. Therefore, arguments often flared up quickly and died down just as fast. Anger ignited, then immediately extinguished. There were many such rules, all measures adopted by pirates to cope with long voyages. Annie inspects the hold and the crow's nest of the Black Death every night to prevent people from urinating on the ballast or falling asleep at their posts. Tracy told Adele, there are also rules prohibiting male-on-male intercourse, smoking on the lower deck, and so on. Believe me, these are all to make life at sea a little better. The punishments invented by pirates were also varied. Unlike the measures often adopted by nations, such as detention or exile, pirate punishments often carried cruel, humiliating implications, usually causing extremely severe damage to personal dignity or physical health. The former is exemplified by the tar and feathers punishment. Those caught sleeping on duty would receive this punishment. The punished person would be covered in tung oil and then plastered with feathers, causing little physical harm but extreme humiliation. The latter category was varied. Adele considered castration to be the most scientifically rational punishment among them, which speaks volumes about the severity of the others. Pulling her thoughts back, Adele looked toward the distant sea once more. As she expected, the sea was calm and peaceful, with no anomalies occurring. The sea and sky merged into one color, and there wasn't even the shadow of a merchant ship. Adele sighed, realizing she was wasting time for no reason. Whether it was the ritualistic magic Tracy set up in the captain's cabin to detect ships within 100 nautical miles, or the sailors equipped with advanced observation equipment in the crow's nest, they could all obtain information about merchant ships before Adele. However, Adele couldn't help it. Since she was forcibly conscripted by the Navy, the development of events had spiraled beyond her control. The members of the Tarot Club with stronger influence, like Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and Madame Hermit, all appeared very calm, as if everything was unfolding within their expectations. However, Adele could not be as calm as them. As a Sequence 6 Beander, she knew too much and carried too many burdens, but had too few choices she could make. Just like when she chose to join the Demoness sect as an undercover agent, she now accepted a privateering mission from the kingdom. Nobody asked her if she wanted to do any of this. Of course, if Adele were just an ordinary demoness, she would simply do it, but the most difficult part was that she was an Essence Faction demoness. If she couldn't advance in time, it would be fatal. Although everyone told Adele that Essence Faction demonesses didn't have high requirements for acting, they could advance as long as they gathered the potion, and resources like this didn't seem to be an issue in the mysterious world, where everyone was a major figure in the Tarot Club. Adele remained uneasy. Because these people had also told her this phrase. Every gift of fate has already been marked with a price in secret. After inexplicably seeing the destroyed Bincy Port telegraph office, Adele became even more cautious about issues involving Saphira. After reviewing the information Emlyn had, Adele took the time to pray to Mr. Fool and privately contacted the injured Zio, confirming that the Bincy Port incident was related to the King of Angels and War Angel Medici. And something that targeted a demoness and was related to the Hunter pathway. The degree of activation of the City of Calamity was alarming. Adele suspected that it had now become an incomplete outer deity, merely restricted by the seal from interfering too much with reality. Because she urgently needed to increase her strength while exploring the ruins, she did not fully act as a Sequence 7 demoness before directly consuming the potion to advance to demoness of pleasure. After this, similar hallucinations occurred within less than a week, making it hard not to consider this possibility. Whether it was dedicated acting or completely neglecting acting, both seemed to have their advantages, but deep down, there seemed to be pitfalls, bottomless pits that could kill someone instantly if they weren't careful. I must have already established some connection with the City of Calamity, even if I can't detect it myself. Adele looked down at her slightly open palm, then clenched her hand without expression. Just like every time before, it seemed like many paths lay before her, yet they all led to the same conclusion in the end. This is the damn fate, Adele cursed internally. Just then, she heard hurried footsteps coming from the corridor behind her. The sound echoed in the steel-cast space, seeming quite abrupt. Adele turned around and looked at the corridor behind her. Lisette, wearing a blue and white cotton-printed dress, appeared at the doorway, breathing slightly rapidly. Seeing Adele's gaze, she nervously lowered her head and avoided eye contact. She had been like this ever since she learned that Adele and Natalie were acting as demonesses of pleasure. Adele had no solution for this. When it came to feelings, if you liked someone, you liked them, even if they were unsuitable. If you didn't like them, you didn't, even if they were perfect. Both Britain and Lolota, and Britain and herself, were vivid examples. Adele's ultimate bottom line was to avoid developing feelings for others as much as possible. Acting was merely acting, without incorporating any other elements. Lisette originally had some thoughts about her original body, so Adele naturally couldn't give such inappropriate thoughts a chance to take root and sprout. Hesitating briefly about what attitude she should adopt toward this demoness of similar age, Adele asked politely and distantly. Is something the matter, Sergeant Lisette? It wasn't just Adele and Tracy who received Navy ranks, but only they were important enough for Emlyn to personally confer the honors. However, the next second, Lisette's reply instantly lifted Adele's spirits. Tracy, no, Madam Captain asked me to inform you that her ritualistic magic detected a ship-sized object appearing on the sea, about 80 nautical miles southwest of us. By the time Adele arrived in the cabin, Tracy was already waiting for her. She was draped in a Kingdom Navy overcoat, the oversized garment making her torso appear excessively slender. Seeing Adele enter, she nodded slightly in greeting. A large black liquid sphere floated in the center of the captain's cabin. Ripples would appear on the water sphere whenever an object exceeding 50 meters in length appeared within 100 nautical miles. The principle of this magic was likely a detection spell for large, moving floating objects, and it wouldn't be misled by stationary objects like small islands or reefs. And now, a faint ripple was slowly spreading outwards on the water sphere, indicating the target's position to Adele and Tracy. Since most of the crew members were military personnel, they were not resistant to the existence of mysticism and Beyonder abilities. On the contrary, they held even greater reverence for officers who possessed abilities they did not. Therefore, the magic detector was not a secret to most of the crew. What's the current situation? Adele hung her overcoat on a hook on the wall and asked Tracy, who was staring at the water sphere with a calm expression. The other party obviously can't spot us. I'll use a magic mirror divination to observe them from a distance later and confirm their armament. Tracy, with her rich pirate experience, appeared very calm and composed. Judging by its length, it's very likely a Loan galleon, a second-hand vessel phased out by the Loan Navy and commonly equipped by colonies. Tracy had clearly used similar spells before. With just a quick glance at the size of the ripples, she was able to determine the type of the opposing ship. This type of ship, which originated in Intis, combined the advantages of the previously popular Carrack and Caravel. It typically had 4 masts, with square sails on the front 2 masts and lateen sails on the back 2. These sailing ships were eventually perfected by Loan, widely deployed in its military, and praised by the Navy for the flexibility provided by their low bow. Even after the advent of ironclad ships, galleons were still extensively used in the Loan Navy, and many were sold to the southern continent by arms dealers. However, in the southern continent theater, the original missions of galleons had already been replaced by Loan's clipper ships and ironclad ships. A galleon appearing on the border of the warring factions was almost certainly a warship of colonial rebels. When there was no sign of a sailing ship, Adele was anxious, but now, with the enemy ship's trace right before her eyes, she became cautious instead. Something's not right. Adele frowned. We've only been away from Baron's Port for a little over 2 days. Logically, there shouldn't be enemy warships here. Let's be cautious, maintain a distance of 50 nautical miles, and once you've divined clearly, we'll approach them. As an assassin, caution was a mandatory course. To act cautiously, the most important thing was to detach oneself from subjective emotions when viewing things. In other words, one shouldn't ignore the inherent unreasonableness of events just because they align with one's expectations. Many people knew this, but few could actually do it. Tracy also had no objection. As a pirate general, mere plunder couldn't pique her interest, and the initial thrill of killing her frenzied impulses had long since become as boring as clocking in for work after 7 or 8 years at sea. Moreover, this was helping the kingdom's army seize supplies, and Tracy had little interest in it. The snow wind first accelerated towards the target's location as instructed by Tracy. Relying on its speed, which was twice that of the other ship, when the ironclad ship reached the designated position, the other party had already traveled about 40 nautical miles. This data also had a purpose. Based on the height of a galleon's mast, even with the aid of a telescope and climbing to the highest mainmast lookout, the maximum visual range during the day was only 20 nautical miles. At night, it might be a bit further, but it would never exceed 30 nautical miles. Now, the snow wind was trailing 40 nautical miles behind the other party, a distance that perfectly evaded their observation. Even if there was an error, as long as the other party wasn't stationary from the start, this range of error was acceptable. Besides, it was still daytime, and the lights on the snow wind were not visible. In short, everything was ready. all that remained was Tracis' divination result. Adele paced back and forth in the room, slightly nervous, watching Tracy prepare items like a mirror, candles, essential oils, and herbal powders. She sanctified these tools in a familiar yet strange manner, then burned the consumable materials with black fire into powder, mixed them with water into a black paste, and evenly spread them onto the mirror. Those seemingly sticky pastes didn't adhere to Tracis' hands at all, they all seeped into the gleaming mirror surface. Subsequently, the mirror surface rippled like water, and a blurred image appeared, gradually becoming clearer over time. It was the ship detected by the black magic. Its length was more than 50 meters, Tracy had guessed wrong. This was not a Lowen galleon, this was the predecessor of the galleon, its parent from the Intis and Lindbergh regions, the Carrack. The Carrack was the first ship on the northern continent designed for ocean voyages. This was due to its massive size, which allowed it to maintain stability in the vast ocean. Furthermore, it had ample space for storing enough supplies for long voyages. Historically, the first explorer to set foot on the southern continent sailed on this type of clumsy, huge, but sturdy and durable Carrack. Of course, for Tracy and Adele now, the historical significance of the Carrack and its position in the shipbuilding world were minor issues. The most serious problem they faced was the meaning of an Intis-produced ship appearing in the southern continent. What Tracy was concerned about was the significance of an Intis ship appearing near the battlefield where Lowen and the southern continent natives were fighting, and even deeper into the southern continent. If the other party carried weapons and armaments, then the seriousness of this action could be elevated by 2 or 3 levels. It seemed that they were confident that the various true gods were still gathering strength to deal with the apocalypse, having no time or desire to fight another world-spanning war that wouldn't win them new anchors. The attitudes of Intis, Lindbergh, and other nations became increasingly resolute, fanning flames everywhere. This was a soft rice situation, but the arrogant Intis people ate it very forcefully. Adele could somewhat sense Tracis' worries, but she had the Tarot Club behind her and understood the gods' games better than Tracy. She knew the reason for the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's strong stance and also knew that this was something she couldn't resolve. Anyway, whether it was the Evernight Goddess or the Earth Mother, both were currently troubled by the Sephira they held in their hands, either sleeping or in seclusion. It was impossible for them to really drag the God of Knowledge and Wisdom out of his divine kingdom and give him a beating. But Adele was worried about something else, something Tracy didn't care much about. Lowen was located in the eastern part of the northern continent, while Intis was in the western part of the northern continent. Adele and the others arrived near Baron's Port through an underground wormhole, currently in the northeastern sea area of the southern continent. Intis was far away in the southwestern northern continent, separated by thousands of nautical miles, and they would also have to cross the Lowen Navy's defense zone. It seemed impossible no matter how one thought about it. Wendy had gradually told her some ancient knowledge, including a very important theory, the round earth theory, which she had confirmed through Mr. Sun's casual remarks. The waterway from Intis to the seas near Elise was simply too difficult to navigate. It wasn't even a direct traverse of the entire raging sea, but rather a diagonal cut across it, so difficult that it made one wonder if they had used another passage. For example, circling around from the other side. Did the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom secretly possess a safe passage to the West Continent, one that Mr. Hanged Man had been searching for? While Tracy continued her divination, Adele quietly went to her desk, pulled out a hand-drawn sketch, and carefully examined it. It was an ancient world map Wendy had drawn for her. Adele had compared that map with the North and South Continent maps more than once, finding them identical to the former North and South Americas. And according to this deduction, the mysterious West Continent and East Continent were actually connected, possibly with some mystical division in between. Adele traced the possible routes the other party might have taken with her finger, and the room fell silent. Adele could hear her heartbeat gradually quickening. No, it's very possible that he controls more than just this one loophole. Adele recalled the Angel's Fall in Backland. At that time, all members of the Tarot Club were caught up by the strange creatures appearing from the discovered sealed loophole. Even Miss Magician was swept into the cosmos, her fate unknown. Now that she thought about it, was that loophole really discovered by Mr. Hanged Man first? If so, was the timing of the problem too coincidental? It just happened to tie up all the members of the Tarot Club, preventing them from interfering with the events happening in Backland. And her own recent promotion was ultimately a small matter. Even with Mr. Fool's blessing, the help he could provide was ultimately limited, unable to thwart the other party's plans. As she pondered, Adele increasingly felt that everything she saw was just the tip of the iceberg, and there was always more, darker stuff hidden beneath the surface. Taking 2 deep breaths, trying to calm herself, Adele quietly put away her notebook, trying not to attract Tracy's attention. She picked up a pen and seemingly casually drew 2 curves on a blank piece of paper on the table. Not ruling out the possibility that Tracy might notice her actions, to be safe, Adele did not directly mark her conjectured route on the map. Instead, she left 2 ink lines on the blank paper, like test marks from a pen, so that only she could understand them. The investigation results have been confirmed. At this moment, Tracy looked up with a strange expression and said to Adele, "Guess how many Beyonders are on that ship?" 10. Adele, not very enthusiastic, randomly guessed a number. A standard Loan warship usually had a 6-person team. Considering that the other party might have crossed the fog sea, Adele deliberately overestimated a bit. Wrong. Tracy shook her head, her expression still somewhat surprised. Stop messing around. If you divined something important, just say it quickly. Adele was in no mood to play guessing games with Tracy and urged her repeatedly. Not a single one. To Adele's surprise, Tracy spread her hands, there isn't even a soul visible on the ship. Quote. Not a single one. Adele confirmed suspiciously, are you saying an empty ship drifted from Intis across the entire fog, no, raging sea? Because she was still thinking about the passage, she almost blurted out the word, fog sea, but fortunately, Tracy didn't notice this small slip of the tongue. Honestly, I was as shocked as you when I saw it. Tracy turned the mirror. The black liquid smeared on it was almost depleted, and the scenery became somewhat blurry, but Adele could still see the ship's deck, lookout, and forecastle. These 3 positions, which should have been frequently active with sailors, were now empty. The ship's flag was still fluttering in the wind. How is this possible? Adele rubbed her eyes. Although she knew the probability of her and Tracy simultaneously having hallucinations was negligibly low, and even the Loan government rarely used excuses like collective hallucinations when explaining Beyonder phenomena, at this moment, she truly wished she was hallucinating. However, things did not go as wished. Not only these positions, but Adele and Tracy also changed several perspectives, checking important cabins like the captain's room, ammunition room, and galley, but found no one. Fresh-looking food was still laid out in the dining room, the weapons in the powder magazine were well maintained, and the 24 cannons on both sides of the hull were polished to a shine. Only the sailors and crew who had done all this had vanished, like ghosts. Even the ripples on the sensing water sphere had disappeared, meaning the ship was currently unsteered and undirected. The 2 demonesses looked at each other in the captain's cabin until the light on the divination mirror dimmed and the spirituality of the divination materials was completely exhausted. Did it really just drift over? Adele was puzzled. That's impossible, isn't it? It's absolutely impossible. If an empty ship without a crew could cross the raging sea, then those noble families in Intis who were ennobled as earls for discovering the new world should all be stripped of their titles. Tracy replied with equal bewilderment. As a sailor, she found such a contravention of common sense even harder to comprehend. Where did those crew members go? However, just as the 2 were confused, the black water sphere in the center of the room once again produced tiny ripples. The ripples continuously spread and grew larger, and their source was constantly moving away from the center of the water sphere, the point symbolizing the snow wind. Chapter 330, Goodbye, City of Calamity. That ship is moving again. Adele exclaimed, can you use the magic mirror for divination again? I can. Tracy didn't hesitate. Before she put away the divination tools, she prepared another ointment and repeated the previous process. However, the result they got was the same as before. This divination was even clearer. Adele could even see the ship's name, Nebuchadnezzar, written in red paint on the hull. The target in the perception magic has disappeared. Tracy looked at the black water ball in the middle of the living room. This seems to be a warning from the other party. I think so too, what a bad start. Adele was a little disheartened. If this was a targeted arrangement by the opponent, it meant that there was at least one person in the opposing faction who was at the same level as Tracy, or even higher. Only such a person could interfere with the divination of the Vice Admiral of Disease, who was already at the top tier of Sequence 5. Fighting such a hard battle so soon after leaving the port would not only inevitably lead to casualties but also might not even be won. Everyone likes to snatch things, but few are willing to be bitten back. Adele didn't want that, and neither did Tracy. Shut down perception magic and divination rituals for one day. The snow wind will drop anchor here and let that ship pass. Adele quickly made a decision. Anyway, her ship was strong and well armed. Even a demigod would have to think twice before trying to touch an ironclad ship. If she retreated, the other party probably wouldn't attack first. Although this might leak the news of her departure to the other transport ships, causing them to strengthen their guard, it was better than fighting a demigod here, especially a powerful one whose main abilities had not yet been revealed. Furthermore, Adele hadn't forgotten that when she was underground, in order to save this ironclad ship, she had exhausted a month's worth of her luck. This meant that for this month, the consequences of every wrong decision she made would be amplified, so she had to be conservative. You are very rational. Tracy smiled and nodded. You're cut out to be a pirate. However, Trass's praise did not make the day's wait any easier to endure. Although the sailors didn't know why Adele was doing this, as former naval personnel, they still retained their obedience to orders. Soon, someone went to various parts of the ship to drop anchor chains, and the snow wind came to a halt. To curb her inner anxiety, Adele ordered the kitchen to prepare a lavish dinner. Only today did they not need to worry about the rules of economy and restraint on long-distance voyages. Taking advantage of the abundant food supplies on board, she decided to hold as lively a banquet as possible. In fact, this wasn't entirely Adele's whim. Even naval fleets would hold a similar banquet on board before setting sail, because in times of war, if an accident occurred, there was a high probability of being completely lost. So, no matter how frugal they were afterward, there always had to be such a banquet. Most of Adele's original crew had been taken away by Emlyn's trusted subordinates to undergo memory clearing and a series of psychological suggestions, so they couldn't go to sea with Adele this time. The chef, however, was one of the few exceptions. This chef's skills were exquisite, and he was one of the most important gains Adele had made from Indo-Port. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Adele didn't want to casually replace him on the ship, as it would severely affect the morale of her subordinates in this era. The chef was also well versed in maritime rules. He'd put his heart and soul into preparing this banquet, using about 1/5 of the ship's beef and lamb reserves and absolutely no seafood. If this voyage required them to be at sea for more than half a year, there would be plenty of time to eat those things. However, when Adele dismissed Tracy and returned to her bedroom to wait for the dinner to begin, she found that this matter could not calm her mind. Unless she had urgent official business or a case to deal with, this inexplicable impatience alone made her want to pull her hair out. What's wrong with me? Surprised by her own change, Adele simply went directly into meditation, using the meditation techniques she had mastered to fall directly into sleep, preparing to put it off for as long as possible. After becoming a demoness, this was not the first time she had experienced such mood changes. She always felt herself becoming more sensitive and more easily affected by the environment, but this time it was exceptionally severe. I hope this meditation works. Adele drew the Evernight Goddess's emblem on her chest, hoping that the Evernight Goddess, who held the authority over dreams, could provide her with protection. Soon, Adele leaned on the table and fell into a dream. However, this was not normal. Falling into sleep through meditation, without specific guidance, would not produce dreams, let alone re-enter a familiar dream. After an unknown amount of time, Adele blinked, feeling like she was dreaming. This was not the lucidity in a dream after being blessed by a meander of the Evernight pathway, but a common phenomenon, retaining a certain consciousness in a dream, allowing for some degree of action. However, repeatedly having the same dream was truly strange. Looking around, she was surrounded by a familiar city with a sharp sense of conflict. Adele saw small trees growing from collapsed ruins, small animals licking blood on the streets, homeless people warming themselves under burning roadside trees, and gloomy clouds that possessed both terrifying and comforting qualities. She immediately knew where she was. City of Calamity. Adele took a deep breath and looked towards the city center according to her memory. The towering beech tree still grew there, countless bizarre aerial roots spreading from its thick trunk, hanging countless dried corpses. Adele, already knowing what would happen, walked towards the beech tree. Just like last time, when a strong wind blew open the clouds, she saw the faces of those corpses. Last time she only glanced at them and interrupted her dream out of fright, but this time she had plenty of time and was able to carefully identify them for a while, finding that those corpses were not all her own. Among them was Gegran's captivating face, and also a face Adele didn't recognize, but which also looked captivating, encompassing all the charm of a woman at different stages of life. Adele guessed it was Cheek. However, even with Gegran and Cheek, they were only a small fraction of the corpses hanging on that beech tree. More were of races Adele had not seen in reality. If she had to say, they resembled Chow Chow from the outer deity world. Are these the Calamity believers from the West Continent? Adele speculated, carefully scrutinizing the faces of those people, and found that although most of them had soft features, their expressions were distorted, as if they had suffered inhuman pain. It seems the city of Calamity isn't so friendly to its believers. Adele shivered slightly. This city gave her a very bad feeling. She wanted to walk deeper into the city and found, not too unexpectedly, that all the corpses seemed to turn towards her with the wind, their heads hanging low, their empty eyes seemingly reflecting her figure. At this moment, she noticed that a scabbard was still hanging at her waist, with the bloodletter, its umbrella removed, inserted inside. In the dream, I seemed to be able to recreate things I've owned before. Realizing this, Adele was a little surprised and quickly tried to recreate a series of mystical items such as the Heart Stealer's lipstick and the Spirit Summoning bracelet, arming herself to the teeth. Well, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but at least armed to the lips. It's a pity, this mechanism doesn't seem to be able to recreate items that were only seen or briefly held. Adele felt a small regret. Just now, she tried to recreate the Twilight emblem she had equipped, and after failing, she tried the mystical items used by Sister Vesper, also with a failed result. What a shame, if I were more fully armed, I would dare to just push through. Adele muttered to herself with a joke. Pushing through is impossible, a demoness can't do such heavy labor. But, her being fully equipped was not false. At this moment, Adele was wearing the brass ring Otilia's paradox ring on her hand, the diamond-studded Spirit Summoning bracelet on her wrist, the Heart Stealer's lipstick given by Miss Justice and the messenger harmonica given by Mr. the Star in her pocket, the bloodletter dagger hanging at her waist, and the sharp survivor's hidden blade strapped to her forearm. The ruby necklace rose heart hung on her chest, and she held a pistol loaded with Beander bullets in one hand. She was truly fully armed. What? Why could the rose heart also be summoned? Don't ask, if you ask, it's a dowry. It seemed to be Adele's illusion. When she saw that she didn't continue deeper but stood at the city's edge, materializing mystical items and stacking buffs on herself, the expressions on the corpses' faces showed a hint of dullness. However, Adele didn't pay attention to this. She even felt that these preparations were not enough, so she simply materialized the yellow crystal pendant, suspected to be from the Fool, in her other hand, which wasn't holding the pistol. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of hanging dried corpses, she directly began divination to confirm whether there would be danger if she continued deeper. Perhaps due to the dream's delay or the pendulum's owner being shocked by Adele's caution, the pendulum paused for a moment before starting to rotate clockwise, with a large amplitude but a relatively normal speed. What does this mean? Adele frowned. After all, she wasn't a professional seer. She lacked an intuitive inspiration for interpreting such results and could only rely on experience. Could it be that the result of this pendulum divination means that she will encounter serious danger if she explores, but the danger encountered in the dream will not affect reality? Adele, suspicious, performed a divination to confirm this conjecture and received an affirmative answer, which finally put her at ease. However, once she relaxed, she increasingly felt that her earlier actions on the side were like she had a serious illness. Ahem, this is called caution, caution. Adele awkwardly corrected her internal wording, relaxed, and walked deeper into the city. Although it looked grand from the outside, the structure of this city was surprisingly simple. The entire city was crisscrossed by two main avenues, north-south and east-west, dividing it into four large sections. The giant beech tree was in the central square, with aerial roots extending from every branch. Aside from the north, south and east-west avenues, all other roads in the city had no curves, dividing the urban area into almost identical small squares. All roads had only right-angled turns. Within the small squares were uniquely styled houses. Some had magnificent glazed tiles and upturned eaves, while others were so crude that their roofs were incomplete. Some were tall and bright, while others were low and like dog kennels. Countless buildings with no commonalities were forcibly placed within identical square regions, enough to infuriate an architect to death, yet they displayed astonishing uniformity. Indeed, such a city, when viewed from the outside, appeared to be a perfect circle, so circular that one could sense it intuitively without even seeing the full picture. From a mystical perspective, one could analyze terms such as individual differences, institutional oppression, and collective effect. The related term would probably be army, wouldn't it? Adele analyzed in her mind, sighing at the exquisite layout of the city. Of course, she didn't stop walking while sighing, continuing towards the beech tree in the city center. Then, her gaze suddenly froze because she saw a building here that was both unexpected and logical. An old sign hung on the weathered brick wall, but the words on it had changed from Red District Telegraph Office to Bincy Port Telegraph Office. Adele hesitated only briefly before deciding to go in and see what was going on. The fool's credibility was still very good, and he shouldn't intentionally mislead divination options, which meant that even if she died terribly here, it wouldn't affect reality. Since that's the case, what's there to be timid about? Adele elegantly stepped forward, then kicked open the door of the telegraph office, causing the door to detach from its hinges and fall from the frame. Inside the telegraph office, Melanie and Pavocourt's movements clearly paused. Apparently, they hadn't expected anyone to enter so arrogantly. "Hello, may I ask, is there anything?" Melanie paused for 2 seconds before speaking in that strange, halting tone Adele had heard once before. "That telegram you gave me last time, what exactly was its origin? Who instructed you to do it?" Knowing that she wouldn't truly die, Adele completely lost any sense of politeness. She shot the pipe from Pavocourt's hand, not caring about the spiritual bullets consumed. Anyway, it's a dream, might as well enjoy it. However, as the smoke dissipated, Adele saw Pavocourt's and Melanie's bodies and realized that their heads had been unnaturally twisted around, and they were now facing her with their backs. "You can see for yourself." Melanie's voice rang out, and an incomprehensible, indescribable sight appeared before Adele's eyes, causing her to instantly lose consciousness and wake up. The sailor's commotion came from outside the door. The clearest short phrase Adele heard in her half-sleep, half-wake state was, "A ship is coming." Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 331, Empty Ship. A ship arrived. What ship? Adele was somewhat confused. She took her saber from the rack beside her, grabbed her revolver, and walked out of the cabin onto the deck. On the deck, preparations for the banquet had been forcibly interrupted, and the sailors were busy running back and forth. The sailors loaded their bullets and checked their swords and knives for sharpness. They brought out the grappling hooks, and the cannons were manned. During all this, Adele hadn't heard any cannon fire, which she found very strange. She rushed to the side of the deck and saw that the snow wind was circling a large carrack, gradually closing the distance. However, there was no movement on the other ship, as if it were an empty vessel. As the snow wind turned, Adele saw the ship's name painted in red on its hull. Nebuchadnezzar. Adele rubbed her eyes hard, confirming she hadn't misread it. How could this be? Adele was surprised. She glanced at the clock on the wall and realized she had only slept for 2 hours. Given the carrack's astonishingly slow speed, it was impossible for it to have sailed 80 nautical miles in 2 hours. Moreover, after Adele had ordered the anchor dropped, the snow wind clearly wouldn't have approached a ship that the captain had deemed a dangerous target. Whether Adele believed it or not, it had genuinely arrived near the snow wind, as if it were just taking a stroll outside its own door. "Can you see the situation on their deck?" Adele quickly approached a sailor holding a telescope, snatched the instrument from his hand before he could answer, and looked toward the distant intruder. The deck was empty, without a single sailor, just as Adele's divination had predicted. However, Adele saw empty wine barrels rolling back and forth on the ship, sailor knives carelessly discarded, and even clothes belonging to the crew hanging out to dry, as if the owners had only just left. If this was a trap to lure them into boarding, it was far too crude. Adele lowered the telescope, just about to wave her hand and order a volley of fire, but Tracy, who had appeared out of nowhere, grabbed her arm. "Is something the matter?" Adele looked at Tracy in confusion. "You intend to sink that ship?" Tracy's expression was quite serious. "It's the safest way." Adele nodded gently. "You know what kind of people we have under us, right?" Tracy glanced around and whispered to Adele, "Your influence isn't deep enough yet. Rashly giving up a potential haul like this is a serious matter. These desperados won't thank you for avoiding risk, they'll only know you blocked their path to wealth." There was a reason why the Loan military accepted Tracy so quickly. Previously, the kingdom had experience recruiting pirates with low bounties and minor crimes into the navy. In West Balam, there was such a pirate unit that played a significant role during the initial landing operations but was gradually sidelined as the later stages of the battlefield progressed. When it was necessary to reorganize Adele's crew, Emlyn, with the idea of making the best use of resources, transferred a large number of people from that pirate origin unit into the fleet. First, it could temper their aggressiveness; second, they could cooperate closely with Tracy, who was also a pirate, and third, it made it easier to discard them later, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, while Emlyn's arrangements were straightforward for him, Adele had inherited quite a lot of trouble unnecessarily. Morale was too low. Even with Adele, Tracy, Natalie, and Constantine, 4 true mid-sequence powerhouses above Sequence 6. Holding the fort, events like massive attrition or returning empty-handed would still deal a devastating blow to this hastily assembled fleet. Just like now, if Adele were to directly order the sinking of this ship, she would receive little positive feedback from the sailors. These sailors, who originated as pirates, were inherently unruly and greedy. Having finally been approved to return to their old profession, these crew members, who had been idle since the landing operations began at the start of the year, were even more excited. It was already difficult to suppress them with mere words. They could accept getting into a fight, assessing the losses after a few rounds of fire, and then retreating. They could also tolerate giving up after losing a certain number of men during a probe. However, directly sinking the opponent without even investigating, like this, was something these greedy sailors absolutely could not accept. Adele hesitated, seeing the eager gazes of the group of sailors nearby. It was a pathological fervor that had reappeared in the sailors' eyes now that they were back to their old trade. Adele sighed helplessly and waved her hand, giving the sailors an order. "Aim for both sides of the ship and fire a round of suppressive shots. Afterward, close in on the target and launch the small boats for boarding." Although the opposing ship looked empty, Adele maintained sufficient caution. Under her command, the sailors first fired a round from the side secondary cannons, shattering the hull of the Nebuchadnezzar on the side facing them, destroying the firing capability of nearly 80% of its cannons. Subsequently, the impatient sailors lowered the small boats equipped with grappling hooks and hastily rowed toward the carrack, which was already burning in several places. They had executed Adele's order, but seeing the flames rising from the other ship, many sailors were still scratching their heads in annoyance. After all, the ironclad ship was a new invention that had only appeared recently, so it didn't hold much sentimental value for pirates. However, carracks had sailed the seas for hundreds of years, leaving a deep impression on countless pirate hearts. In other words, not many pirates dreamed of owning an ironclad ship someday, but pirates who dreamed of becoming the captain of a carrack were everywhere. These sailors now clearly regarded that ship as their property. If possible, they would even request Adele's permission to capture the ship and serve on it. Against this backdrop, no matter how Adele tried to restrict them, this group of former pirates who loved ships dearly would not listen. "I must put strengthening control over this group of pirates on the agenda later." Watching the quickest pirates already climbing onto the hull of the Nebuchadnezzar, Adele secretly made up her mind. The few bold pirates boarded the ship, conducted a quick search, and immediately designated one person to use a small flag to signal the snow wind. "All clear, boarding authorized." The remaining men immediately dropped their weapons, picked up empty barrels, and joined the firefighting efforts. Now, even Adele had no reason to delay. The snow wind moved closer to the Nebuchadnezzar. The pirates brought out numerous boarding cannons that fired steel grappling hooks attached to ropes. Several were fired simultaneously, embedding themselves in the opposing ship's hull, quickly creating several ropeways between the two vessels. The Snow Wind's hull was considerably higher than the Carrack's, forming a natural slope. The sailors quickly took off their tricorn hats, untied the flaxen headscarves soaked in tung oil from their heads, tied the sturdy scarves into slipknots to hold in their hands, and secured them onto the steel ropes. Then, holding the scarf with one hand and a gleaming steel knife in the other, some even hiding burning seals in their braided beards, they slid along the steel ropes toward the opposite ship like a troop of excited monkeys. They had revolvers or the less common flintlocks tucked into their waistbands, some of which were enhanced by magic. She definitely wouldn't want to be entangled with these guys if she were alone. This was the conclusion Adele reached after observing them. Tracy appeared quite calm. After Adele instructed Wendy and the 4 demonesses from the bar to stay behind, she extended her hand to Adele with slight reserve. "Shall we go over and take a look?" Although she was still fully aware of her male identity and was reluctant to casually touch other men or demonesses who were originally male, Adele was an exception. After all, this was still her brother, or sister. Tracy couldn't quite tell. Adele smiled brightly, but instead of taking Trace's hand, she stretched her own forward. Countless white threads quickly intertwined in the air, twisting into several strands, swiftly weaving a rope ladder between the ropes. "Let's go." Adele made a "please" gesture and walked onto the rope ladder with Tracy. Despite the rocking of the ship, the two maintained their balance on the occasionally bouncy ladder, relying on the demonesses' extraordinary sense of balance, and elegantly stepped onto the ship. Closely following them was Constantine Aggers. As a spirit guide, he knew his balance couldn't compare to the 2 cat-like women, so he simply summoned a flying undead creature to lift him across. However, the frost on the creature's claws left white and sickly green ice shards on his shoulder, which he was currently brushing off, looking a bit disheveled. As the church's special investigator supervising Tracy, he had to follow when Tracy boarded, preventing her or other crew members from secretly hiding valuables or taking any other actions. However, Tracy, who believed she had witnessed the internal struggles of the demoness sect, valued the kingdom's military as a shield against death and would not do anything irrational. Therefore, Constantine's supervisory job was quite relaxed. He usually spent time with Wendy. His sunny, southern continent personality perfectly complemented Wendy, the pure engineering student who didn't understand romance. Consequently, today was the first time he had actually performed his duties. Tracy glanced at Constantine following behind her, said nothing, and immediately began using her frost ability, causing deep blue solid ice to spread from beneath her feet toward the center of the flames, helping the sailors extinguish the fire. Adele did the same, while Constantine kept watch over the surroundings. However, they found no abnormalities until the flames were completely extinguished. Not a single crew member appeared on the Nebuchadnezzar, as if they had never existed. However, the hot water boiling in the kitchen, the fresh stew scattered everywhere in the dining room due to the jolting from the cannon fire, and the half-drunk beer that still had bubbles all indicated that the disappearance of these people had happened very recently. The traces of their lives were completely exposed to everyone who boarded, silently telling these unwelcome guests that they had once existed in some form. All of this made Adele feel extremely uneasy, yet she couldn't pinpoint the source of her anxiety. "Tracy and I will go to the lower hold to check the cargo with the sailors and keep an eye on these guys to prevent them from pocketing anything. You should go check the captain's cabin first." Constantine noticed Adele's serious expression, knew she was thinking, and immediately offered this understanding suggestion. Adele nodded gently, and the three split up. Led by a sailor wearing a linen shirt, Adele arrived inside the captain's cabin. Inside the captain's cabin was a massive dining table placed along one side of the room. There was also the quartermaster's workbench, upon which lay his navigational tools, maps, and charts. Several sharpened pencils and a magnifying glass were placed on the desk. The room's owner seemed to have been researching academic issues before disappearing. Judging by the holy emblem of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom visible everywhere in the room, this ship was indeed from the Intis and Lindbergh area. A portrait hung on the wall directly facing the door. The person in the portrait wore gorgeous red and blue clothing with golden tassels, a tower-shaped golden crown on his head, and something resembling a short scepter tucked into his waist, though Adele thought it might also be a short sword. His facial features were relatively soft, differing significantly from those of the northern continent and southern continent people. The text annotation below indicated that the person in the portrait was the namesake of the ship, seemingly an ancient emperor who excelled in both civil administration and military achievements. However, Adele, who was widely read in the history of mysticism, had no recollection of this name. Lindbergh itself wasn't an old nation, how could a ship be named after such an ancient figure? Musing internally, Adele temporarily shifted her gaze from the portrait to the desk. Among the scattered stationery lay an ordinary-looking logbook. The paper seemed to be coated with a layer of black wax, which greatly improved the diary's waterproofing. However, this meant that it couldn't be written on with an ordinary pen. It appeared one had to scrape away the wax little by little with a small knife to reveal the red-based handwriting underneath. People from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom always love coming up with these inventions. Adele picked up the diary indifferently and flipped through it casually, then her expression gradually froze. January 3rd, the Pope was right. There really is something beyond that fog. It must be the divine kingdom he spoke of. Merciful God, may your wisdom guide me. January 4th, we finally passed through the fog. The power of wisdom is indeed infinite. Praise knowledge, praise wisdom. January 5th, we are closer to his divine kingdom. I can feel it, the pilgrimage is about to end. Following this were dozens of blank pages, until the last page, where the blood-like handwriting appeared again. January 10th, we will become the star. Chapter 332, Engagement Ring. We'll become the stars. For no reason, Adele felt a chill down her spine, as if something was staring at her back, making her restless. For a moment, she even wanted to directly order the ship to be scuttled, abandoning all the spoils, and head full speed to the next port. If anyone dared to resist, she would forcibly throw them overboard. However, this thought only flashed in her mind before disappearing. She was not yet as self-centered as Katerina. After much thought, Adele took out the citrine pendulum from her pocket, took a deep breath, and began to silently recite the divination phrase. There is contamination from the cosmos or underground on this ship. After reciting it 7 times, Adele opened her eyes and found that the citrine pendant was rotating counterclockwise. There is no contamination from the cosmos on the ship. Adele frowned. She had been mentally prepared for this ship to actually be from the cosmos or underground, tainted with some kind of contamination. This negative answer somewhat surprised her. The divination result from the citrine pendulum, given by Mr. Fool, could not be wrong. There must be something she hadn't discovered yet, Adele frowned in thought. Although the citrine pendulum bestowed by Mr. Fool was mystical, it was essentially just a pendulum, only able to provide yes or no answers. It couldn't divine detailed processes like a true seer, which meant Adele had to find the answer herself. Adele thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. She took the pendulum again and began to try a second divination phrase. I will be in mortal danger if I continue to stay on this ship. Opening her eyes again, the pendulum still rotated counterclockwise, with normal amplitude and frequency, a result that was clear in meaning and almost impossible to interpret further. Continuing to stay on the ship would not pose a threat to Adele's life. Within the pendulum's judgment range, irreversible transformation caused by losing control was also considered a life-threatening danger, indicating that there seemed to be no danger from various contaminations here. Although the divination result was unquestionable, Adele still felt uneasy. After all, everything here seemed so bizarre, yet the divination told her that it would not pose any threat to her life, and she could boldly proceed with privateering. This made it difficult for her to accept at once. How could there be no problem in such a place? Adele held the citrine pendulum and, somewhat stubbornly, tried multiple divinations, repeatedly confirming her safety. She asked 6 questions in a row before feeling that all loopholes had been plugged. Could it be that I'm just too suspicious? Adele looked at the diary spread open on the table, falling into hesitation. Could it be that spending too much time at sea has made my nerves too tense? No, Tracy was just as cautious as I was at first. Adele couldn't help but start to envy Tracy. Although the pirates under her command were also very greedy, they had been controlled by Tracy for many years. Although they quickly rebelled and followed Ramanu King after Trasus' disappearance, at least they wouldn't resist Trasus' orders, unlike herself, who now had to consider the consequences before ordering them to do anything. Adele's lament didn't last long, as Tracy soon entered, followed by Constantine. Both of them looked excited, as if they had discovered a new continent. How was the loot inspection? Seeing the two of them, Adele felt that something good had happened, so she asked. Just the things on this one ship make this voyage worthwhile. Tracy was beaming, her expression unusually lively from having just discovered a huge fortune. That exaggerated. Adele was a little disbelieving. Mr. Eggers, you went with Tracy. Please appraise our haul this time. Can it exceed £50,000? Although it's strange for me, a middle-class person, to say this, £50,000 really isn't much, especially compared to this haul. The collection on this single ship alone is enough to buy a baron in Lowen. In today's post-war devaluation of titles, perhaps even a viscount could be contended for. Constantine said in the Lowen accent unique to the southern continent, "It's hard to describe in words, why don't you come with us to the hold and see?" "All right, I'll take a look." Adele nodded, stood up, and made a, "please," gesture, "please lead the way. Honestly, it's a good thing you didn't order this sailing ship to be sunk, otherwise." Reaching the iron door of the hold, Constantine suddenly said with great emotion, "What I'm about to say might be a bit serious, but in the eyes of some nobles, you would probably become a sinner against humanity." "That's serious." Adele glanced at the large door. The door, which originally required a password to open, had now been removed by Constantine and Tracy. The metal door was indeed very sturdy, but the bulkheads were wooden, and Constantine's undead creatures easily destroyed the bulkheads and removed the door. Adele looked inside the room. What was displayed there was not the supplies and armaments Adele had imagined, but various works of art, meticulously categorized by chronological order, dazzling and overwhelming. Why works of art? Adele knew no one could answer her question, but she couldn't help but ask. This was not some blessed land, but a war zone between the Lowen Fenaport allied forces and the Baron colony. The eastern front was rainforest terrain, making land transport difficult. Therefore, the colonial resistance army's supplies were transported by sailing ships via sea, and dozens of fierce offensive and defensive battles had erupted in the coastal port cities of East Balam. And this empty ship from Intis not only had no one on board but also carried valuable works of art. Such a scene really didn't fit the bloody war zone. Tracy and Constantine said nothing, merely gazing at the artworks in the cabin with a somewhat obsessed look. These items were clearly carefully selected, all representing highly characteristic art forms of their respective eras. One could say that by seeing these things, one could glimpse a tributary of humanity's long river of history and infer fragments of the entire historical process. Do the sailors know about this? After Adele came to her senses, her first reaction was to ask urgently. No one knows yet. I forbade them from coming down to explore, citing a curse in the lower rooms. Tracy nodded in response. She hadn't entirely lied, as there really was a curse here, one she had placed herself to prevent rash sailors from stumbling in and discovering the artworks. Handing these artworks over to poorly educated pirate mercenaries and letting them trade them for beer. Even Tracy, who was a pirate herself, found it hard to give such an order, as it was practically a desecration of human civilization. Moreover, although most of the hundreds of artworks in this room had not been explicitly appraised on the market, even the jade artifact closest to the present time, similar artworks had already sold for over £1,000. Distributing such artworks as rewards to her naval subordinates. Not to mention whether the efforts of ordinary sailors were worth so much compensation. Even if an ordinary sailor were given an artwork worth over £1,000, could he keep it? Clearly, this chance was slim. Rather than hoping they could feign elegance, it would be better to pay them herself and offer a price they could afford. Well done. Continue the lockdown. Assign some sailors to the Nebuchadnezzar and have them sail this ship back to Baron's Port. We will escort them. Adele slowly paced along the display cabinets filled with various artworks. Later, call Wendy and the others over. Each Beander on the ship can pick one item as a spoil. 2/10 of the rest will go to His Excellency the Rear Admiral, 2/10 to the Church of the Earth Mother, 2/10 to the Night Church, and the remaining will be handed over to the kingdom. As for the ordinary sailors, just give each of them £100 as a bonus, they won't be able to keep more. Constantine nodded, signifying the Church's tacit approval of Adele's distribution method. Within the Church of the Earth Mother, it was an open secret that Emmeline White also believed in the Fool. That existence seemed not to worry that Emmeline's actions of proclaiming his name would displease the Mother Goddess. Constantine also knew that this Rear Admiral could also represent the Church of the Fool. As a church whose existence was tacitly approved by both the goddess and the Mother Goddess, it was very reasonable for the Church of the Fool to want a share, in Constantine's opinion. According to the oracles delivered by the Mother Goddess and the Goddess, when it came to the Church of the Fool, the internal members of the church could make significant concessions. Besides the competition for believers, which was a matter of individual ability and could not be conceded, the high-ranking deacons of the church could make substantial resource concessions. Now, Adele was only asking for 2/10 for Emmeline, which Constantine considered very restrained. It immediately set a price that made it very difficult for him to haggle, representing the maximum benefit that could be sought without affecting the relationship between both parties. However, in Tracis' eyes, it was another matter entirely. The royal family and the military take 2/10, the Knight Church takes 2/10, the Church of the Earth Mother takes 2/10. Tracy calculated in her mind, the vampires in the royal family are actually generous enough to give 4/10 to the public. Ever since meeting Emmeline White, she had always considered Adele to be part of the kingdom's military. Adele somewhat guessed this, but she was too lazy to correct it. If there are no problems, then the two of you can begin selecting now. Adele gestured towards the spacious hold. After this, whether it's sold or collected, His Excellency the Rear Admiral will not pursue it. Tracy and Constantine acknowledged, then walked into the jungle of display cabinets. Adele also walked in, beginning to carefully select items. While she said she was selecting, she actually avoided their gazes, secretly taking out her pendulum from her wrist and divining whether the artworks in the room posed any danger. She concluded that these were indeed ordinary collectibles without any Beyonder abilities, which finally put her mind at ease. Although she said everyone picked one, most of the other Beyonders on the ship were still single. A demoness like her, with a family, naturally had special circumstances, so picking 2 more gifts for her girlfriend and daughter, reasonable. The gift for Sophie was easy to choose. Children didn't know much about these things. After all, Adele hadn't spent much time with her and hadn't had time to instill knowledge about art identification. So, Adele quickly found a beautifully crafted windmill model, clearly the work of the Steam Church. Although according to the plan, by the time she returned, Sophie should be promoted to cold-blooded, and it was uncertain whether she could maintain her current innocence, Adele stubbornly chose this model. As for Vianata's gift, Tracy and Constantine seemed to have a consensus that Adele could take a bit more, and had deliberately placed it in a prominent position. It was a ruby ring, with 14 diamonds of varying sizes sparkling around the oval red main stone. The entire piece was crafted from platinum, and it still looked exceptionally brilliant even in the dim light of the ship's cabin. According to the small card attached, this was once a ring custom made by a noble of the Sauron family for his fiancée, but for some reason, it was never used. It had been processed by 12 jewelers over time and represented the jewelry processing technology of the Fourth Epoch. Noticing that Adele had found the ring, Tracy smiled at her. Constantine and I discussed it earlier. We both think that when you return this time, you'll need a ring that can make a statement. I'm not talking about a mystical item, but a more important ring. Adele was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood Tracis' words, and a rare warmth welled up in her heart. You're right, I really do need such a ring. Adele carefully took the ring out of the patent leather jewelry box, first measured it on her own finger, and then compared it to her memory of Vianata's finger thickness, confirming that the size was suitable. Although Vianata had once been from a gang, as a Beyonder, her body had not developed thick joints or distinct muscles as a result. Instead, she focused on flexibility and muscle explosiveness, which also meant her finger size wasn't too different from Adele's after she became a demoness. Constantine looked at Adele with a smile in his eyes and didn't say much, but Adele noticed that he also tucked a small box that looked like a jewelry box into his pocket. Its size seemed just right to hold a ring. No way, are his and Wendy's developments too fast? Adele was a little surprised, feeling that either Constantine was someone who liked to plan ahead and make arrangements, or her own development was too slow to keep up with the times. From meeting Vianata last October, Adele and her had been together for less than 4 months before starting to prepare for marriage, which Adele already considered quite fast. But seeing Constantine already preparing a ring now, Adele couldn't help but wonder if her worldview needed an update. Could it be that Wendy's Intis bloodline showed signs of awakening? Adele thought aimlessly. Chapter 333, The Contained Wishing Lamp. Resisting the urge to pry into the gossip about Constantine and Wendy, Adele brought her thoughts back to her own affairs. Aside from the gifts for Sophie and Vianata, she could also choose one item from the pile to keep for herself. She personally wasn't interested in such things, but no one would turn down money. Each of these artworks was worth over £1,000, so even taking a random one would be a decent trophy. However, if she was going to choose, it would be best to pick something that had practical use for her. Adele paced back and forth in the room, carefully considering. As for lacking money, she wasn't particularly short on it now. After all, she had genuinely spent over 10 years of her life in the East Borough, and even if she were to indulge herself, she wouldn't know what to do. When she was a personal butler in Baron Syndras's mansion, Baron Syndras, to maintain his own decorum, provided valuable clothing for his subordinates, and their rooms were lavishly decorated, to the extreme of luxury. However, until Adele finished assassinating Baron Syndras and left, feigning drowning, the luxuries and valuable clothes in her room remained largely untouched. Compared to the thrill-seeking and ostentatious ways of nobles accustomed to stable lives, Adele yearned for a calm and peaceful life, but unfortunately, she had no choice. Adele walked past the paintings of Riano and the sculptures of Trute. She didn't intend to choose these things, because they wouldn't be much better in her hands than in the hands of those sailors. Moreover, the style of these artworks didn't match her small home in Indo-Port, unless Adele planned to hang them in the toilet, but that would be an affront to culture and somewhat inappropriate. Turning around, Adele suddenly noticed that inside the glass display cabinet containing various artworks, there was also a notebook that seemed out of place among the ancient, period-specific art pieces. It was a small parchment-bound notebook, with some things written on its cover in the official language of Intis. Caesar's Daily Life Records. Adele awkwardly read the words on the book, her tongue almost cramping from Emperor Rosel's convoluted coined words. The grammar of this term was completely different from the common language. No matter how Adele pronounced it, it sounded strange. This system, like most of the systems Rosel promulgated at the time, was out of place with the ancient court. Judging by the literal meaning, it seems to be a record of Emperor Rosel's words and deeds by a minor official in the court. Even this was collected as an artifact. Adele was somewhat curious, opened the cabinet, took out the notebook, and flipped through it. The notebook was clearly not the original manuscript, having been transcribed and reprinted multiple times, and was exquisitely bound. The contents also made Adele marvel, focusing on Emperor Rosel's every move in the palace from shortly before he became emperor, when he suddenly had the idea to establish a daily life recorder, until his assassination and death. Flipping through it casually, Adele found that in his later years, Emperor Rosel often stood by the west-facing window of the palace, gazing out, often for an entire day. Afterwards, he would become exceptionally decadent, wasting a day in the palace, and then suddenly rouse himself, as if drawing some kind of spiritual power. Rosel very likely, like Wendy, was a person from the past. So he always looked to the west. Could it be that he already knew his homeland was on the west continent? Adele pondered, thinking this was very possible. After all, Emperor Rosel was the one who truly ushered in the age of exploration, and it was not impossible for him to have made discoveries during his voyages. Thinking of this, a person came to Adele's mind, the mother of Mrs. Hermit, Queen Mystic Bernadette. There were rumors at sea that she was Emperor Rosel's eldest daughter, and she herself did not deny this. However, she also had no need to deny such rumors, which didn't prove anything. Adele recalled Mrs. Hermit's attitude towards Emperor Rosel during the Tarot Club meeting, and her reaction when she saw the Demoness card. She already believed the rumor by 80% and planned to casually ask about it at the next meeting. Among the original members of the Tarot Club, these were already common knowledge, but they hadn't specifically mentioned it to Adele. Not just Adele, Adele also knew more or less about the identities of the other members of the Tarot Club. After all, the Tarot Club was no longer a secret organization, it was already a semi-public church tacitly approved by the Orthodox God churches. Although the members above the gray fog maintained a tacit understanding and did not call each other by their real names, even the newly joined Adele could infer the true identities of these members from their activity reports. Hermit, as one of the four kings, had such a resounding reputation that even if she wanted to conceal it, she couldn't. The Hanged Man's reputation in the Beander circle was second, but Adele previously had a devout Storm believers as a neighbor, and from him, she learned that a high priest of the Storm Church went on to become the Pope of the Church of the Sea God. As for Miss Audrey, she never intended to hide it from Adele from the start. Anyway, she was a dream weaver, so even if Adele wanted to leak secrets, could she? The son's reputation wasn't great, but he served in the Fool's Church, and his physical characteristics were so obvious that Adele, even without consciously thinking about it, knew the identity of this demi-giant. Moon Emlyn and the star Leonard were currently colleagues with Adele. Even if Adele hadn't met the star, she could always figure out the identity of her other superior. Judgment's identity was relatively mysterious, not showing much, but she once said during the Tarot Club that she had also worked as a bounty hunter in Backland. As an assassin, Adele had some understanding of the Beyonders who were active in the East Borough. As for why she could tell the other party was Zio, the gray fog could only obscure facial features, but the figure was still very obvious. It couldn't possibly be a child laborer of the Tarot Club. In contrast, the most mysterious member of the Tarot Club was Miss Magician, who had gone missing from the start. Adele suddenly realized that although Miss Magician had said from the beginning that she had written some short story collections about Mr. World, she used pseudonyms, which made Adele unaware of her true identity. Bringing her thoughts back to the daily life records, Adele directly skipped the main text and found that there were also color pages, as many as dozens of them. However, with just a glance, Adele's gaze instantly froze. The color pages after the main text seemed to be photographs of parts of Rosal's manuscript, used as documentation. Among them, about 80% were Rosal's symbols. Could this be Rosal's notes? Adele felt her breathing quicken and quickly flipped through, finding that there were over 20 pages recording the symbols Rosal invented. Unlike the later imitations collected by Adele, which were intentionally written very large for mysticologist research, these were photographs of the original manuscripts, containing a great deal of information. Originally, Adele didn't understand these, she just collected some of Rosal's diaries out of respect for him. But now, times were different. She had Wendy, another transmigrator from ancient times, by her side. Although she kept this secret in the Tarot Club, it didn't stop her from privately taking these to Wendy for translation. I just need to find a way to avoid Constantine. Adele frowned. This wasn't easy, because Constantine was full of the uninhibited passion characteristic of southern continent people. Even Wendy, who knew nothing about love, was completely captivated by him. The two of them were now like a pair of flies stuck together with salad dressing, always clinging to each other, emitting sweet buzzing sounds. Never mind, those are matters for later. Adele temporarily set this aside, walked out of the treasure room in the lower deck, had Tracy reseal the lower deck, and then called a sailor to inform the Snow Wind's chef that the celebration tonight would proceed as usual. Meanwhile, on the Reflection Star, a banquet was also being held here. However, compared to the banquet happening on Earth, this one was clearly more high-end, closer to a miracle. The entire gray-black church had vanished, replaced by a huge banquet hall of white marble. Red curtains, gleaming inlaid floors, many tables placed amidst green columns, with gold, silver, and glassware sparkling on the white tablecloths. On the dais was a long table, extending from one end of the hall to the other, about 100 feet long, with the other tables arranged in rows at right angles to the dais. Two magnificent giant chandeliers hung from the high red and gold ceiling, countless frosted glass round lamps on the chandeliers shining brightly. Ornate wall lamps also glittered dazzlingly on the walls. Walking among the seats were servants whose faces were obscured. Some served with golden wine vessels, others danced in thin gauze skirts, surrounding Antigonus, Ammon, and Furs, who sat at the head table. This atmosphere made Furs feel quite uncomfortable. Although she had attended many noble balls in Loan, the scene and atmosphere there were completely different from Antigonus's banquet. There, everyone was a noble, or at least a friend of a noble, but here, she was probably the only one who could be called human, sitting nervously with two angels, engaging in an activity that was already meaningless to them. Fortunately, eating and drinking were not what they truly cared about. This banquet was merely a gesture from Antigonus. In their eyes, what truly mattered were matters beyond sequence. Tell me how you've been doing all these years. Amon's face still bore that slightly frivolous smile, his tone casual, as if he was merely asking what the other party had for breakfast today. Antigonus pondered for a moment. How should I put it? Actually, I should have reminded the next fool not to accept the wishing lamp's gift, especially not to accept the miracle invoker characteristic it offered. But since you are here, it means the current fool is not as foolish as you say. Perhaps the appearance you see now is just my deception. Amon's smile remained brilliant, but no matter how Furs looked at it, it seemed like Amon was being stubborn. If you say so, then so be it. Antigonus nodded indifferently, but I no longer need to contend with you for the position of Lord of the Mysteries. Your deception serves no other purpose for me and would only waste your time listening to the story. Amon sighed with a smile. All right, you win, continue. Hearing this, Antigonus's eyes became a little dazed. He recalled for a while and then spoke. Before being imprisoned in the Hornassus mountain range by the Evernight goddess, I actually used half of the fool's abilities to make a series of attempts, reversing my past and future. Creating this projection was only a part of it. At that time, I controlled part of the fool's authority and fully realized the disaster we were about to face, and began to seriously consider whether I, even if I became the true fool, could cope with this disaster. So your answer is, no. Amon's expression was quite playful, as if he had a morbid interest in seeing others admit their shortcomings. Whether it's fooling, grafting, or your error, all require a certain connection and similarity between the two. Antigonus touched the coarse, black, short hair on his cheek, like wolf bristles, and a hint of showmanship appeared in his indifferent expression. I needed new power, but most of the authority I could acquire through normal means was in the hands of others. And it was at this time that I discovered the wishing lamp. Antigonus said this, revealing a rare smile. Oh, I haven't told you yet, have I? Sealed in that lamp is the consciousness of the Son of Chaos, and this planet is the concretization of the Son of Chaos's authority, which is the nation of disorder. That celestial worthy back then was truly a terrifying figure. Even a powerful outer god like the Son of Chaos could have his spirit torn out and sealed by him. The mother tree of desire and the mother goddess of depravity will more or less affect the pathways corresponding to the portions of Sephira they control, but only the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways, which belong to the Son of Chaos, are exceptions. This is the best proof. Antigonus reached out and pointed to his glabella, where there was a golden symbol Furs had never seen before, similar to a combination of the Loan royal families, Sword of Judgment, and the Intis royal families, Crown of Thorns. And if I wanted the Son of Chaos's authority, I needed to create similarities between myself and the Son of Chaos. If I wanted to contain the Son of Chaos's authority, then I had to make the wishing lamp and my authority connect. And the method was very simple. Antigonus slowly grinned, making Furs feel inexplicably terrified. The wishing lamp you saw is no longer the original wishing lamp sealed by that Lord of the Mysteries. Because the original wishing lamp has already been contained by me. Chapter 334, Nightfall. In the vast palace, although the sound of instruments was still incessant, Furs found that her attention had unconsciously completely drifted from the beautiful music, and was entirely drawn to Antigonus's story. When I was still half a fool, I used my own Beander characteristic to swallow the entire divine lamp, including the consciousness of the Son of Chaos sealed within it. Antigonus recounted with a self-mocking tone, at that time, I had just assimilated the uniqueness and was only a step away from becoming a true god. Actively assimilating the consciousness of the Son of Chaos was also one of my goals at the time. I wanted to personally experience the invasion of their consciousness. The result, as you all know, was that my body completely lost control, showing signs of madness, and I was eventually sealed by Ammonizes in the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. Antigonus's tone was calm and indifferent, as if he was talking about a story completely unrelated to him, and what he lost was not the fool's godhood that he had pursued his entire life, but some trivial trifle. However, the failure of this plan also cut off my retreat, so I had to initiate the current plan, eventually becoming half a Son of Chaos. After Antigonus finished speaking, he smiled faintly, making his countenance appear a bit more mysterious and unfathomable. Quote. Don't you regret it? Aemon was silent for a moment, then asked, seemingly not very puzzled, but with a casual tone as if just mentioning it in passing. I know how long you prepared for this, fool's godhood. To give it up so easily and pursue a future you can't clearly see, don't you regret it at all? You lay dormant from the dark ages of the first radiance of fire, and came to the northern continent with your sister. Wasn't it to find an opportunity to assimilate the uniqueness of the fool and the meander characteristic of the attendant of mysteries? Aemon picked up a silver dinner fork from the table and toyed with it, continuing to chatter. Whether it's advancing to attendant of mysteries and completely transforming yourself into a human, or now abandoning the stable fool's godhood to gamble on a future that even an angel of kings from the seer pathway like you can't clearly see, none of these seem like things a born mythical creature would do. We are all born mythical creatures, but you seem to have gradually developed humanity. Antigonus listened quietly to Amon's question, then replied with a half-smile, half-sigh. Yes, the prayers and feedback from my believers are faithfully conveyed to my ears. They wish for me to become a certain way, to bring them a certain miracle, and as a miracle invoker, I will spontaneously respond to such prayers, regardless of my own will. Their collective consciousnesses converge, forming my humanity. Although it is very weak, I can clearly perceive this difference. Antigonus pointed to his chest. Sometimes, this difference brings trouble, but sometimes it makes you feel that these troubles are worth it. Aemon frowned and said with a definite tone, your change is too great, even you before being contaminated didn't have such abundant humanity. Of course. Antigonus nodded, this is a kind of knowledge stored in the power origin of the Son of Chaos, belonging to order. Not only can the Son of Chaos use it, but other outer deities can theoretically do so as well. Although I cannot suppress madness, after grasping the bottom line of madness, in other words, a bottom line where exceeding it would lead to complete descent into the abyss, I can achieve such things. After Antigonus finished speaking, half of his face suddenly disintegrated, turning into constantly wriggling transparent maggots again, making the other half of his face appear as grotesque as a sea anemone, sickening anyone who looked at it. Furs still had Amon's high-sequence clone parasitic within her body, which prevented her from losing consciousness the moment she saw this scene. However, even so, she still felt dizzy. I can separate madness and sanity in terms of time or space, and the proportion is up to me. Antigonus placed his hand on the wriggling part, which quickly returned to normal, growing new skin and new short black hair. For example, I can let a portion of the spirit of worms that make up my body go out of control, while another portion remains normal, or I can make myself more sane than mad on odd-numbered days, and more mad than sane on even-numbered days. The fact that I can speak to you like this now is also thanks to this discovery. Seeing Amon's slight disbelief, Antigonus didn't mind and continued to explain on his own. To replace the Son of Chaos, I swallowed the wishing divine lamp, and after my main body went mad, I sent the separated divine lamp out of the goddess's divine kingdom, isolating it from the fool's uniqueness. Otherwise, he might have used this rule in reverse to become half a fool, or even further, half a lord of the mysteries. But those are later matters. The important thing is that I established a connection between myself and the divine lamp through a ritual of consumption. The consciousness of the Son of Chaos is connected to the nation of disorder, and I am connected to the divine lamp. These are the preconditions for this miracle to happen. What happened next was completely beyond my control. Just like now, if the wishing divine lamp really returned to the nation of disorder, I don't think I, with only a solidified remnant, could contend with him. Moreover, because the past and future of this historical projection are reversed, before the apocalypse, I will regress to my initial state, which is that of a miracle invoker. Antigonus regrettably said, although I also saw the arrival of the apocalypse, my current state cannot serve as combat power. At most, I can only help you secure the position of the Son of Chaos, preventing his power from being stolen by other outer deities, which would cause an even greater threat. Furs listened quietly, gradually understanding Antigonus's concerns. The Sephira of the nation of disorder had been masterless ever since the celestial worthy pulled out and sealed the consciousness of the Son of Chaos. Even the city of Calamity, sealed in the West Continent, had undergone mutations and developed humanity. It was equally possible for the nation of disorder, located in the cosmos, which was akin to a cradle for outer deities, to also undergo mutations and develop an independent consciousness or be occupied by other outer deities. Antigonus had foreseen this possibility and realized that it could bring new calamities to the northern continent, so he used his own method to delay the nation of disorder. The price was abandoning the fool's godhood that he had pursued for thousands of years, leaving behind only an illusory bubble that would completely disappear into the depths of the cosmos in a few years. Amon's lips twitched slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately did not. After a long while, he inexplicably turned to Furs and asked with a frown. Is this, what you humans call, courage, and sacrifice? It's truly difficult to understand, but I think I'm beginning to grasp it a little. Raging sea, on the Nebuchadnezzar. The wooden carrack was anchored at sea, with the snow wind standing guard nearby like a sentinel. Unlike the silence on the snow wind, the deck of the Nebuchadnezzar was brightly lit, and the vulgar songs of the former pirate mercenaries echoed over the sea, with a unique southern continent flavor. Due to the cleanliness of the sailor's sailboat, and the fact that the ironclad ship's style was indeed not suitable for similar activities, the dinner originally scheduled to be held on the snow wind was changed to the deck of the Nebuchadnezzar. Although Adele, out of caution, did not completely lift the restrictions on dark beer, and tonight only 2 barrels of dark beer were available for over 100 people on board, this still couldn't dampen the sailors' high spirits. Singing and dancing, holding a banquet on their own carrack, surrounded by plundered supplies, with roasted meat sizzling on the stove, and the captain having generously promised each of them a minimum base salary of £50 after landing, what could possibly spoil the good mood of this group? Adele couldn't think of anything, nor did she want to be the one to spoil their good mood, so she grabbed some food, avoided the crowd, and stood by the rail of the Nebuchadnezzar, gazing at the calm sea under the crimson moonlight. The aroma of slightly charred meat, the faint malty sweetness emanating from the beer barrels, mixed with the salty sea breeze, filled her nostrils, allowing her mind to be fully relaxed and giving her the leisure to carefully ponder the events of the day. The divination hadn't revealed anything unusual here, but she still instinctively felt something was wrong. If it weren't for the survivor's hidden blade consuming a large amount of luck, she probably would have been able to find the correct divination statement when she tried this afternoon. Adele sighed. Although the divination statements all yielded safe revelations, she always felt that she had overlooked something, and the seemingly flawless divination was actually based on a fallacy, which made her feel very uneasy. Looking at the shimmering sea, Adele was somewhat lost in thought, pondering repeatedly. However, her deep contemplation did not last long. Soon, she saw a bright red curly hair drifting over, accompanied by a somewhat flustered trembling voice, appearing in her field of vision. Wendy's face was already flushed with excitement, nodding repeatedly like a little girl praised by her teacher for the first time, echoing Constantine's occasional slightly suggestive jokes. This was common in the southern continent, but for Wendy, it was still too stimulating. Adele sighed and coughed lightly to remind them that someone was there, lest Constantine, that enthusiastic and bold young man from the southern continent, continue to do things that would embarrass her. As Adele expected, Constantine's expression didn't change much, but Wendy immediately let out a short gasp, jumping back a small step like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Sorry to interrupt you, but I need to borrow my chief engineer. Adele tried to make her voice sound normal. I have something to discuss with her. Quote. So, you think there's a problem with this ship? After listening to Adele, Wendy's expression finally became serious. I originally wanted to sink this ship directly or return, but the sailor's attitude wouldn't allow me to do that. Adele was a little troubled, so I plan to patrol with you secretly. At least a few Beyonders need to keep watch. Why not find others? Wendy asked subconsciously, aren't your sequences, Natalie, more suitable for such things? Adele paused awkwardly. How to put it? I don't want to cause a commotion. After all, such suspicion will affect their mindset to some extent. I don't want to see them quit halfway. So I won't affect their mindset. Wendy was about to ask, but her peripheral vision caught the surroundings of several demonesses on the deck, realizing that although most of the sailors on the ship seemed to be bragging, in reality, they would occasionally cast their gaze towards those radiant demonesses. Well, I'm indeed not as eye-catching as them. Wendy sighed, resignedly nodded, took the pistol Adele handed her, and walked down the wooden gangway with her. Wendy led the way with a lantern, while Adele, who was of a higher sequence and had more comprehensive abilities, followed half a meter behind her to her left, ready to pull her back at any time to prevent accidents. This scene inexplicably reminded Adele of when she explored the hotel with Chow Chow, Wendy's predecessor, in that underground city. They also walked like this in an unfamiliar environment, on tenterhooks, fearing that something would go wrong the next second. Wendy also sensed this atmosphere, and seemed to speak to alleviate the awkwardness. "Oh, right, you said you found a notebook among the artifacts that recorded Emperor Rosal's court life in his later years, with photos of his strange symbols at the end." Adele was about to nod in affirmation, but just then, the keen senses brought by being an assassin suddenly made her detect an anomaly in the air's scent. Without time to explain to Wendy, she directly pressed down on Wendy's shoulder, making her stop, then sniffed repeatedly to confirm again. Indeed, though very faint, it was unmistakably the smell of fresh blood, and not far from Adele's and Wendy's position. Following the direction of the scent, Adele saw a room that was still lit. Through the glass window on the door, she could see the candlelight flickering slightly inside the room. "This is Wagner's room." Adele swallowed, gestured to Wendy who had retreated to her side, and then manipulated frost to grow from the ground, forming several mirrors that allowed her to see the scene inside the room through their reflection. The window in the room was wide open, and Wagner was slumped over the desk, his lifeless eyes wide open. A sharp bayonet was plunged into his back, piercing straight through his heart. His blood had almost completely drained, forming a dark red pool on the floor that reflected the candlelight. Chapter 335, Chain of Events. This month, I expect another placeholder fanfiction chapter, likely on the evening of the 25th. I have an exam on the 26th and am trying to make a final push. There should be 3 more exams in June, but they should all be finished by June 12th. As I mentioned in the reader group, in mid-June, likely starting from the 15th, I will do double updates for a week to compensate for the missed updates during this period. Dead. Wendy whispered, though her tone was questioning. She didn't actually need anyone to answer her. So Adele didn't answer. After confirming there were no issues in the room via reflection, she cautiously entered. The porthole in the cabin was open, and the crimson moonlight shone on the crime scene, making the atmosphere exceptionally eerie. Adele carefully walked over to Wagner's side, checking his wounds while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. With an assassin's keen perception of life states, even without further confirmation, Adele knew that Wagner was thoroughly dead and beyond any means of rescue. She didn't even want to try divination or spiritualism, wasting her own spirituality. Therefore, she merely tried to examine his wounds, hoping to glean some information, at least to understand what had killed Wagner, who was already a Sequence 9 assassin, and how it was done. Wagner's wound wasn't large, but it was precise and fatal, piercing directly through his heart from behind. An assassin easily backstabbed through the heart. This was as ridiculous as a sailor drowning or a hunter dying from an infected rabbit bite. What's more, the other party didn't even use a divine weapon. This knife is Wagner's own. Adele glanced at the hilt still embedded in Wagner's back, identifying its original owner from the ornate embellishments. He likes to hang his weapons on the rack by the door. I told him it wasn't a good habit, but a former Lord of Storm's believer isn't always easy to persuade. Adele said, scanning the surroundings. After everyone on the Nebuchadnezzar disappeared, this became the temporary residence of Vice Captain Wagner. The decor was quite elaborate, predominantly bright yellow and grand. The coffee table, sofa, and other items showed no anomalies, only the small carpet in the center of the room was stained with fresh red blood, slowly spreading towards Adele. There are no signs of struggle or a fight. Wagner didn't detect the assailant's approach and was killed instantly with his own sailor's knife from behind. Based on the residual footprints on the carpet, Adele quickly reconstructed part of the scene in her mind. Although he wasn't an excellent assassin, he practiced with me for half a month and barely got started. He shouldn't have made such a low-level error. Adele frowned slightly. This made her quite displeased, as if the other party hadn't just killed Wagner, but had slapped her across the face. Most Beyonders of the Demoness pathway are protective of their own. This is due to the spiritual imprint remaining in the Beyonder potion. In Adele's view, although someone like Wagner deserved to be hanged for attempting to hijack the ship to become a pirate, since she had decided to use him for something, his death now was a different matter entirely. So, What should we do next? Wendy asked timidly. Although she was accustomed to death, she still couldn't be completely indifferent to murder. Let me think. Adele pondered for a moment. Originally, she wanted to stay here herself and have Wendy notify the others on the ship to stop the banquet and immediately return to their cabins to be on alert. However, considering Wendy's authority wasn't as high as her own, sending her to do such an offending task wasn't ideal, so she abandoned that idea. Moreover, she was currently isolated at sea, and the murderer or murderers might not have left the ship. In such a situation, letting Wendy go alone was also inappropriate. Similarly, she couldn't leave Wendy alone here either. After all, Miss Paramanthea, although she had reached sequence 7, barely crossing the threshold of the mid-sequence, still lacked active abilities for direct combat, and her physical fitness was not as formidable as a weapon master of the same sequence 7. To put it more plainly, she was a blank slate, and a blank slate with little combat experience. In this regard, even Cao Cao in her previous life might have been stronger, at least Cao Cao had fought against those indescribable creatures. It was strange, when she asked Wendy about Cao Cao, Wendy didn't remember becoming a member of the action team at all, only that an accident occurred shortly after she arrived at the archipelago, but what exactly the accident was, she had strangely overlooked it until now. After careful consideration, Adele moved Wagner's body aside and began rummaging through a drawer for ritual items. Anyway, everything that needed to be seen had been seen. Even if she forgot something later, she could pray to the fool above the gray fog, and even details she had seen but not noticed before would come back to her, which was very convenient. Soon, Adele took out a large conch shell from the drawer. Unlike ordinary shells, its pattern spiraled to the left, which could fetch a high price from collectors and also served as a good magical prop. Adele plucked a black strand of hair and wrapped it around the shell. She then saw the hair strand burn intensely, black, warm flames licking and enveloping Adele's right hand holding the shell, yet producing no burn marks. Adele's expression was normal. She picked up the conch shell and spoke clearly into its opening. The banquet is suspended. Everyone immediately find a cabin in groups of 4, or more if 4 isn't enough. Absolutely no solitary action. Maintain a state of readiness. If anyone tries to open your cabin door, you are permitted to open fire first. When the alarm is lifted, we will light a small black flame inside each cabin for identification. All beyonders, please proceed to the vice captain's room on the middle deck of the sailboat. Again, do not go alone. Those who did not attend the banquet for any reason should remain in their respective cabins and not move around freely. Amplified by black magic, her voice spread to every corner of the ship, startling the sailors who were still immersed in the banquet atmosphere. Though unwilling, they skillfully took their positions. Before the black flame on the conch burned out, Adele spoke the last word. Then, she didn't continue to move Wagner, who was lying on the floor, but stood aside with Wendy, facing each other, each watching the other's back. Soon, Tracy and Constantine appeared at the door almost simultaneously, both carrying their weapons. Adele also noticed the small bottle containing a bit of mist hanging from Tracis' waist. The 4 members of the demoness sect did not transfer to the ship. They were not combat personnel, similar in role to Wendy, so they were still on the ironclad ship. What happened? Mother Goddess above. Constantine gasped briefly, is this your vice captain? This is not a good sign. Tracy and Adele exchanged glances. Adele could see the unconcealed seriousness and worry in her eyes. Initially, Adele and Tracis' instincts told them there was danger here, but Tracy had only recently joined the kingdom's military and was eager to prove herself. Moreover, unlike Adele, Tracy, who had long been famous, felt a strange arrogance when facing these southern continent warships, which was also why the kingdom's military wanted to use her name. When I arrived, he hadn't been dead long, but he was completely gone, with no spiritual body remaining. Adele temporarily ignored Tracy and explained to Constantine, who was crouching down trying to commune with the corpse, the assailant is either very professional, or their attack inherently carries a similar effect. Is that so? That's truly a pity. Constantine shrugged and stood up. Do you think it's related to the ship we captured today? No clear evidence, but it's highly possible. Adele nodded, then shook her head. However, we'd best analyze based on this consensus. Who will set up a spirituality wall? The demoness's black magic had different focuses. Adele needed various materials to use black magic. Although she knew many spells, she was certainly not as good as Constantine and Tracy in creating a spirituality wall. Since there were others present, there was no need for her to do it herself. Tracy and Constantine also understood her meaning. They each made a gesture in the air, and two spirituality walls completely sealed the room, covering even the ceiling and floor. After all, they didn't know the extent of the possible murderers, control over the ship, or if they might overhear their conversation, so taking precautions beforehand was best. For the autopsy, I'm not as professional as you, Constantine, so I'll leave it to you. Adele nodded slightly to Constantine, who quickly agreed. Adele then turned to Tracy. Let's re-examine this cabin together to see if there are any new discoveries. Adele's words were cut short as a gust of sea wind suddenly blew in through the open window. This purely natural phenomenon would not be sealed by the spirituality wall, blowing the draft paper on the table, which rustled and flew, instantly making the vice captain's room messy. But no one paid attention to that. Everyone stared with grim faces at the few lines of Intis text that had been covered by Wagner's corpse and the draft paper. The words were carved harshly into the wooden table with a knife, the strokes stiff and angular, like those left by a child learning to write for the first time. Yet, the force was considerable, almost piercing through the wood. The exposed white wood core was now stained dark red with blood, looking quite horrifying. It was a record Adele had seen once in the captain's logbook, only the pronoun had changed. You will become the star. For a moment, no one in the room spoke, only the old chiming clock on the wall ticked and talked. What does this sentence mean? Tracy was the first to react, hastily asking Adele. When I first boarded this ship, I went to the captain's cabin and saw the captain's logbook there, which contained similar words. Adele answered subconsciously, then seemed to suddenly remember something, slapping her forehead and saying to the others. We need to get that logbook back. Constantine, you and Wendy stay here. Tracy and I will go to the captain's cabin to retrieve that notebook. The captain's cabin and the vice captain's room weren't far apart. With Adele and Trass's speed, even including the search process, it would only take a few minutes. But even so, Adele insisted on moving in pairs, absolutely not giving the opponent any opportunity. Tracy and the other two naturally had no objections. The vice admiral of disease stepped forward and, together with Adele, left the room and headed upstairs to the captain's cabin at the same position. At this time, the sailors who had boarded in the afternoon, originally from the Snow Wind, had already reached their respective rooms, wiping down sabers and loading bullets into high-pressure steam rifles. The corridor was empty, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, with only the faint creaking of Adele's and the others' long boots on the wooden stairs. These sounds were quite fatal during stealth operations, but fortunately, Adele and the other didn't need to act stealthily now, so they had no such concerns and quickly arrived at the captain's cabin. In the captain's cabin, the large dining table was still in its original place, positioned to one side of the room. On the quartermaster's workbench, the quartermaster's navigation tools, maps, and charts were scattered. Several sharpened pencils and a magnifying glass lay on the table, as if the research-oriented room owner had only recently left. Tisk, it's really messy here. What does that navigation notebook look like? I'll help you find it, we need to hurry. Tracy clicked her tongue in annoyance, just about to urge Adele to hurry up, when Adele stared at the scene in the room, stunned. What's wrong? Tracy was a bit puzzled. When I came this afternoon, it was even messier than now, but now it looks tidier. Adele tilted her head, somewhat confused as to why, but she quickly understood. Someone took something from here. A space that was originally cluttered with many things, after some items are removed, will appear much tidier even if the remaining items are still scattered. This was also the theoretical basis for Vianata's belief that, the best storage method is a large house. Thinking of this, Adele subconsciously cast her gaze towards the large table in the center. After seeing the last page of the logbook, Adele had placed the notebook there face down for convenience in divination. However, where was the shadow of that parchment-bound logbook on the table? Today's words were written in a hurry. I got sidetracked in the group chat for a while and didn't have time to check again. If there are any typos or anything, please reply directly. I'll update first and revise later. If too much time passes, I won't be able to revise it. Chapter 336, 3 stars. Staring intently at the spot where the nautical logbook had vanished, Adele's expression grew serious. What happened? Tracy noticed her unusual look and quickly asked. That diary disappeared, Adele quickly said. Just in case, let's search the room again. Adele hadn't been in the storage room for long, so how much preparation had that killer, or rather, those hidden killers, managed to make in that time? Just thinking about it gave Adele a headache. Could this ship be a ghost ship? The first thing that came to Adele's mind was this legend that had circulated on the sea for a long time. As far as Adele knew, Mr. Hanged Man's Blue Avenger was a ghost ship, built during the Tudor era. If this was a ghost ship, and the perpetrators were ghost sailors, then everything would make sense. However, if this ship were a ghost ship, Constantine, as a spirit guide, couldn't possibly be unresponsive, as the ability to see and command spirits was a characteristic of his sequence. Although he was inferior to a spirit warlock of the darkness pathway in controlling such pure spiritual bodies, Constantine absolutely couldn't fail to see that this was a ghost ship, and he would definitely have warned Adele and the others beforehand. Furthermore, mid-sequence Beyonders could also be hiding on the ship. What Britain could achieve back then, others could achieve too. With careful coordination among multiple Beyonders, executing a perfect murder wouldn't be difficult. Adele glanced at Tracy, knowing that her guess was similar to her own, and felt slightly relieved, signaling for her to search for the notes together. Adele deployed the grappling hook on the back of her hidden blade and roughly pried open several locked cabinets inside the captain's cabin. Logically speaking, she wouldn't put the notes somewhere she didn't even know how to open, but the current situation clearly defied logic. Different parts of the survivor's hidden blade had different side effects. The side effect of using the grappling hook was the possibility of random mistakes when climbing buildings. Compared to the blade that caused people to sink immediately upon touching water, and the crossbow bolt that consumed luck, this side effect was relatively acceptable. Due to the hidden blade's marvelous mechanism, side effects began to accumulate as soon as the relevant part was deployed. However, apart from the blade, the other components took time to unfold, making it difficult to leisurely switch forms when encountering an enemy in such a passive environment. The iron hook on the hidden blade was quite easy to use. Adele didn't expend much effort to pry open the cabinet, and was surprised to find it almost empty. There were no captain's clothes, no hidden savings, and certainly none of the captain's collection of fine wine. Inside the dusty cabinet, a single sheet of paper lay quietly face up, the writing upon it crimson like blood. On the white paper with curled edges, 3 bloody 5-pointed stars were drawn, and beneath them, a short message in Intis language was written using the same unknown liquid. On the first night, 3 stars rose. What does this mean? Does 1 star represent 1 person? Tracy guessed. Although Adele was reluctant to accept it, this explanation clearly made sense. In other words, there are 2 more corpses we haven't found. Tracy's face darkened. Should we mobilize the sailors to search together? No, let them stay in their respective rooms. Adele distractedly grabbed a handful of hair. Take that paper. We'll go back and tell Wendy and the others, and then the 2 of us will patrol the entire ship to find the remaining 2 people. What about after that? How will you handle it once we find them? Tracy stood up and asked casually. I'm not sure yet, but we have to do something. If necessary, I might abandon the ship. Adele made a decisive choice. After all, this was a matter concerning the lives of everyone on the ship. She couldn't afford to be indecisive. Even before there were clear signs, Adele had already doubted the safety of this ship, but lacking direct evidence, she couldn't stop the subordinates who hadn't been completely subdued yet. Now, the potential death of 3 people was enough to make those sailors, whose minds were slightly clouded due to returning to their old ways, reevaluate the pros and cons. Although this might sound foolish, once there are many people, various ideas arise, leading to disagreements, making it difficult for decisions to be executed on time. Even though Adele was once an instigator, she couldn't instantly influence everyone's thoughts like mind control. A certain opportunity was needed as guidance. And now, Wagner's death was that opportunity. Adele couldn't tell if she was depressed or relieved. At least now there was a reason to order the sailors to abandon the ship. Soon, Adele and Tracy greeted Wendy, and began inspecting the cabins room by room. Of course, before entering, Adele didn't forget to light a black flame inside the door as a signal, informing the sailors inside of the abnormality on the ship, instructing them to take turns keeping watch, and to gather on the deck early tomorrow morning. Assassins are also very sensitive to the perception of death and blood, and operating in the darkness did not reduce their efficiency. They soon found the navigator's corpse in the cabin used for storing beer. Compared to Wagner, his death was much stranger. Before Adele and Tracy found his corpse, face bruised and purple, skin shriveled, he was burying his head in a beer barrel full of beer. The floor was covered in beer stains splashed by his struggles. The illusory scales on his body haven't disappeared yet, Adele said to Tracy after a careful inspection. Possessing blue-green illusory scales on the body surface is one of the characteristics of the sailor pathway. Unlike the dragon scales of the spectator pathway, the scales of Beyonders on the sailor pathway resemble fish scales more closely. An assassin killed by a backstab, a sailor drowned in a beer barrel. What does the other party mean by this? Is it provocation? Adele suppressed her anger and said in a deep voice. The people who were killed were all alone. Tracy didn't answer, murmuring to herself, seemingly having discovered something. If the attacker is a member of this ship, does that mean they aren't confident enough in their own strength to deal with multiple crew members simultaneously? I don't think that's realistic. Adele looked back at the corpse lying on the kitchen floor. They had already left and were preparing to continue searching for the third victim who had turned into a star. Whether it was Wagner or the stoker, they were Beyonders. Their combat power shouldn't be weaker than any combination of 2 or 3 ordinary sailors. Even if the killer started with the weakest, it makes no sense to ignore weaker people and choose to attack Beyonders. Adele frowned. This is likely a Beyonder event based on a certain rule. And the condition for not being attacked is very likely not being alone. If only that were the case. Tracy sighed, and the two continued their search. They searched every remaining room on the ship but still didn't find the third missing person. That's strange. Does the writing on that paper have another meaning? Adele was puzzled. At this moment, she and Tracy had arrived on the deck. Because Adele's emergency notice was too rushed, the sailors didn't have time to properly clean up the banquet site, resulting in chaos on the deck, with empty bottles and fish bones discarded in the corners. At this time, dark clouds covered the sky. The crimson moonlight had been obscured by black clouds while the two were searching the cabin. Only a few windproof lamps remained on the ship's deck, looking exceptionally conspicuous on the dark sea, echoing the snow wind in the distance. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind blew the clouds apart. Moonlight, scarlet like blood, shone directly down, illuminating the deck brightly. Empty beer barrels rolled back and forth, making a rumbling sound, before plunging into the sea. Adele subconsciously looked up and saw a figure with bulging eyes hanging above the crow's nest, suspended between wrist-thick sail ropes. The knotted tung oil sail rope was wrapped twice around his neck, strangling him in midair, forming a natural gallows. It seems this is the third one. Tracy opened her mouth, swallowed the words she was about to say, and simply repeated the reality before her in a daze. We need to figure out how to get him down. Adele quickly made up her mind. I'll go up, and you watch me from below. No, you go up instead. The gaps between the sail ropes were small, and the crow's nest was also narrow, leaving no room for both of them to go up and operate together. That's right, my sequence is higher, so it will be easier to handle any problems that arise. Tracy didn't dwell on such matters. As a pirate general, she had seen scenes far stranger than the current one, so she wouldn't haggle with Adele over potential danger. Or rather, she genuinely believed that since her sequence was higher, she should undertake the more dangerous task, which fit her status. Adele nodded, watching Tracy release white silk threads to pull herself upward. She suddenly changed her mind, certainly not intending for Tracy to take the fall. Rather, her goal was the exact opposite. Because just now, Adele suddenly realized something. During her divination process, she had tried to divine her own safety, using the divination statement, "It is safe to remain on this sailboat," and received a positive answer. Although Mr. Fool's citrine pendant couldn't divine events completely unrelated to the holder, its divination results regarding the holder's personal safety had never been wrong. Adele recalled the entities she had seen in the outer deity ruins that required line-of-sight restrictions. If her guess was correct, the pattern of anomalies appearing on this ship might also be related to line of sight. If that were the case, the dangerous position wasn't for the person ascending the crow's nest, but for the person watching from below, at least, the person above would be absolutely safe until the person below was killed. Now, I can only trust that Mr. Fool's divination won't deceive me. Adele took a deep breath, secretly weaving a layer of anti-stab silk armor inside the back of her clothes using silk threads. At the same time, she concentrated her mind, keeping her eyes on the ascending Tracy, but focusing her attention on her visual blind spots. Tracy's figure rapidly ascended, the silk threads around her body quickly hooking onto the sail ropes and the mast, pulling her to the highest point of the sailboat. Then, she deftly brought her hands together and apart, pulling out an ice knife, cutting the sail rope wrapped around the lookout's neck, and then slowly lowered the tragically killed body using thin threads. During this oppressive period, Adele was relieved to find that no anomaly appeared near her. But why was she special? Adele hadn't figured out the answer yet when Tracy landed in front of her with the corpse. I checked roughly up there. There were no other external injuries, he was simply strangled directly by the sail rope. Tracy pointed to the corpse on the ground. Noticing the change in Adele's expression, she quickly pressed, "Judging by your look, do you have a clue?" "Not exactly a clue, just a guess." Adele didn't look at the corpse but turned to Tracy. "Although you specialize in magic mirror divination, I still want to ask, do you understand pendulum divination?" "A little," Tracy answered briefly. Regardless of whether this was Tracy being humble, a dignified pirate general and a demoness renowned for high spirituality certainly had much better divination skills than ordinary divination club enthusiasts. And the test Adele wanted to perform only required the level of a divination enthusiast. "That's perfect. Take this and try it." Adele unwound the pendulum wrapped around her wrist and placed it in Trace's hand. "This is a mystical item that can increase the success rate of divination. Use it for a pendulum divination, and choose the statement, 'I will be in mortal danger if I remain on this ship.'" Adele naturally wouldn't reveal everything to Tracy, so she only briefly introduced the use of the citrine pendulum without telling Tracy its origin, and Tracy naturally wouldn't be tactless enough to inquire. Tracy took the citrine pendant, but instead of starting the divination immediately, she held up the citrine pendulum, which was attached to a silver chain, close to her face, seemingly trying to see it more clearly in the moonlight. "What's wrong? Do you have any questions?" Adele asked. Tracy paused, and replied with a strained smile, "No, it's just, maybe it's my imagination, but this pendulum feels very familiar to me." "Do you know its original owner?" Adele was surprised. Could Tracy have some connection to Mr. Fool? I must be mistaken." Tracy looked at Adele, finding her own skittishness rather amusing. Adele seemed like an honest person, she shouldn't be connected to that annoying lunatic. Thinking this, Tracy picked up the pendulum, silently recited the divination statement 7 times as Adele instructed, and then opened her eyes. The pendulum was rotating clockwise, with a small amplitude and a slow speed. Chapter 337, The Place Bethel Went. Watching the pendulum swing clockwise, Adele became even more certain of her uniqueness. The pendulum is swinging clockwise, not by a large margin and not too fast. Does that mean there is a life-threatening danger, but we can find a way to avoid it? Tracy frowned, watching the pendulum swing at a constant speed, and began her analysis. "That's what I thought too." Adele calmly took the pendulum back from Trace's hand. "To be frank, I don't think we need to stay on this ship any longer." "You are quite cautious." Tracy managed a smile. "What about the collection in the cabin? Have Constantine use his undead creatures to move them onto the snow wind?" Adele had already considered this kind of problem. After all, she never wanted to occupy this ominous ship in the first place, so thinking about a retreat plan was perfectly normal. Considering that the crew seeing the undead creatures or the collections might cause a disturbance, don't lift the sailor curfew yet. Adele quickly gave her instructions. "All of this must be done as soon as possible. I don't want to wait until tomorrow." The note inside the captain's cabin wardrobe stated that 3 stars would rise tonight. The hidden meaning of this sentence was likely that there would only be 3 murders tonight. 3 incidents, neither too many nor too few. If they wanted to cut their losses in time, it was best to act quickly. "We'll do as you say." Tracy nodded. At this point, she was no longer trying to mediate the sailors' emotions. If anyone dared to object, she could simply suppress them. Katerina could throw crew members into the sea, and Tracy had done similar things plenty of times. Soon, Adele and Tracy arrived at Wagner's room with the two corpses wrapped tightly in silk threads. By then, Constantine had finished the autopsy and covered Wagner's body with a tablecloth. "I've decided to abandon this ship," Adele said straightforwardly. "The spoils on board will be moved to the snow wind by undead creatures." "Constantine, I'm troubling you tonight." Constantine nodded. He didn't complain casually just because Adele had assigned him a troublesome task. This young man from the southern continent seemed to have inexhaustible energy, and Adele was relieved that this energy wasn't solely focused on courtship. He took the two corpses from Adele and Tracy, then effortlessly placed them on the floor, lying side by side with Wagner. He then signaled Adele to untie the threads wrapped around them, revealing the pale face of the stoker and the bruised face of the lookout. He muttered incantations. As the chanting sounded, the three corpses on the floor began to twitch and writhe wildly as if electrocuted, their joints twisting to extreme angles, making the scene in the room terrifyingly gruesome. Just as Adele thought the corpses would twist their own necks off, their twitching suddenly stopped. Then, the three corpses abruptly flipped over and sat up in perfectly synchronized movements, their wide-open eyes rolled back, showing no black pupils. They stood up with stiff movements, bowed to everyone present one by one, and then left the cabin with heavy, slow steps. Due to environmental constraints, the only tangible creatures I can summon suitable for carrying heavy objects are these zombies that require corpses as a medium. The others either need soil or are too large for this kind of delicate operation. Constantine explained, however, I still recommend that you pack the items yourselves. After all, the spirit guide is only a sequence 6 of the death pathway, so naturally, they cannot compare to the sequence 5 gatekeeper. A sequence 5 gatekeeper can sense the entrance to the underworld, construct a door where the spirit world and the underworld overlap, command the wraiths within, and summon numerous undead creatures, acting as a guardian between life and death. They can use their bodies as a cage, providing a favorable environment for their exclusive underworld, accommodating a certain number of soul bodies, wraiths, and nature spirits, thereby gaining powerful helpers and utilizing them to obtain various unique abilities. However, a spirit guide does not have the double door mark on their forehead like a gatekeeper, meaning they cannot release their army of wraiths by opening the door. Since they cannot find ready-made corpses on the sea surface, and corpses on the seabed are far beyond his abilities' range, the only laborers Constantine can raise right now are these lowest-level zombies. They do not possess abilities like having bodies hard as steel or manipulating frost. Unlike true sequence 6 inches zombies, they are merely animated dead bodies. But they are perfect for manual labor. It makes no difference. The remaining items aren't mine. As the representative of the kingdom's church, you can take them if you want. But Adele did not want to personally handle that kind of work, so she skillfully distanced herself from the responsibility. Tracy will go with you. Have her lift the seal on the basement first. Adele spoke before Constantine could say anything else, quickly assigning tasks to everyone, and then waved to Wendy. Among the collection, I found this notebook containing the writing of Rosal in your era. Could you see if you can find any clues in it? Adele did not expose the fact that Wendy could understand the Great Emperor's notebook, but instead directly invited her to study the Great Emperor's notebook together. In any case, Constantine and the others would be moving things soon and couldn't monitor them. Even if they found something, Adele could create alternative evidence, arrange some clues based on the answer, and then deliberately let Constantine and the others discover them. I seriously doubt whether the Great Emperor's diary records anything useful. If members of the Church of Knowledge really deciphered Rosal's notes and gained inspiration from them to design the traps on this ship, then there should be more than 10 invisible demonesses lying in ambush right now. Wendy, who already knew a lot about her compatriot from the Rosal diaries collected by Adele, complained internally but still obediently followed Adele to another empty room. Before leaving, Adele instructed Constantine and Tracy not to leave any blind spots, which was not a big deal for Constantine, who could control undead creatures to watch his back. At this moment, the conversation between Aemon and Antigonus continued above the cosmos. Is that so? After all this time, no new Black Emperor or Justiciar has emerged, Antigonus said regretfully after listening to Furza's account. Just now, after Antigonus finished recounting how he used the authorities of fools, grafting, and miracles, to control the Sephira of the Nation of Disorder for hundreds of years. He eagerly asked Furs and Aemon whether any new successors had emerged during this time. Yes. Furs felt a little guilty. You might not know, but the result of the War of Four Emperors was the complete dismemberment of the empire, and the characteristics of the Black Emperor and the Interrogator were divided up by the various nations of the continent. In the interim, Rosal Gustav once jumped from the Savant pathway to the Hermit pathway, and finally attempted to advance to Black Emperor, but he consequently fell into madness, tried to unify the continent, and was then assassinated and fell. The King of Lowen, George III, made a similar attempt recently and was also assassinated by a favored one of Mr. Fool. Perhaps you don't know, but a Black Emperor does not fall easily. Antigonus interrupted, slightly agitated. As long as his order and his mausoleum remain, he can. Indeed, George III's attempt was unsuccessful, and Rosal's order has not disappeared. Furs looked into Antigonus's eyes and actually saw a hint of anticipation there. She reluctantly shifted her gaze away and whispered. But what? Antigonus pressed eagerly. Resurrection at the level of a deity is an absolute miracle. If it's just madness, that's no problem at all, unless... At this point, his throat suddenly seemed to catch on something, and his voice trembled slightly. No way. Yes, Aemon replied somewhat cruelly, taking over the conversation. Rosal suffered contamination from the cosmos, brought by the one on the moon. For a moment, Furs even suspected Antigonus had groaned. Although Furs admired the sacrifice Antigonus had made, she was also very clear that the current situation was insufficient to support the emergence of a new Black Emperor. Neither Mr. Fool nor the Evernight Goddess would permit it now. There's even worse news. Aemon said mercilessly, when I was competing with the current Mr. Fool for the Lord of the Mysteries, he, lacking sufficient strength, made a pact with the lamp god for its assistance, to send it into the cosmos before the arrival of the apocalypse. Antigonus's expression froze on his face again. Furs no longer knew what kind of expression to use when facing such a great existence whose hopes had been shattered. However, Antigonus was, after all, an existence temporarily wielding the nation of disorder and had solidified his humanity through the prayers of his believers. He quickly regained his composure, his deep black eyes becoming profound once more as he looked indifferently at Aemon and Furs. If this is fate, then I choose to accept it. After all, I have already made every effort I could. When he said this, his expression was neither sad nor joyful, as if he had completely forgotten the pain of hundreds of years of effort going down the drain, leaving only composure toward the destined outcome. No, you haven't finished all the efforts you can make. Aemon revealed his usual smile, and the monocle ground from crystal on his eye socket sparkled. That's why I dislike you seers, you are always mysterious. Sometimes, for the sake of fate, you are willing to stake everything you have on a victory, but when fate wants you to lose, you can calmly push your chips away. But I am different. I am a natural mythical creature. All my anchors are myself. I am unwilling to lose anything, everything should belong to me, no matter which, me, it is. I haven't had enough fun yet. Even if I have temporarily lost the sequence 1 characteristic, I have not lost the qualification to participate. Even if they want to interfere, I cannot let them have their way easily. As Aemon spoke, he gently adjusted his monocle, changing its angle. Your worldview is still as warped as before. Antigonus was silent for a moment, then sighed. Of course. After all, the one who enlightened me was that annoying Medici. Aemon smiled. But I think being enlightened by Medici is still acceptable compared to being enlightened by my boring older brother. A period of oppressive silence followed. Although Antigonus often fell into similar states during their conversations, this time lasted longer than any previous instance. Just as Furs was about to be overwhelmed by the heavy atmosphere, Antigonus finally spoke. You've convinced me. What do you plan to do? Very simple. Aemon said, seemingly having planned this long ago, find a way to accelerate her acting process and help her advance to sequence 3. That way, it will be more convenient for me to go to that place. Helping her accelerate her acting process shouldn't be difficult. Antigonus glanced at Furs and said indifferently, but he quickly noticed the keyword in Amon's statement. You said, that place. That's right. Aemon smiled, as usual, yet Furs inexplicably felt that there was a different meaning behind that smile. That might be the farthest place in the cosmos. At least, only Bethel has ever been there. Antigonus's expression turned serious. You must think clearly, that place is nothing like mine. Even if I return to a state of madness tomorrow, the danger of the nation of disorder cannot compare to that place. After Antigonus falls into madness, the nation of disorder will become completely disordered, just like its name suggests. People walking down the street might instantly die due to chaotic physical and mathematical rules. Yet even the nation of disorder, in its level of danger, cannot compare to the place Aemon spoke of. Before Furs could stop herself from asking, Antigonus turned his gaze to her and explained first. Aemon and I have only heard about it from Bethel. Its location is constantly shifting, it is not a matter of distance. Only a wanderer can directly find its location through description and then teleport there. Simply stealing distance cannot reach it, nor can I directly graft your location there. In a moment, I will directly use the abilities of the nation of disorder to disrupt some of the rules on your body, yes, the rules related to digestion acting. This will allow you to consume the Beander characteristic and hold the ritual to advance without losing control. This rule will be effective unless your sequence is higher than mine. Antigonus explained, however, you must remember to act out the role again after leaving that place, because once the will of the Son of Chaos returns, I might be squeezed out. But, you still haven't said what that place is. Furs asked timidly. Don't rush, I was just about to say. Antigonus's tone held a strange solemnity. That place is the boundary of the universe. Chapter 338, Interlude. I have an exam the day after tomorrow morning, so I'll be taking a day off tomorrow as usual and will continue to post scattered texts to fill the space. The border of the universe. Furs repeated in a dreamlike state, though she probably didn't even know what she was saying. This was actually understandable. For Furs, who was only a sequence 4, even the concept of the universe was something she had just learned, so she didn't feel much emotion about this news. Anyway, Bethel called it that. Antigonus said, he went there and was driven mad by the sights. After that, he saw the long-dead crimson moon flashing at him. So, what happened next? Even though Furs could already guess the outcome, she still asked subconsciously. He was corrupted by the existence on the moon. The only traces left of him are probably the 9 legends he left in the universe. Antigonus pointed to the huge black stone gate that was out of place with the rest of the palace. The stone gate had collapsed, revealing its charred interior. The legend on the reflection star shattered not long ago. It seems that someone discovered they were already dead when borrowing its power, thus it no longer possessed its former might. Antigonus explained regretfully, a planeswalker's legends left on a planet will recount their deeds. Even if the main body dies, the remnant shadow of the legend still retains the abilities recorded. If enough time passes, the legend will become a new main body. And this is why I came here. Furs lowered her head guiltily, afraid that Antigonus would realize she was the one who had borrowed the power. Fortunately, Antigonus didn't pay attention to this and instead showed a tired expression. I don't have much time left. I don't know when I'll be lucid again, so I need to help you complete your advancement as soon as possible. Antigonus stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air. Furs's picture of God was once again taken directly by him. At this moment, a chaotic mass of colors appeared on the frame, with large patches of color overlapping. It seemed to sense what Antigonus was about to do, and this sealed artifact, which already possessed a certain degree of living characteristics, resisted. The scene of the banquet disappeared. Everything except Furs, Aemon, and Antigonus melted like wax, forming pigment like grease smeared on the black floor. However, in the eyes of Antigonus, who was akin to the Son of Chaos, this level of resistance was nothing. He merely gazed calmly at the frenzied picture of God, and this grade 0 sealed artifact completely disintegrated, unable to even maintain the shape of a painting, turning into scattered Beander characteristics. This included one sequence 2 planeswalker, one sequence 3 wanderer, one sequence 5 traveler, and one sequence 6 scribe characteristic. Antigonus gently pushed, and the planeswalker and wanderer characteristics floated towards Furs. The wanderer characteristic looked like a miniature starlight gate, while the planeswalker characteristic was a quietly burning, brilliant spark. Furs carefully accepted the 2 Beander characteristics, feeling something change within her. Her spiritual intuition told her that she had now met all the requirements for advancing to wanderer, and there was no need to worry about the risk of losing control. All preparations are complete. Go and see the place where Bethel once left his legend. Antigonus, rarely, smiled and said to Furs. Unlike Amon's satirical smile, which was full of mischievous success, Antigonus's smile had a calming power. Just one look could put a person at ease. Quote. Furs didn't know what to say, as many things came to mind at once. She now possessed Sequence 3 and Sequence 2 Beander characteristics, and if she wanted to continue advancing, even Sequence 1 was possible. However, among the members of the Tarot Club, her desire for advancement was probably the weakest. In a brief moment, she thought of Audrey, who was engaged in a life-and-death battle with Hermes, Alger, who had betrayed the Storm Church and almost completely cut off his path to becoming an angel, Catlia, who was still feigning compliance with the hidden sage, and Emperor Rosal, who, desperate because his path upward was completely blocked, had jumped between pathways repeatedly in his desire to advance, eventually going mad in his later years. She couldn't help but feel a little dazed. About 3 to 5 seconds passed, but to Furs, it felt as long as 3 to 5 years. Finally, she spoke with difficulty. So, what is the price? All of this. In Indo-Port, inside the Esco family headquarters, Audrey, wearing a dark blue travel cloak, emphasized. What they want to subvert is everything that currently exists. Although her voice was calm, to Annie and Vianata in the room, it was more stirring than the most passionate orator's speech. Outside the window, protests and demonstrations were still ongoing, and intensifying. Vianata had to have gang members install wire mesh and railings on the outside of every windowpane to prevent them from being shattered by objects randomly thrown by the protesters. Order, faith, regime, peace, everything. They just want to subvert something, anything. They believe the current government cannot provide them with bread, but they haven't considered what to replace the current system with, nor do they know what they are about to face. Audrey's voice was calm. Since advancing to Sequence 3, she felt her humanity gradually thinning, no longer as prone to emotions as before, becoming more rational, restrained, and less approachable. She wondered if she would become like Emperor Rosal in his later years, only able to give herself psychological suggestions to prioritize maintaining her humanity when acting. Their emotions have been guided to this extent, and behind it must be a massive organization, an organization plotting what is probably the most terrifying conspiracy since the Fifth Epoch. In the real world, Audrey was still discussing her views on the situation with Vianata, but in her subconscious, she stood alone on her mental island, watching her physical body speak to Vianata in the posture of a superior. This posture she initially found unfamiliar, but now she was gradually becoming proficient. All of this has already made the situation very serious. If this is just the beginning, how terrifying will the ultimate conspiracy be? Vianata asked subconsciously, but no one gave a definite answer. It's still unknown. Audrey shook her head gently. Now, they no longer need to hide anything. The purpose of the conspiracy is not concealment. I cannot intervene yet. It's not my time to intervene. I have planted a seed, and it has not yet sprouted. Before that, you must find a way to control the situation. The end of a conspiracy is not to deceive the opponent, but to exceed their expectations. Their limits are far from reached. You here absolutely cannot fall first. Outside the window, the slogans of the marching crowd still did not cease, interspersed with scattered knocking and scraping sounds. Someone was throwing a new wave of stones at the Esco family's windows. It happened almost overnight. While the three major churches of Loan were still squabbling over their respective interests, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom had quietly moved against the Faesac Empire, which had lost its god of combat. They did not send beyonders, but instead spread new knowledge. Just as a plant with its apical bud removed grows chaotic new lateral shoots, new ideologies emerged in Faesac, and then spiraled out of control. However, Vianata, who had chosen sociology in university, understood that if there wasn't another leap in productivity like Emperor Rosal's invention of the steam engine, this ideology was merely a castle in the air. Without the support of productivity, even the best system is useless. But a castle in the air, though lacking support, was exquisite enough to attract the homeless, and that was enough. The concept of revolution was repeatedly brought up by the Faesac refugees. Now, the public's emotions were like accumulated dry firewood, lacking only a spark as a catalyst. Nodding in agreement to Audrey's instructions, Vianata was about to leave when she heard Audrey's voice from behind her again. Tomorrow is Monday again, isn't it? Don't let anyone disturb me between 3 and 3:30 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, in Byam, the city of generosity, at the Oak Leaf Bar. Blazing, Danitz was scrutinizing two people who seemed out of place in this pirate haven. Of the two people in front of him, the tall lady had pale blonde hair, blue eyes, and a very delicate appearance, but her complexion was unusually pale. She was wearing a dark black Gothic court gown and a small black soft hat. The man appeared to be about 28 or 29 years old, with a pale complexion and deep malice hidden in his brown eyes. He was wearing the white shirt and black vest commonly worn by bar waiters. Danitz was now a divine envoy of the Church of the Sea God, had seen many grand occasions, and had reached Sequence 6 himself. Furthermore, these two were in Byam, on the Church of the Sea God's territory, so even if they directly broke into the church and left a note demanding Danitz meet them at the bar, he was not flustered. "All right, what do you want?" Danitz patted the dust off his black cloak and, feigning grandiosity, sat down on the sofa in front of the two, resting his arms on the backrest. The hem of his cloak draped down, covering the entire two-seater sofa. "Or rather, before that, shouldn't you introduce yourselves?" The pale-faced man and woman exchanged glances, then the man in the black vest spoke. "I apologize for asking you to come out this way. My name is Marich, and this is my companion, Sharon." The pale blonde-haired lady nodded slightly, stating a name. "It's fine, I don't care about such things. I only care about what benefits the news you bring will give me, and why I should trust you." Danitz changed his sitting posture again. This was something he learned from observing Anderson. That guy believed this posture could subtly exert pressure on others. "Look at this, perhaps you will understand." Marich nodded, took a gold coin from his shirt pocket, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Danitz. "What does this mean, a tip?" "Bullshit, does this guy think I'm a waiter working in a tavern?" Danitz frowned, almost blurting out profanity that completely didn't fit his current status. The man named Marich seemed not to notice Danitz's change in expression and said with considerable confidence. "After seeing this, you should understand. Now, can we speak frankly? I don't know what trick you're playing. What am I supposed to see, a lone gold coin?" Danitz said mockingly. It was Marich's turn to be stunned. He looked at Danitz, then at the gold coin on the table, revealing a strange expression, and then muttered to himself. "Strange, they all say you used to be Gehrman Sparrow's subordinate, why don't you recognize a gold coin with his aura? It's a partner, not a subordinate." For a moment, Danitz felt as if the person sitting opposite him wasn't Marich, but that annoying guy Anderson who liked to expose others' shortcomings, so much so that he almost lost control of his voice. "All right, I understand." Marich nodded, retrieved the gold coin, and asked Danitz. "Then, what kind of proof would make you believe that we are indeed trustworthy?" "HMPH, you don't even know that Lord Danitz is Gehrman Sparrow's partner. If you weren't also mid-sequence beyonders and I didn't want to break ties at this distance, you would have completely lost my trust by now." Danitz cursed inwardly, then his eyes darted around, coming up with an idea. "Gehrman Sparrow has a messenger who can be summoned through a ritual. If you can summon that messenger, I will believe that you are people he knows." Marich and Sharon exchanged glances, clearly relieved. "That's fine, except he's currently in a state of slumber and cannot receive messages." Then, Marich directly began to chant the prayer incantation. "Heretic of ancient times, evil being who spreads madness, prisoner of the bizarre world, princess of the Highlands Kingdom, leader of the Rose School of Thought, Rini Ktinakare. I pray for your descent, I pray for you to fulfill this small wish." "Wait, what are you praying for?" Hearing a revered name completely different from the messenger summoning process in his memory, Danitz realized that the situation before him was beyond his comprehension. But this was only the beginning. When the messenger, dressed in a golden red court gown, carrying 4 blonde heads, and possessing a fragmented beauty, truly appeared before Marich, and Marich respectfully addressed her as teacher, Danitz felt his brain completely freeze. Chapter 339, The Cat and the 5 Stars. "So, what are your plans, coming all the way to Byam?" After meeting Rini Ktinakare, Danitz's attitude visibly improved. After all, that peculiar lady was someone even Gehrman Sparrow treated with courtesy. Sharon remained taciturn, so it was still Marich who answered Danitz. Mainly to remind you that Intis is expected to make big moves during this period. You need to convey the message as a divine emissary, telling the church members to be more vigilant, especially yourself. Marich still maintained his stern demeanor. Although his words, in some contexts, could even be interpreted as a life threat, Danitz dared not neglect them in the slightest. What are those arrogant fellows up to now? Danitz almost blurted it out, but just as the words were about to leave his mouth, he remembered their purpose for coming and realized that even if he did nothing, they would still remind him in detail, so he didn't do anything superfluous. This habit was formed during his time with Anderson. That annoying hunter would greatly mock Danitz when he didn't realize something that Anderson considered obvious, forcing him to break his habit of talking too much. Indeed, Marich merely paused for a moment before continuing. We have sufficient evidence to show that groups represented by Intis's Iron and Blood Cross Order are extensively collecting Beander characteristics of sequence 7 and above from the Hunter pathway, even resorting to assassination to achieve this. Although you are now a divine emissary of the Church of the Sea God, in matters like this title cannot guarantee your absolute safety. A divine emissary is nominally a representative of a god, a person chosen by a god, but this choice is not always meticulously selected. For most churches, the selection of a divine emissary is more like a lottery. As long as someone is drawn, it's fine. Who is drawn doesn't matter, and the deity doesn't care. Therefore, although a divine emissary holds a lofty position within the sect and their own strength will be somewhat enhanced by connecting with the deity, they are not absolutely safe, and due to their sensitive identity, they are instead prone to attracting high-level targeting. There are many such examples, such as a certain Mr. X who prefers to remain anonymous. However, Danitz wasn't particularly alarmed. After all, he wasn't a rootless pirate like before. His current villa was in prosperous Byam, and all the residents of the City of Silver lived near his home. Although these half-giants hadn't fully integrated into Byam's life, they indeed provided Danitz with excellent security. Among the residents of the City of Silver, there was more than one demigod, and a large number of sealed artifacts were stored in the basement of the original Sea Wave Cathedral. If necessary, even a Sequence 3 saint would find it troublesome, so it was unlikely that his safety as a divine emissary would be affected. I hope you attach sufficient importance to this. Seeing Danitz's indifference, Marich wasn't the type to nag, so he simply explained. So far, one Reaper from the church has sacrificed, the highest sequence Beander confirmed to date. In terms of magical creatures, Queen Mystic lost a demigod-level hunter puppet, which is the highest level gain for the other party so far. Hearing that even a demigod-level creature had been hunted, and snatched from Queen Mystic no less, Danitz's expression finally became serious, showing the same look he often had during Vice Admiral Iceberg's lectures. Are they really that strong? Danitz probed. I heard that Queen Mystic seems to have taken that step she hadn't taken before. I wonder if that's true. Marich's expression for the first time showed the same incredulity as Danitz. He nodded, acknowledging Danitz's guess. It's actually true. Danitz was a bit lost in thought, seemingly still immersed in the news, until Sharon lightly frowned, which brought him back to reality. He subconsciously scratched his head and said to the two of them. All right, I understand. What are your next actions? Do you need my cooperation? Danitz was now, at least, a divine emissary, with many people under his command that he could deploy, far more imposing than when he was a bosun on the Golden Dream. He didn't need to consider such arrangements beforehand, he simply said it casually. No need. We are only responsible for notification. We have other tasks here. If your help is needed then, I will contact you in a similar way. Marich stood up and bowed slightly to Danitz, politely yet distantly. Sharon silently followed behind him, like a true puppet. However, besides us, there is someone else who needs your help with accommodation. Just as they were about to leave, Marich suddenly seemed to remember something and said to Danitz, I originally intended for him to wait a bit at the hotel until we had a word with you before bringing him here, but he said that his relationship with you doesn't require such formalities, so he just followed along. My relationship with him doesn't require such formalities. Danitz repeated in confusion, as if, apart from old friends like Iron Skin and Bucket, there weren't many whose relationship with him was good enough to. Wait. Danitz replayed the sentence in his mind, but soon he was horrified to find that the speaker's tone seemed to be firmly etched in his deep memory, as if a voice automatically sounded from within his mind. I just remembered I have something to do at the church, so I won't be staying. Danitz forced a smile. Just tell that person to find a hotel to stay in himself, and send the bill to the Church of the Sea God. However, before Danitz could make an excuse to escape, Anderson Hood's voice already sounded from the doorway, with that familiar, cheerful, and irritating tone. Yo, surprise, surprise. I'm back. This isn't a surprise, it's a fright. Danitz, whose vocabulary had grown after several more grammar lessons, subconsciously corrected his wording in his mind, trying his best not to look at the young man walking in from the doorway, dressed in a white shirt and black vest, with a golden hair parted in a 3/7 split. Meeting an old friend, why not say hello? Or is this your further exploration of provocation? Anderson's words were still annoying, but Danitz already had some resistance. With a dark face, he asked Marich, why didn't you just throw this guy into the sea? Actually, teacher found him in the sea. Marich lightly coughed. He was attacked by those people hunting for characteristics. If you want to know anything, you two can have a good exchange. We won't disturb you further. May you have a pleasant afternoon. If you really wished me a pleasant afternoon, you should have gagged this guy and sunk him in the sea, not brought him here to bother me. Danitz thought angrily to himself, but it was just a thought. Looking at the sheepishly smiling Anderson, Danitz asked, where are your subordinates? I remember you formed a team of dozens when you were promoted to Iron-Blooded Knight, didn't you? They all died. Anderson said listlessly, they were specifically targeted by the demigod who was chasing me. Not a single one survived. Danitz was stunned, unsure whether to comfort Anderson or mock him for his incompetence. That's really too bad. After much thought, Danitz could only squeeze out such a dry remark. Yes, it's a real shame, Anderson said with annoyance. To save my life, I summoned that messenger to help me deal with the pursuers. Now I owe him a lot of things and a task. Seriously, it would have been great if I could have salvaged their Beander characteristics. Damn it, you're still as inhuman as before. Facing Anderson, Danitz finally couldn't hold back. He simply cast aside his divine emissary demeanor and cursed vulgarly. Hey, I thought you'd forgotten that. Anderson smiled and pointed to the bar counter ahead. Want a drink? We can talk while we drink. Are you afraid I won't? Danitz rolled his eyes and walked over with Anderson. Meanwhile, on the Snow Wind, which had a time difference, it was once again early morning. The sailors had returned to the Snow Wind under Adele's command at dawn. Although many crew members didn't understand this order, when they saw the bodies of Wagner and the other two, they wisely kept quiet. Being reckless and aggressive was one thing, but with the rewards already in hand, the sailors' willingness to continue fighting was no longer as strong as it was before attacking this ship. Now, if asked to occupy this large carrack again, they would refuse. After all, carracks were an old technology, and their speed was incomparable to the Snow Wind. The necessity of occupying this new ship was not great. Moreover, the shock delivered by the Beander corpses to the sailors was far beyond Adele's imagination, so much so that there wasn't much opposition heard during the transfer early yesterday morning. Approaching the gun positions, Adele gestured, and soon, the officer at the bow quickly waved a flag. The turrets on the Snow Wind rotated, and 4 12-inch breech-loading cannons and the slightly smaller side cannons of the warship roared. Cannonballs drew white smoke trails in the air, then simultaneously exploded on the Nebuchadnezzar, sending splinters flying from the deck and creating exaggerated large holes. At the same time, the Snow Wind was continuously widening the distance from the Nebuchadnezzar until the distance between them reached the optimal firing range, half of the maximum range, and then carried out another round of steady bombardment. Under the continuous shelling of the ironclad ship, the old carrack finally couldn't escape its fate. Its ammunition depot was hit by a shell during the bombardment, causing a sympathetic detonation. In an instant, a huge roar echoed across the sea, stirring up towering waves. White spray shot tens of meters into the sky, and the damaged hull of the sailing ship slowly resurfaced after only a brief submersion. Before this, Adele had already ordered Constantine's undead soldiers to transfer the artworks to her ship. After that, she simply blew up the entire ship, which might have contained mystical phenomena. This was probably the safest method she could think of. Without looking at the slowly sinking, broken hull, Adele returned directly to the captain's cabin and found Wendy, who was there deciphering the notes left by Emperor Rosal. Of course, deciphering was just a cover-up. In reality, Wendy was merely translating, not deciphering. "You've worked hard. What's written in the new section?" Adele greeted Wendy, who was wearing a captain's coat and sitting at her desk, then leaned closer to look. "What's written on it?" Wendy didn't react immediately, but she quickly regained her train of thought and looked at the notes in her hand. May 16th. Damn it, those believers of knowledge from Lindbergh actually looked down on me, the great son of steam, saying I only tinker with small gadgets and lack systematic theoretical knowledge behind common phenomena. I was furious at the time. I'm a self-taught master, after all, with a complete set of philosophy, physics, in short, memories of various academic inheritances. How dare these Lindbergh people look down on me? Perfect, today I'll open their eyes. As the saying goes, when in doubt, quantum mechanics. I wonder if those believers of knowledge can understand the profundity of quantum mechanics. Let them ponder what Schrödinger's cat means. It must be said, the great emperor truly lived like the protagonist of an old-school, face-slapping, web novel, using the knowledge he gained from transmigration to constantly prove others wrong. Looking at this diary entry, seemingly written by the great emperor in his early years, Wendy felt a mix of wistfulness and dissatisfaction. Oh, great emperor, if you're going to plagiarize, but don't copy everything. At least leave some room for future generations, alright. Wendy sighed heavily, organized her thoughts slightly, and relayed to Adele. In this diary entry, the great emperor wrote about a debate in his early years with people from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom regarding a new discipline he proposed. I've also heard of the theories related to that discipline. Then, Wendy briefly told Adele the story of Schrödinger's cat, finally adding, Rosal believed this discipline was profound enough for the people of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, but I don't see what connection it has to our current situation. In any case, we've at least left that ominous ship now. Adele nodded, all right, deciphering these things isn't a one-day task anyway. You should rest for a bit. Put the notes in my drawer. Wendy agreed, pulled open the drawer, and prepared to put the notes inside. However, the next second, she sprang up as if electrocuted, her eyes filled with extreme horror, as if she had seen something incredible. Adele noticed something was wrong and quickly stepped forward, going to Wendy's side. In the drawer in front of Wendy lay a white piece of paper with curled edges, its writing crimson like blood. On the second night, 5 stars will rise. Chapter 340, Falling Short. For a moment, Adele suspected she was still dreaming. 5 stars will rise, does that mean 5 more murders will happen tonight? Wendy's voice trembled slightly. She lacked the psychological preparation for this kind of situation, so when she became a witness, she appeared somewhat flustered. Evidently. Adele said heavily, however, we have already discovered that they are hiding in the shadows and launching sneak attacks. Are they really that confident they can complete a specific number of murders right under the noses of over 100 people on this ship without leaving any clues? Adele had seen this method of prior announcement many times. Many assassins who had just become Beyonders liked doing this. It turned the target into a startled bird, exposing many previously hidden flaws, while also satisfying their morbid desire to watch others despair. However, after a prior announcement, targets usually become highly vigilant and take precautions in advance. Murder predictions with additional limiting conditions such as quantity or time limit often result in overreaching. If the killer fails to achieve the announced goal, not only do they lose face, but they might also lose their life. As a professional assassin, while Adele felt contempt for such behavior, a trace of unease also rose in her heart. The Snow Wind had only left port a few days ago. Even if they returned at full speed now, it would only take 3 days. Even if the enemy's declaration were effective, by the time everyone returned to port, only a dozen sailors would have died. But if the lurking entity could deceive the people on Adele's ship, could it also deceive the demigods at the port? Furthermore, the demigods in command now also possessed the means to summon the founder, William Augustus. Even if the demigods couldn't detect it, surely an angel could handle it. In the end, all they would gain was a few days' time. Yet, the enemy still made this announcement, which seemed incredibly immature in Adele's eyes. Was it because they were foolish enough to think that killing a few people could stop the fleet from setting sail? No, obviously not. The fact that the enemy dared to show their hand to Adele meant they must be certain they could solve the problem using their current methods, killing every crew member on the ironclad ship before it reached Baron's port. Of course, it was also possible that their initial goal was to force Adele and her group to turn back, allowing them to sneak into Baron's port to do something. In any case, Adele did not have much information now, could not determine the enemy's motive, and temporarily could not formulate an excellent response. After much thought, Adele finally had an idea. "I've thought of a way." "You go." "No, let's go together." Adele instinctively gave the order, but remembering the rule that no one should be alone on the ship right now, and fearing something might happen to Wendy, she quickly changed her mind. "Let's go find Tracy first. She should be able to help." Soon, Adele and Wendy arrived at Tracy's room and knocked. Before long, the steel cabin door opened, revealing Tracy's slightly weary face. Although this did not diminish her beauty, and even added a kind of haggard allure, Adele was not concerned with that. Before Tracy could ask what was happening, Adele shoved the piece of paper into her hand. It appeared again, that paper inscribed with a curse. Adele got straight to the point, confessing the situation directly to Tracy. "Come inside to talk." Tracy wasted no words, turning sideways to let the two women into her room. This room had been renovated for her by Adele's orders. It was less luxurious than the captain's cabin she had seen previously on the Black Death, but it had a cozy feel, decorated in a style Adele herself liked. Tracy hadn't expressed her opinion, but Adele had once seen her meticulously tending to the potted flower Adele had placed on her windowsill, so she figured Tracy shouldn't despise her because of the decor, at least. "Can your disease ability bring the entire ship under its influence?" Adele started by asking this question. Of course. Tracy felt her ability had been insulted. "When I was still on the Black Death, standing on the deck was enough to make people on the dock feel my charm and become infected with epidemic diseases. Although the qualitative change in this ability happens at sequence 4, when I was sequence 5, I could already expand the effective radius to hundreds of meters." Panacea, who specialized in this, was only sequence 4 back then, yet she could make fog sweep across the entirety of Backland. "As a sequence 5, it is certainly sufficient for me to affect an area within a 100-meter radius." "Then, do you have a way to make two diseases counteract each other, thus delaying the symptoms of a fatal disease?" Adele continued to ask. "Theoretically, yes, I can." Tracy thought for a moment and nodded. The demoness of afflictions, diseases are actually realized in the form of a plague aura. I can simultaneously cast multiple non-overlapping auras, allowing the two innermost diseases to cancel each other out. "All right, I will notify all the sailors to gather on the deck later. You will directly use a disease aura to envelop all of them, and then use an even larger disease aura to cover the entire ironclad ship." Adele made a decisive call and immediately instructed Tracy. Tracy was stunned for a moment, but immediately understood Adele's intention, revealing a look of comprehension, and nodded in agreement. The space on the ironclad ship was considerable, and in matters involving Beyonder powers, ordinary people played a negligible role. The three who had died previously had already proven with their lives the effectiveness of the enemy's disguise technique against common folk. Therefore, under the current circumstances, not only could they not allow the crew members to split into pairs to search for the lurking assassins, but they actually needed to gather them together as much as possible to prevent isolated incidents. After making the arrangements, Adele quickly used sound transmission magic to summon all the sailors, instructing the naval officers among them to count the numbers. Watching the group of sailors on the deck nervously glancing at her while counting their numbers, Adele felt a sense of helplessness. "I don't know the cause and effect of this incident, so even if you try to curry favor with me, I can't guarantee that you won't be the next victim." Soon, several squad leaders ran up, and one of them reported to Adele. "Everything is normal, no problems. Everyone is present." Present. Adele was stunned. "How many people are attending today?" 115 people, answered the naval squad leader whose name Adele had forgotten. Adele suddenly froze, then quickly pulled out her notebook from her pocket. The first page of the notebook contained the attached crew manifest. Adele quickly flipped to the last line and saw that the crew member's number at the end was clearly 115. How is this possible? Adele was instantly dumbfounded. 3 murders just happened yesterday. How can the crew count still be 115 people? Yes, is something wrong with that? The naval squad leader asked, puzzled. Of course something is wrong. Has a donkey kicked your brain? Tracy cursed without hesitation. 3 people just died yesterday, that person who. However, she froze halfway through speaking, then vigorously tapped her forehead. Strange, why can't I remember who died? After trying hard to recall, Tracy still couldn't remember the previous events, and she quickly glanced at Adele in panic. But Adele was also in a state of shock at this moment. She hadn't expected that she herself would forget such a major incident. Captain, you certainly like to joke, the naval squad leader chuckled honestly and nodded. If something like that really happened, even if you couldn't remember, we would notice the missing people when we started working. If you still don't believe me, I'll have them form ranks. That will make it much easier for you to see. The squad leader shouted the command, and the pirate mercenaries on the ship quickly formed a 5x23 square formation, perfectly neat, with no gaps. Everything proved that yesterday's murders had not occurred. Wait, the bodies. Weren't the bodies taken by Constantine to be turned into zombies? Adele suddenly remembered this and quickly searched the crowd for Constantine. That's exactly what I was going to tell you, Constantine said with a crestfallen expression. This morning, the bodies suddenly vanished. I had just told them to return to the warehouse and cover themselves with white sheets, and then I realized the connection between us had been severed. This isn't mysticism. Adele felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Things were quickly becoming bizarre. Do as I said. How long will your disease take to develop to a fatal stage? Adele asked Tracy. She planned to use disease to immediately incapacitate all the sailors present, control anyone who might be impersonating the deceased, and then use a more lethal disease to kill all potential ambushers outside the ship. A demoness's disease was different from normal viruses and bacteria. It was closer to a spiritual virus, requiring the demoness's spiritual aura to directly contaminate a living person's spirit body to trigger the sickness. It would not contaminate inanimate objects like food stored in the cabins, so Adele was not worried about the effect of recklessly unleashing plague on the ship. The current situation exceeded Adele's and Tracis' expectations. Although the Beyonders who had personally seen the bodies remembered that there had been bodies, they completely forgot their appearance and names. Meanwhile, the crew members on the ship only remembered Adele telling them this morning that 3 bloody serial murders had occurred last night, yet they didn't seem surprised by the result that no one was missing from the ship. About 30 minutes, Tracy replied, simultaneously giving Adele a questioning look, meaning, may I begin? Adele felt a sudden realization that this pirate general, famous across the 5 seas, was clearly starting to waver. This was something no one wanted to see. Adele nodded heavily. After explaining the situation to the soldiers, Tracy gently raised her hands. She held her hands level in front of her chest, and 2 distinctly colored halos spread outward, centered on her body. This was an ability that could only be detected by the unique spirit vision possessed by Demoness Pathway Beyonders. Beyonders of other pathways could only notice it when slight symptoms and abnormalities appeared in their bodies. Next, Tracy unhooked the empty glass vial from her waist, shook it vigorously twice, and then opened the stopper. A gust of outward spreading gale rose up, instantly expanding the range of the Ring of Pestilence to the entire ship. When Tracy chose this mystical item, she decided on it because it was named Bottled Lightning, and could store lightning, gales, or heavy rain, which suited her fighting style. Now, she was using it to rapidly spread the disease. After a few seconds, Adele felt her nose become slightly congested. Subsequently, everyone around her showed similar signs, though most demonesses performed better due to their shared pathway granting them a degree of resistance. As time passed, everyone on the deck began coughing violently. Aside from the demonesses who protected themselves with black flames, most sailors had twisted expressions. Many had never known that coughing could be such a terrifying experience. However, if they looked at the environment outside, they would realize that the conditions inside the deck were already quite favorable. Perhaps the external scene wasn't intuitive, but if they looked closely, the birds falling from the sky with rotting internal organs and the fish floating belly up on the water all attested to the terrifying effect of Tracis plague. To achieve this level of effect with no change in expression, Tracy could probably apply to the sect to become a demigod at any time, provided she accumulated enough merit. Adele's thoughts flickered. After all, after Katerina was taken to the cosmos by that mysterious color, the person most suitable to inherit her faction and followers was Tracy, but the prerequisite was that she had to contact the demoness sect in time and prove to the sect that she was not dead. As for suppressing dissenting voices, Tracy now had a dual identity. She was both a peripheral member of the demoness sect and an enforcer for the kingdom military, with Adele's overt or covert support. This made the matter relatively simple. However, even though she deliberately held back her power, being infected by her disease was still very painful. After all, she was a fully digested demoness of afflictions. Inflicting pain on others had become a habit. Glancing at the listless sailors lying on the ground, Adele extinguished the black flames around her, leaving a few beyonders to guard the deck, while she and Tracy prepared to inspect the entire ship again, checking for assassins forced out of hiding by the disease. So far, there were too many secrets aboard that suddenly appearing Carrack galleon. Adele had a premonition that if they didn't solve this quickly, it might evolve into a major problem, one that could decisively influence the overall situation. However, 20 minutes later, the two women returned to the deck, looking confused. Their inspection hadn't uncovered a single ambusher who should have been forced out. Chapter 341, Red District. What should I do? This question lay squarely before Adele. Originally, Adele believed that Trasis plague could deal with most humanoid enemies, and since the medium of the plague was a spiritual aura, it would also have a certain killing effect even on spiritual bodies. However, the reality was laid out before her. The demoness ability she had placed great hopes on had achieved no results, and instead had unnecessarily weakened her own side's fighting strength. First, lift the plague aura. Adele felt helpless and could only instruct Tracy, then arrange for Constantine and the demonesses to concoct potions to quickly eliminate the effects suffered by the sailors. Constantine of the Church of the Earth Mother and the demonesses who mastered black magic also had considerable experience in potionology. Although the crew members in the inner circle were affected similarly to the flu, the duration was too long. The demoness's plague was not like an ordinary illness. If not treated quickly using mysticism methods, it was very likely to leave behind permanent damage. However, the Tarot Club meeting was approaching. Perhaps she could get useful advice from the experienced Tarot Club members. Thinking of this, Adele felt slightly relieved, but she quickly realized an awkward fact. To enter the space above the gray fog, she needed to be alone, and being alone now was very dangerous. Thoughts flashing, Adele subtly pulled out her pendulum and performed a divination. To her surprise, the result was still positive, meaning that even if she were alone, there would be no danger to her life. Adele's expression became strange. Since arriving in the southern continent and experiencing being used as a pawn by a great existence, the people and events around Adele had constantly instilled in her the idea that, you were chosen by the gods, and this is the answer to all the miracles around you, but Adele herself didn't feel she possessed any commendable uniqueness. Therefore, even though the divination claimed she would not encounter danger, Adele still found it hard to believe. Alas, having been tricked too many times, she would rather believe a bad divination result than believe she could escape unscathed from a calamity affecting everyone, especially while suffering the negative effect of declining luck. Adele sighed and, following the divination's revelation, returned to her captain's cabin to prepare for the afternoon's Tarot Club meeting. She first had Tracy go to the sick sailors to suppress any potential discontent, and then had Wendy lead people to the engine room to be on standby at all times. Before confirming the opponent's objective, she dared not rashly turn the snow wind back toward the port, as this might cause severe damage to the already vulnerable Loan naval base. Unfolding the sea chart for a look, Adele circled the nearest river estuary. North Oolite State, Elise. North Oolite State is a large state in West Balam, roughly 1.5 times the size of Loan-Zahova County, and possesses the best preserved primeval forests within Barron. Choosing this location also had another meaning. Tracy had previously mentioned that one of the main ingredients for the demoness of afflictions, the eyes of the black-feathered owl, could be found in the primeval forests of Elise. This relatively well-preserved primeval forest has an extensive water system, which, according to geographical records, should guarantee the passage of the snow wind. With the snow wind's firepower as cover, Adele felt a bit more confident about finding the main potion ingredients. If things go smoothly, once the current problem is resolved, I might even be able to look for my own main ingredients. Adele narrowed her eyes slightly, preparing to take a short nap. Anyway, everything she could do had been done, and worrying further was useless. It was better to conserve energy and gather advice at the Tarot Club. Knowing that her life wasn't in danger, she simply decided not to worry about the matter for the time being and quickly fell asleep. However, when Adele opened her eyes again, she found herself lying in a burning city. In the distance, the beech tree in the city center was lush and green, and the dried corpses hanging from it were gently spinning with the rising smoke. That dream again. Adele let out a long breath and rubbed her temples vigorously. Ever since seeing the bizarre appearance of the Binsi Port Telegraph Office in Baron's Port, this city, known as the Red District and suspected to be an incarnation of the City of Calamity, had constantly appeared in her dreams. Last time, she materialized numerous mystical items she had previously used, arming herself to the teeth, yet she was still killed directly in the dream by the unnamable danger hidden within the city, forcing her to wake up. Dying in the dream seemed to have no immediate effect on the real world, but Adele didn't want to die casually in a dream. After all, just because it was fine now didn't mean it would be fine in the future. No one could be sure about matters involving an outer deity. At this moment, a fierce wind scattered the dark clouds, revealing a sky as crimson as blood. Tree shadows swayed, and the countless dried corpses hanging in the air seemed to come alive, thrashing wildly like puppets, the sounds of their rigid limbs scraping against each other overlapping like rain hitting banana leaves. Adele's spiritual intuition told her that remaining on the street would put her life in danger. She had to make a choice. Should she choose to enter the Red District Telegraph Office, as she did last time, or should she learn her lesson, insist on not entering that bizarre-looking telegraph office, and continue exploring down the street? After careful consideration, Adele chose to follow her heart's will. Since I already know the two lunatics in the telegraph office are abnormal, why should I go and court death? While trying to convince herself, Adele walked down the street toward the base of the massive beech tree. Along the way, she saw more scenes of calamity. Everywhere she looked was devastation. Common disasters like fires, earthquakes, and floods still left traces in the incomplete ruins, but along the way, there were more ruins whose cause of destruction Adele could not discern. Inside them were humans, charred like burnt-out torches, standing in the posture they held before death on the soft black soil, seemingly praying. Adele tried not to think about why the soil here was so soft, but the moment she had to step onto the black earth, she felt a wave of discomfort shoot straight from her feet to her crown, and she had to take several deep breaths to calm down. There's no need to frighten myself. Adele told herself this, bolstering her courage as she continued forward, arriving directly beneath the beech tree. Only by truly arriving directly beneath the beech tree could one more intuitively grasp its immense height. Its roots nearly occupied a third of the city's central square, and most of the remaining part of the square was built between its exposed main roots, forming a small rise. Adele had never seen a beech tree of this size. At the Backland exhibition previously, a tree species transported from Feniport was displayed, measuring 18 meters in diameter, but compared to this tree, it was insignificant. Circling the beech tree, which looked distinct in style, Adele still found nothing that counted as a clue. No matter which angle she viewed the beech tree from, the hollow eyes of the corpses hanging on it seemed to be constantly fixed on her. The visual effect is certainly exaggerated, but I've seen it many times. Shrugging off the oddity, Adele shook her head, preparing to continue searching for clues. Just then, the wind in the square grew fiercer. Adele's hat was blown up, but luckily she quickly pressed it down. Adele adjusted her hat somewhat awkwardly, fastening it under her chin with the strap. She then noticed that the dried corpses on the tree were swaying more violently in the strong wind, looking as if they might fall at any moment. Seeing the appearance of these zombies, Adele suddenly recalled the records in the relevant dossiers of the Binsi Port incident that Emlyn had shown her. Binsi Port, formerly known as Binsi, is nicknamed the Weather Museum due to its volatile weather. It is located in a zone of drastic climate change, frequently experiencing earthquakes, storms, and heavy fog. These disasters repeatedly brought calamity to the indigenous people, who, in order to survive, began sacrificing to their self-created god of weather, holding 4 live sacrifice rituals every year. Because of these legends, Binsi Port has a unique custom. During nights of heavy fog and severe weather changes, People must lock their doors, not go out, and not respond to knocking sounds. The reason she didn't recall it immediately was that the sky here was perpetually crimson as blood, lacking the concept of day and night, so Adele subconsciously failed to realize the connection between the two. Could it be? Adele looked at the increasingly violently swaying corpses above her head, and her expression gradually turned bitter. No way. Soon after this thought arose, Adele lost even the inclination to complain. The corpses hanging from the branches shook violently under the whistling gale, then clattered down from the branches like ripe fruit, falling all around Adele. Adele no longer needed to consider what to do. She immediately began running for her life, dodging countless dry, eagle claw-like fingers reaching out from all directions, fleeing toward the edge of the square. Fine silk threads shot out from her body, hooking onto burning towers and collapsed clock towers, allowing her to traverse the complex environment quickly. During this time, new corpses constantly fell from above, attempting to drag down Adele as she swung between the buildings, but to no avail. They bore the faces of Adele, Gegran, and Cheek, falling with sinister laughs, then crashing to the ground, their screams drawn out long and distorted. However, the canopy of the beech tree did not truly cover the entire city. Adele, running for her life, quickly escaped to the edge of the canopy, followed by tens of thousands of corpses. They pursued her along the wide, straight network of city roads, scrambling on all fours like beasts driven only by slaughter. Where should she escape to next? Before Adele could figure out this question, she suddenly realized her vision had narrowed, everything in her eyes became blurry, and a crimson color slowly covered her sight. No, wait, it wasn't her eyes that had a problem, it was foggy here. Realizing this instantly, Adele's heart tightened, and she subconsciously looked back at the army of living dead pursuing her. The moment the blood-red fog touched their withered bodies, those shriveled, stick-like forms instantly regained their vitality, becoming plump and energetic once more. Subsequently, countless Adeles, with hollow eyes simultaneously turned their gaze toward her, sending a shiver down Adele's spine. The next second, surging white threads shot out from the ranks of the living dead, engulfing everything they touched. All the Adele corpses began to move, using the same movement methods as the original, surrounding and intercepting Adele. Does it have to be like this? Adele's mouth twitched slightly. Just as she was about to use her trick to escape again, a huge flaming spear suddenly flew out from the back ranks of the living dead. Before she could even react, the spear pierced through her chest. Her body was carried by the spear in a small arc through the air, before flying toward the heavily armored knight, whose face was wreathed in burning flames, who was being crowded by the living dead. Before Adele could clearly see the opponent's face, her consciousness disappeared again. The scene of the captain's cabin reappeared around her, and her head felt like it was about to explode. Recovering from her previous state, Adele began to summarize the experience gained from entering the dream this time. When the weather changes, I absolutely cannot stay outside. It seems I still have to enter that telegraph office. It's a pity I didn't see the time change this time, so I can't confirm if the next dream will start from the beginning, nor can I confirm if it's already dark. All in all, it's still troublesome. Adele pressed her throbbing temples, grabbed the glass of water on the table, and gulped down a large mouthful. The cool water made her feel slightly better. If things continue like this, does she really have to enter that bizarre-looking telegraph office again? Adele felt a bit troubled. Last time she died in the dream, she didn't even see how the opponent affected her. The danger inside the Red District Telegraph office was still completely unfamiliar to her, causing fear due to the unknown. Although she was instantly killed by the knight this time, at least she knew it was a gap in strength and could figure out a way to avoid or resolve it. Did she really have to take that risk again? Adele was indecisive. Just then, Adele heard the piercing ring of the alarm clock she had set beforehand, telling her that the Tarot Club meeting would begin in 5 minutes. This was one of Emperor Rosal's eccentric inventions. The mechanical alarm clock, as a convenient timekeeping tool, was widely deployed in every military installation. Forcibly suppressing the doubts in her heart, Adele, feeling anxious, entered the space above the gray fog once more. Still updating first and revising later. The experiments delayed during the pandemic need to be rigorously caught up on during this period. I spent the entire day in the lab today, I'm exhausted. I originally wanted to move the update time earlier, but it seems impossible now. I'll reconsider once I'm on vacation in mid-June. Chapter 342, The Game of Humanity. As soon as Adele arrived above the gray fog, she noticed the atmosphere was slightly off today. The high-backed chairs of Mr. the Star and Miss Judgment were empty. The Star is on the front lines and needs to attend a strategy meeting with the founder, William Augustus, today. Emlyn White noticed Adele's confusion, cleared his throat, and explained to her. Judgment was more severely injured than expected and is currently recuperating with Queen Mystic Bernadette. Catlia added, the Queen said she can solve these problems, but it will take a lot of time. However, time is what we lack most right now. Adele gave a silent wry smile, indicating she had no further questions. Afterward, everyone, led by Justice Audrey, bowed toward Mr. Fool's high-backed chair. After the meeting began, everyone stated their recent observations and experiences in the usual speaking order. Although Adele was somewhat impatient, she patiently listened to the reports from the members of the Tarot Club. Justice Audrey cleared her throat and first looked toward Adele. I have now arrived at Indo-Port and am with your lover. I have explained your situation to her in detail. She told you not to worry about her side for now, although there are many problems here. Since she said so, we should trust she can handle them. Thank you for your help. Adele nodded her acknowledgement to Audrey, who responded with a smile. She also asked me to tell you that she received the telegram you sent, and that her feelings are the same as yours. Audrey repeated the verbal message Vianata had entrusted her with without needing to deliberately recall it. A telegram. Adele's expression went from confusion to sudden realization, and finally, shock. That telegram actually made it. Ever since the Red District Telegraph Office mysteriously vanished before her eyes, she had assumed that telegram had also sunk without a trace. She never expected that Pavocourt and Melanie actually managed to send the telegram to Indo-Port. Are you sure that when you met her, she hadn't experienced any problems in the mystical sense? Adele couldn't help but ask suspiciously. No. Unless a true god took action personally, it would be difficult to leave absolutely no trace. I mean, traces that even a dream weaver couldn't detect. Audrey shook her head, allowing Adele to breathe a slight sigh of relief. The situation in Fosac recently is not optimistic. After the collapse of the original monotheistic system, a trend of thought that seemed to have been brewing for a long time quickly swept across the entire nation of Fosac. After Audrey confirmed there were no issues, she continued speaking in a serious tone. Their preparations are very thorough. Their goals were deeply hidden before, but at least now, the Goddess Church cannot be considered to have completely won this divine war. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, along with Lindbergh, Mossack, and Sagar, and perhaps also the Iron and Blood Cross Order of Intis, seem to be working together toward a single goal. So, have you figured out their goal? Alger interrupted. Since his advancement to saint, his personality had become somewhat irritable and prone to anger, making Audrey's long preamble unbearable for him. No, not yet. Audrey answered calmly, because there is something more important than that. What could possibly be more important than the movements of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, which could affect the situation across the entire continent? Alger blurted out. What if I told you it might cause Mr. Fool to awaken? Audrey's voice remained calm, as if she were just mentioning a trivial matter. Silence. Above the gray fog, a silence fell that had never been experienced before, so quiet that the excited heartbeats of every member could be heard. Adele had never witnessed the scene of that great existence meeting with the members. In fact, she had never directly met Mr. Fool, only prayed to him during her advancement and received a response. Therefore, Adele could not truly understand the excitement of the Tarot Club members upon hearing this news, but their subtle body language clearly showed their agitation. Aside from Justice Audrey, who announced the news and remained completely unperturbed with no change in expression, most others were breathing rapidly and their hearts were racing. Mr. Sun's massive frame even began to tremble with excitement. How are you going to do it? Alger voiced the thoughts of everyone present. All eyes in the Tarot Club were now focused on Audrey. I don't know yet. Audrey began, her voice magnetic. I merely planted a seed, a catalyst. I can sense that it is about to bear fruit, but I don't know the specific process. I must play a direct game of strategy against them. Everything I can see and think of, they can also see and think of. Audrey said calmly, the only way is for me not to know what I'm going to do myself. I stuffed most of my humanity into the separated persona. This allows my main body's way of thinking to be closer to a mythical creature, which is necessary to deal with Hermes' arrangements. My own arrangements, however, are entirely left to the clone. This way, if Hermes wants to guess my course of action, he must compete with me in terms of humanity. If she succeeds, I will be able to obtain Hermes' Beander characteristic, thereby advancing to Angel and awakening the world. Audrey's expression carried a hint of otherworldly solemnity. Do you remember what he said? The world awakens, the fool returns. Looking at Audrey's figure, Adele inexplicably felt she perceived a sense of relief and ease, a kind of relaxation she usually only saw in people about to make a major decision. Driven by her own emotions, Adele asked on an impulse, "What will happen to you after Mr. Fool returns?" Separating divinity and humanity is far from safe. Audrey looked at Adele in surprise, seemingly not expecting Adele to have considered that aspect. Immediately, she smiled with relief. "I don't know. Perhaps I will become a pure mythical creature. The spiritual clone I separated carries almost all of my humanity. If Hermes kills it, I won't be able to recover that portion of humanity, and I might lose control. However, I might also master the power of an angel faster because of it." And her spiritual clone had already consumed the virtual potion provided by Hermes, meaning she had essentially placed her life in Hermes' hands. Although the spiritual clone is not a physical entity, it still follows certain laws when interacting with the real world. To draw an analogy, it's like a mod inserted into a game. It still adheres to the in-game judgment mechanics but can add new gameplay. Similarly, the spiritual clone can also consume a potion transformed by a high-sequence powerhouse of the spectator pathway, but it must still abide by the three great laws of Beander characteristics, and the clone will still lose control if the false characteristic is retrieved. This was her choice. Audrey looked at the Tarot Club members, who were momentarily unsure how to respond, and slightly curved the corner of her mouth. Since joining the Tarot Club, she had learned a great deal of mysticism knowledge by following Mr. World and Mr. Hanged Man, and she naturally knew how arduous her path to advancement was. Every time she made a plan, she couldn't help but think of Furs. Furs was currently the Abraham family's only demigod, and all the high-sequence Beander characteristics of that family belonged to her. This meant that if she wanted to, she could even advance directly to Sequence 1, her only concern would be the ritual. Would she envy Furs? Audrey couldn't say for sure, but she knew very well that if she succeeded in advancing, she would probably lose even the capacity for jealousy. If she won, she wouldn't have the capacity to fear; if she lost, she wouldn't have the chance to fear. So, there was nothing to be afraid of. If I can advance to Angel, then there is hope of awakening the world. On this matter alone, I do not want to achieve my goal through deals with anyone. Audrey stated frankly. Perhaps because her divinity was gradually awakening, her speech was becoming more direct, no longer beating around the bush or trying to make everyone comfortable. "May the Fool bless you." Alger remained silent for a long time before standing up. Since believers of the Fool do not have a specific gesture, he bowed slightly toward Audrey. Alger couldn't help but recall the first time he met Justice Audrey, and he let out a sigh. How things change with time. Back then, she was just a naive noble girl who knew nothing, and she probably became a Beander for a childish reason like wanting to be a superhero. Yet, only a few years later, she could use the humanity she once cherished most as bait, casting it out without hesitation. Next came Son Derek, Hermit Catlia, Empress Adele. All attending members silently rose and bowed to Justice Audrey. Although the reasons for bowing varied, some out of respect, some awe, and some sadness, no one attempted to dissuade her, nor was anyone willing to taint her resolve. First Gegran, and now Miss Audrey. Adele opened her mouth, only to find herself speechless. The members of the Tarot Club seemed to all possess a certain determination and were willing to give up everything for it. Gegran was no less determined. Whether a saint or an angel stood in their way, they would only move forward until they were battered and bloody or had forged a new path. Audrey gently waved her hand, signaling that everyone did not need to be so formal. "Now, it's your turn, Miss Empress." Adele nodded and began recounting the experiences she had during this period. She spoke about the mysteriously appearing Bincy Port telegraph office and the telegram, the sudden appearance of the Carrack galleon, the treasure on board, and the details of the continuous murders that had recently occurred. After everyone focused their attention, Adele asked the members of the tarot club. If it were you, what would you do now? Why did the divination results show that I am safe? A strange city suddenly appearing in a dream, a series of unsolved murders, and a telegraph office that can still send telegrams even though the lines are clearly cut. Son Derek listened very carefully, and the more he heard, the more he felt that Miss Empress's potential must be limitless, to encounter so many mystical events simultaneously. Immediately, he straightened his back, trying to appear more authoritative and make his words sound more credible. Have you considered the possibility that while killers might be lurking everywhere outside your line of sight, they are absent near you because there is someone constantly watching over you? That's unlikely, isn't it? Adele hesitated, but she quickly realized that although this hypothesis was simple, she had genuinely never considered it before. Was it due to misfortune, or was I instinctively afraid of this possibility? Adele nodded while pondering. All right, I will check on this when I return. Considering the influence Emperor Rosal had on the Intis region, it's normal for the design of that knowledge church ship to have referenced his ideas. You should thoroughly read that biography of Emperor Rosal, Katlia added. Adele did not mention Wendy to them, so when she relayed the information, she said she discovered a notebook belonging to Emperor Rosal placed prominently, recording many secret histories of the nobility. Regarding the telegram from the Red District Telegraph Office, I will thoroughly examine the spirit body of that Miss Hunter later, testing everything with conventional mysticism methods to discover any potential problems as soon as possible. Audrey nodded, signaling to Adele not to worry. A few minutes later, Adele, having received many useful suggestions, breathed a sigh of relief and gestured to Star Queen Katlia below her, indicating for her to begin. The elegant pirate lady coughed lightly and said clearly, "On the Moses Ascetic Order side, I have been assigned a new mission. They have recruited the newly promoted pirate General Limanu King, instructing him and me to spread a certain symbol in 2 different directions. I wonder if it's the same kind as the one in Indo-Port." Having finished speaking, she materialized a phantom white paper and manifested the symbol upon it. It was still the symbol composed of countless tiny, unrecognizable characters, concentrating all the chaotic lines into a single mark, a variation of the Indo-Port symbol. Spreading these symbols is not the urgent matter, I am already planning to delay. However, Limanu King seems very enthusiastic about it. His fleet recently plundered a small town in northern Loan, and if they want to continue sailing, they will need supplies at the next location, which is very likely Indo-Port. After speaking, she casually instructed Justice Audrey, "Please pay some attention and try not to let them get away." "Don't worry." Audrey smiled, "Miss Hunter and her companions alone are enough to deal with those arrogant fellows." Chapter 343, The Eye. Soon, today's Tarot Club meeting concluded, and Adele returned to the real world. With the advice of the demigods in the Tarot Club, especially, the son, Derek, who had lived in the forsaken land of the gods and witnessed various bizarre phenomena, she felt somewhat more confident and planned to first find the potential observer near her. As for the dream of the City of Calamity, Madame Hermit suggested trying to isolate it with a mystical item of the Veil of Night pathway, and Adele had just recently acquired the Veil of Night, numbered 2024, which she could try out. However, before Adele could sort out the order of her next tasks, the ironclad ship's cabin beneath her feet suddenly vibrated violently. Fortunately, Adele reacted in time, easily maintaining her balance using her assassin abilities. Adele looked out the window and saw the ironclad ship's speed visibly slowing down, eventually coming to a gradual stop. What's going on? Adele pulled hard on the bell rope in the captain's cabin. Soon, a sailor from the adjacent room rushed over. Adele asked him to check the situation while she waited in the cabin. However, before the sailor could leave, confused footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Wendy, her face covered in soot, pushed open the captain's cabin door. "Captain, something happened in the engine room. You'd better go see for yourself," Wendy said with a look of terror. "I was worried about the negative impact, so I had the sailors temporarily seal off the engine room." Adele didn't ask further. She grabbed her pistol and walked with Wendy towards the engine room. They quickly arrived at the engine room entrance, where they saw 2 terrified sailors, rifles in hand, guarding the door, looking somewhat distraught. Seeing Adele, they clearly breathed a sigh of relief, quickly opening the door for her to enter the engine room. The moment the heavy iron door opened, Adele was hit by a scorching, foul smell. She immediately recognized the mingled scent of burning flesh. Then, she saw the crew members who had been on duty there, their bodies scattered in various parts of the engine room. Some were jammed into the boiler's stokehole, some were caught in the exposed gears of the engine, and others had crashed through the steel plate on the surface of the steam engine, impaled in the cylinder, their skin covered in blisters from the scalding steam. There was nothing left on the bodies to identify them, and the memories related to them in Adele's mental roster of shifts automatically became blurry. Before Adele could accurately pinpoint their identities, the memories completely vanished. The moment she saw the scene, Adele understood the reason for all this. The equipment in the engine room occupied too much space, creating blind spots in the line of sight between the 5 people. She had already suspected that this matter was related to the content recorded in Rosel's notes, and now the usefulness of the theories Rosel mentioned was self-evident. When observed, the cat model would collapse and disappear. When not observed, they could move freely, making it impossible to confirm their life or death. Under observation, even the observer could not interfere with the existence that collapsed and disappeared. Sighing, Adele turned to Wendy, trying not to look at the sailors' gruesome corpses. Is there any way to get them out? We'll have to wait for the engine's temperature to drop, then manually clear them out. Wendy glanced at the mutilated human remains churned into a paste by the engine's connecting rods, feeling a wave of nausea, and quickly averted her gaze as well. If absolutely necessary, have Constantine bring some undead creatures to pick them out, or give their bodies a new spirit to make them crawl out themselves, Adele instructed, while opening the engine room windows and creating ice to lower the room's temperature. Actually, what worries me most isn't the disposal of the remains, but the significant damage our steam engine and engine unit have sustained. Wendy said worriedly, the cylinder is damaged, and human remains are mixed into the mechanical structures. It will take at least 2 days to clean it up and replace the new spare parts. Adele didn't answer, she was weighing the pros and cons. The situation had deteriorated further. The damaged engine severely affected the progress of the snow wind, let alone going to the distant Elise. Even turning back directly to the Baron's Port naval base would take at least 4 days. And without solving this problem, the longer she delayed, the greater the casualties would become, until eventually, all the sailors were replaced by unknown entities. The 3 people who had infiltrated the crew earlier hadn't revealed themselves yet, and now, perhaps new individuals had mingled among the sailors, making the atmosphere on the ship even more tense. There was no time to waste. Adele, her face grim as she walked out of the room with Wendy, took a deep breath and said to Wendy, I'll help you replace the spare parts. We'll try to fix the cylinder before tomorrow, then we'll sail at full speed, striving to reach Elise before the situation becomes uncontrollable. After all, she was not a meander of the sailor pathway. When encountering mysterious incidents, she still hoped to face the enemy on solid ground, where she would have more options and at least not be in a predicament due to a shipwreck. Wendy nodded, and together with Adele, they changed into their work clothes and silently began clearing the bodies from the engine. As Adele worked, her mind was still pondering the reason for the bizarre events happening on this sailboat. She had already roughly analyzed the existence form of the attackers on the sailboat, but there were still many things she couldn't understand. The captain's diary mentioned that during an exploration a month ago, they passed through a fog and arrived at a place the captain called God's Kingdom. Subsequently, the notes mentioned the description, we will turn into stars, making it hard not to connect the current star tragedies with this so-called God's Kingdom. Adele, who had learned a lot at the Tarot Club, naturally knew that the God's Kingdoms of the 7 deities were high in the astral world. With an ordinary sailboat like the Nebuchadnezzar, without the protection of an angel, they absolutely would not have the ability to traverse the astral world or even go to a God's Kingdom. What place they actually went to was still debatable. However, the records about God's Kingdom, the tragedies related to stars, and all the clues so far indicate that what they found in the fog has a significant connection to their current situation. Does this mean that the people on this ship arrived at a place they considered God's Kingdom, and then encountered something there that transformed them into these unobservable informational beings? Adele thought this was very likely and, without much hope, tried a divination, which, as expected, failed. Although Mr. Fool's citrine pendant was miraculous, for matters completely unrelated to herself, without divination materials, and potentially involving high-level existences. Even Adele with the citrine pendulum had no solution. If this conjecture is correct, then the other party probably, at the behest of the Knowledge Church, crossed the foggy sea and reached a certain place on the other side of the sea line, where they completed the transformation of all crew members. So, what was the Knowledge Church's purpose? At the Tarot Club, Katlia mentioned that the hidden sage seemed to have issued an oracle, instructing the pillars to widely propagate symbols inherited from the Knowledge Church. In Indo-Port, the appearance of these symbols was closely related to previous phenomena of ordinary people mutating and disappearing, and they are now widely used by protest groups, becoming a symbol of these groups, spreading throughout Fosak with the tide of reform, and even affecting the entire continent. Could it be that spreading this symbol throughout the world is the goal of the Knowledge Church? And then using these symbols to create more informational beings around the world, perhaps even converting all humanity into similar beings? Adele frowned in thought, feeling that many parts didn't make sense. For example, the current protest groups, in their rhetoric, seem to be indiscriminately targeting all churches. It could be said that if this revolution spread across the entire continent, all deities would suffer greatly, including the God of Knowledge and Wisdom himself. Their ideology would greatly hinder them from gaining believers, making it harder for them, lacking sufficient anchors, to maintain their state, and they are highly likely to fall in the coming apocalypse war. And the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, as the instigator of all this, would naturally not fare well. Originally, his believers were relatively few among the 7 deities, primarily influencing only the 3 small countries of Limburg, Masik, and Seeger, whose combined area was even comparable to Loan-Zahawa County. If he did this, then regardless of whether others would win, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom himself would definitely lose everything, the only difference being whether he could drag the other 6 deities down with him. However, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom is known for rationality. Would he make such an irrational, all-or-nothing move? Furthermore, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom does not currently appear to be isolated. The Moses Ascetic Order and the Iron and Blood Cross Order are cooperating with them to varying degrees. If the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's intention was truly an all-out struggle with the other 6 deities, would the hidden sage, who originally had no mortal enmity with the 6 deities, directly tie himself to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's war chariot? The answer is clearly no. That is to say, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom must have another way to ensure that they remain rational after losing most of their believers, or to ensure that believers still believe in them after conversion. Adele muttered to herself, her brain working at high speed. At this moment, Wendy was taking out spare parts from a nearby warehouse and handed the steel plate she was carrying to Adele. Adele instinctively blocked with her hand, but unexpectedly, Wendy's hand slipped, and the heavy steel plate directly hit Adele's forearm. A crisp cracking sound came, and to Adele's shocked gaze, the mechanical structure of her survivor's hidden blade on her forearm couldn't bear the weight and scattered to the ground with a clatter. I just handed you a steel plate, it wasn't intentional. Wendy was a bit bewildered, not expecting the hidden blade to inexplicably break. She quickly apologized instinctively, fearing that Adele would further deduct her salary, which was already in arrears for several years due to advanced potions. Adele hadn't reacted either, but instinctively squatted down to pick up the hidden blade's parts. After collecting all the broken pieces and carefully checking them, she let out a long sigh and said, "It's all right, the connection just came loose. The main mechanical structure is still very reliable. You can put it back together later." Although the survivor's hidden blade was a mystical item, as a distinctive mechanical product, it was not integrally formed like other mystical items. It consisted of many additional functional components and mechanisms that bore the deformation function. Strictly speaking, only the blade, hook claw, and crossbow bolt parts of this mystical item possessed mystical characteristics, while the components connecting these 3 parts were just ordinary mechanical structures, and the possibility of damage was equally high. Because of this, it was also exceptionally difficult to maintain. Each time it required a whole morning to dismantle the mechanism, clean the dirt between the connections, and replace worn parts, so Adele had always left it to Wendy for maintenance. No problem, Wendy was about to agree when she saw the parts Adele picked up and suddenly frowned. Why is there an extra black gem shard here? As a Beyander of the Savon pathway, She was very sensitive to mechanical structures and immediately noticed that the pile of things Adele was holding was different from when she had disassembled it before. There was an additional black eye-shaped gem. Wasn't this gem here before? Adele asked back strangely. Of course not, trust my intuition for mechanical structures. Wendy frowned, taking the parts from Adele's hand. Oh, there's actually a small space here. Saying that, Wendy lifted the gauntlet covering it, pointing out the groove protruding next to the blade to Adele. This was blocked by the blade before. I didn't know it was detachable. The gem probably fell out of here. Adele picked out the black gem from Wendy's hand and held it in her palm, feeling it faintly warm. It felt more like a real eye than a gem, with even vein-like patterns on its surface. A strange luster shimmered on the gem. If one stared at it for too long, they would imagine this eye-like gem had come alive, staring back at the observer. An eye-shaped gem, an unknown observer, could it be? Adele suddenly thought of this possibility, feeling a little excited. Too late to explain to Wendy, she first handed the black gem to the bewildered Wendy, then swallowed, deftly untied the citrine pendulum from her wrist, and quickly chanted the divination statement silently in her heart. I will be in mortal danger if I return to my room alone now. After silently chanting 7 times, Adele anxiously opened her eyes and immediately saw the pendulum rotating clockwise, with a large amplitude and fast speed. This meant that after she handed over this black eye-shaped gem, being alone would no longer be safe. Chapter 344, Fragility. It seems that the potential unknown observer is this gem. Adele stared at the black gem, her thoughts wandering slightly. Since she obtained the sleeve dagger, she had kept it close to her body, making it impossible for anyone to tamper with it. Wendy's reaction also showed that this was not a component she had added later. Miss Audrey must have put it in. This thought naturally surfaced in Adele's mind. Recalling how Miss Audrey specifically intercepted her in Constant and deliberately gave her this sleeve dagger before the demoness sect sailed out, the other party's goal wasn't hard to guess. It was to monitor her and the demoness sect's actions through the sleeve dagger. Adele needed to negotiate with the high-ranking members of the demoness sect at the time. Although secretly setting up such a monitoring device might make Adele uncomfortable if discovered, it was understandable. But why didn't she tell her during the Tarot Club meeting? The mission assigned by the demoness sect was already over, so there was no reason to continue monitoring. After repeatedly disassembling and reassembling the sleeve dagger, Adele found its mechanism uncomplicated. Concealing the existence of this gem permanently was almost impossible. Based on Adele's understanding of justice, Audrey, even if she had lost some humanity, she would never deliberately do something to make others uncomfortable. Even if she wanted to, she would use sufficient reasons to make the other party unable to reject, rather than resorting to a low-level method like concealing the truth. Adele was confused, wondering what Miss Audrey was up to. Could it be that she herself doesn't know about this? Carefully recalling Miss Audrey's behavior when they met, Adele was surprised to find that, from her words and actions to her attire, Miss Audrey seemed to display 2 completely different styles. Connecting this with the other party's statements at the Tarot Club, Adele felt she had discovered something extraordinary. Is this the separated clone that Miss Justice mentioned? Was adding this gem the clone's idea? Taking the gem back to her cabin, Adele unwound the pendulum from her wrist and wrapped it around the mirror in the room, preparing to use the pendulum's ability to enhance divination effects for a magic mirror divination. Skillfully setting up the divination ritual, Adele stared expectantly at the magic mirror in front of her until water-like ripples appeared on the surface and began to form a pattern. In the blurry ripples, Adele saw a female figure with her back turned to her. She was kneeling on a deep black silk cushion, seemingly praying to someone. Beside her crouched a shrinking golden retriever, infected by its owner's emotions, staying obediently still and daring not to move. The figure's entire body was almost completely enveloped in black robes and shadows. Adele could only tell it was Miss Audrey from her dazzling golden hair and her emerald green eyes that shone brightly even in the darkness, though the feeling she gave off was completely different from before. If Miss Audrey usually gave people a feeling of being ethereal and refined, the current her was awe-inspiring. In front of her was a pot of churning liquid. Although no heat source was provided, the pot of blood-red liquid remained in a state of violent boiling. After finishing the prayer, Audrey Hall unhesitatingly plunged her right hand into the pot of boiling liquid until her fair hand was completely stained blood red. Then, She raised her hand and plunged it into her eye socket, forcibly digging out one of her emerald green eyes. The wound did not bleed, possibly due to the liquid's magic or the demigod's ability taking effect. Miss Hall quickly opened her eyes, and her emerald eyes were still intact, like beautiful gems. Adele saw that the eye, forcibly dug out, quickly turned black and hardened after leaving the body, shrinking to the same size as the gem in Adele's hand, and was then placed by Miss Audrey into that hidden space. It really was a contingency left by Miss Audrey, or rather, a contingency left by the humane side of Miss Audrey. Adele recalled the image of Miss Audrey in the divination scene, feeling somewhat worried. Although, Justice, Audrey had said in the Tarot Club that she had separated her humanity, the bizarre and terrifying ritual shown in the divination scene made it hard for Adele to feel reassured. This is not an ability of the spectator pathway. During her time joining the Tarot Club, Adele had learned a lot of knowledge from the members, and Audrey would tell her some secrets every time they met, giving Adele a thorough understanding of the spectator pathway's abilities. The abilities Miss Hall currently displayed did not resemble the spectator, which focuses on mental powers. Instead, they seemed somewhat similar to the pathway corresponding to the true creator, with abilities filled with an eerie and wicked feeling. Although I know that the spectator, sailor, bard, secret supplicant, and reader pathways are neighboring pathways and can be interchanged at high sequences, I didn't know that a separated independent personality could also complete a similar transformation. Adele recalled the knowledge she had previously learned, which included the description that most of the true creator's believers and those on that pathway are lunatics. Although she was very reluctant to believe that Miss Audrey was influenced by the pathway, she had to admit that the result of this divination indeed made her more wary of Miss Hall. In other words, I am currently under her gaze. Adele hesitated for a moment, then tentatively called out Miss Audrey's name. Justice. Miss Audrey. Miss Hall. However, the black gem merely flickered slightly and then showed no further abnormalities. Right, the other party's actions were meant to deceive Hermes, there's no way I could just call her out so easily. Adele gave a self-deprecating smile, but then realized she was facing a new problem. What is the trigger condition for the contingency left by Miss Audrey, or rather, the current Miss Hall? Or what must she do to make this gem perform its original function? Up until now, Adele only knew that this gem was Miss Hall's eye, constantly watching her, and that its range was small, unable to affect the entire ship. It might be the key to solving this crisis, but she knew nothing else. This feeling was very annoying, as if she were trapped in a secret room, and the key to the only exit was locked inside a box, always just slightly out of reach. Realizing that she really couldn't do anything right now, Adele sighed dejectedly, carefully kept the gem on her person, and went to repair the engine unit with Wendy. Constant City, Hall Manor. Susie, the golden retriever, wagged her tail and ran through the corridor toward Audrey Hall's bedroom. The footmen and maids along the way were long accustomed to this and skillfully opened doors for her. She walked unimpeded into the mistress's bedroom. Miss Hall was currently sitting sideways on the sofa, which was her favorite posture when she didn't need to maintain social etiquette, as she didn't have to worry about wrinkling her petticoat. However, previously inside Earl Hall's residence, even when Audrey was in her least proper state, her attire was never as casual as it was now. Miss Hall was currently only wearing a tight-fitting beige linen cotton shirt, with noticeable padding at the chest and joints. Her lower body consisted of matching jodhpurs covered in buckles and straps. Her long, previously loose golden hair was now tied into a more space-saving bun, making her look slightly more capable and efficient. Undoubtedly, this kind of clothing, which fully exposed her curves, was clearly unacceptable in aristocratic social settings and could only be worn privately. However, these were not clothes meant for social occasions, they were the undergarments for armor. Before high-pressure steam rifles completely phased out heavy cavalry, knights would wear clothes like these inside their iron armor, often multiple layers. Thus, every undergarment was made very tight and form-fitting. Susie could smell a fragrance emanating from Miss Hall's skin, seemingly an allergic reaction caused by the overly tight shirt stimulating her skin. However, this was clearly not Susie's purpose. After lying down beside Miss Hall, Susie vibrated the air and spoke. Ms. Loretta is still trying to investigate the whereabouts of Mr. Britton, but with my interference, her efforts have been minimal. Since Audrey and Ms. Loretta parted on bad terms over the issue of compensation, Lolota has been trying to investigate Britain's matter, and Susie has been secretly interfering with Lolota's investigation, preventing Lolota, who represents the church, from focusing on the former, Honeysuckle Empress, and current, Snow Wind, ship. Her willpower is more steadfast than I imagined. Miss Hall carelessly lifted her fingernails to inspect them, using a small file to slowly smooth and round the grown-out parts of the polished nails, making them easier to grip weapons. The Dreamwalker's dream modification is not omnipotent. Essentially, it gradually affects the target through continuous modification of dreams, causing them to change unknowingly and do things they wouldn't normally do. The principle of this modification is to use dreams as an entry point and the astral body as a springboard, gradually corrupting the target's spiritual body before affecting the mental body, rooting itself in the subconscious. Compared to direct hypnosis, this dream-based manipulation is gentler, more covert, and less likely to be detected, making it suitable for higher-level targets. However, this modification is not as absolute as Nightmare's ability to forcibly pull people into dreams. True modification requires combining it with hypnosis abilities. If the arrangement directly endangers the hypnotized person's life or the things they value most in their subconscious, the target will exhibit strong rejection, leading to the failure of hypnosis. Furthermore, if the target has a powerful spirit and firm mind, they can resist hypnosis to some extent. Lolota's rejection of giving up the pursuit of the truth is quite strong, so much so that Susie didn't even dare to attempt direct hypnosis of that nature. She could only guide the investigation in other directions, making her give up little by little. She will give up, it just needs time. Miss Hall concluded the matter, shifting the topic elsewhere. I can sense that the newly promoted Miss Demoness has found the gift I left for her. It seems the completion of the plan is not far off. Is that so? That's truly good news. A third voice sounded in the room. Hermes' figure appeared silently, like water seeping out of the wall, sitting casually opposite Miss Hall, and stroked Susie's fur twice as an afterthought. Susie didn't notice his appearance, only feeling as if something had brushed against her back, and whimpered twice. I have mostly completed what I needed to do, and the main body has already negotiated with me. Miss Hall glanced at the restless Susie, patted her forehead to quiet the golden retriever, and continued conversing with Hermes. She doesn't want to destroy everything around me, because these are things she herself cannot face, things she desperately tried to escape. How fragile. You can't say that. After all, humans are inherently fragile creatures, and she is no exception. Although she thinks she can rest easy by separating her weak side, that is not the case. Hermes said with a smile, you must have fully realized this during your 2 years in Backland, haven't you? Fragile bodies, fragile hearts, fragile souls, fragile ideals. Humans are simply too fragile. I don't even dare to speak to them in my true form. Even though I founded the ancient Hermes language and pioneered the path of mysticism belonging to humanity for them, they are still too fragile. Speaking of this, Hermes spread his hands, and the cane he held lightly tapped the ground twice. How can such frail beings bear the goodwill of a great existence? So you plan to cooperate with those people from the Knowledge Church and turn everyone in the world into those ethereal, illusory things. Miss Hall said in a tone that betrayed no emotion, isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? Speaking of ethereal and illusory, perhaps you are in no position to criticize others, Miss Hall. Hermes' aged face, which had few wrinkles but hair and beard completely white, showed a smile. How can something whose existence is uncertain be eliminated? How can something whose integrity is uncertain be destroyed? We cannot do it, they cannot do it, and the more terrifying theys cannot do it either. Although Audrey was the only listener present, the old man still passionately articulated his philosophy. Making humanity no longer fragile, that is my goal. Perhaps it is hard for you to understand, but it doesn't matter. I don't need your understanding, just as I don't need the forgiveness of those humans who are so fragile they die before I can realize my plan. You mythical creatures truly are stubborn. Miss Hall sighed, however, this no longer concerns me. I only hope that she can truly see the place you spoke of. Of course. Well then, pleasant cooperation. Hermes nodded, and his figure gradually vanished without a trace, just as he had appeared, leaving Miss Hall alone sitting beside Susie, her expression dark, lost in thought. Chapter 345, Rosal's Diary Interpretation Method. Byam, the City of Generosity. Danitz and Anderson walked side by side on the street, chatting in voices only they could hear. So, those lunatics from the Iron and Blood Cross Order finally couldn't stand your big mouth and sent 3.5 demigods to kill you, and you only survived thanks to Gehrman Sparrow's messenger? Danitz asked, unsure whether to be relieved or regretful. Anderson naturally wouldn't be provoked by such a basic taunt. He grinned and said, how about it? Am I not clever? Don't you worship me? Worship your mother. Danitz cursed Anderson's shamelessness in his heart. Why didn't Gehrman's messenger just throw you on a deserted island in the southern continent? Danitz bought 2 large cups of light beer from a water cellar with a huge iron kettle on his back by the roadside, and grumpily handed one to Anderson. What do those lunatics want with your Beander characteristic? Don't talk as if it has nothing to do with you. You're almost advancing to sequence 5 now. If I get caught, you won't escape either. Anderson reminded him, then spread his hands. As for what they want, I don't know. After all, I didn't have much to talk about with them even when I was still in the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Isn't it because they couldn't stand your big mouth? Danitz muttered in his heart, but asked aloud, no way, even they couldn't stand you. I can certainly understand them. Yes, they deliberately ostracized me because of my handsome looks and quick mind, and I'm very distressed about it. Anderson brushed back his golden hair, parted in a 3:7 ratio. I didn't expect you to actually understand my strengths. That truly touches me. I believe your ghost stories. Danitz was about to retort when he suddenly remembered his experiences with Anderson around Lindbergh. He snorted and said, quick mind, you mean failing exams and getting kicked out of the church school. It seems you've been role-playing again as I told you to, which is good. Anderson paused, then subtly changed the subject. However, if you want to ask me what those people are doing by collecting mid-sequence and above Beander characteristics from the Hunter pathway, I really can't answer you. So many Beander characteristics, Marich told me earlier that the number of characteristics they've collected that meet the requirements is estimated to be over 1,000. I really don't know how they plan to preserve so many Beander characteristics. If they use ordinary methods, it won't be long before the Beander characteristics merge with the surrounding environment and form new sealed artifacts, right? Anderson chattered on, if they really pile those Beander characteristics together, will they pile up a high-sequence monster? Danitz, who had been listening vaguely, suddenly perked up at Anderson's last sentence. He scoffed, HMPH, it's a wonder you're a demigod who received a good mysticism education. Don't you even know that Beander characteristics are the most basic unit of mysticism? This was something Edwina Edwards had mentioned during a private lesson she gave Danitz the last time she left Byam. Today, with Anderson bringing it up, Danitz was simply reusing what he had learned to mock Anderson. Simply put, a sequence 7 Beander, after death, produces Beander characteristics that include 1 potion each for sequence 9, sequence 8, and sequence 7. The sequence 7 portion cannot be replaced by many sequence 8 portions, nor can sequence 8 be broken down into several sequence 9 potions, and vice versa. This is also why drinking more low sequence potions cannot lead to advancement to a high sequence. Because I was expelled from school, I didn't learn much. Anderson chuckled after hearing this, not showing the exasperation Danitz had imagined. However, the most important point I have never forgotten is, it's better to have no books than to believe everything in them. I believe more in my own personal experience. You mean you've seen a mysticism phenomenon that overturns the law of Beander characteristics? Stop bragging. Danitz sneered, if there really was such a discovery, with your personality, you would have probably written a paper about it long ago and gone to show off to the professors who expelled you back then. I prefer to call it a supplement to the 3 great laws of Beander characteristics. Anderson chuckled. And you've seen it too, it's not a rare phenomenon. Your captain's textbook is outdated. Seeing Danitz still looking confused, Anderson mocked, however, strictly speaking, you haven't seen it with your own eyes. After all, you were still hiding in the cave when we fought it. Are you talking about the King of the North, Gryson? Only then did Danitz react. He hadn't been much help to the captain at the time, and he felt very guilty, always unwilling to recall what happened then. It wasn't until Anderson brought it up that he realized Gryson indeed matched Anderson's description. It was an aggregation of all abilities in the frost domain, mastering mystical effects related to frost from different pathways. Under the stacking of multiple authorities and powers, it formed an existence within Grossel's travels that, apart from not having the rank of a demigod, possessed authority and power no less than a demigod. Although Grossel's travels is a very miraculous sealed artifact, the Iron and Blood Cross Order is an organization that possesses a conqueror characteristic. There might be other related things. What sequence level of authority would a creature stacked like this have? Could it really reach the angel level? How would I know? Danitz said irritably. He had only been parroting what he learned, and certainly wasn't optimistic enough to think he could debate mysticism knowledge with a demigod. Seeing that he couldn't gain an advantage verbally, Danitz rudely interrupted Anderson's attempt to continue lecturing, forcefully interjecting, all right, we've explored enough. You should head back to the Church of the Sea God. The Church's demigods are also in Biome these days, and the captain will be back soon to resupply food and fresh water. You're not allowed to cause trouble, otherwise I'll stuff you into. He looked at the three-masted sailboat sailing past the harbor, pointed to the dark cannon mouth on its side, and said, that cannon barrel. Although Anderson was a demigod, this was ultimately the territory of the Tarot Club and the Church of the Sea God. Mr. Sun and those half-giant deacons hadn't left, so Danitz, as a divine messenger, wasn't afraid of Anderson. Anderson didn't mind. After all, he had heard such empty threats once before when he boarded the Golden Dream, but this time Danitz seemed to have found a new backer. Thinking of this, Anderson asked mischievously, all right, let's not talk about that anymore. You're now a divine messenger of the Church of the Sea God, and your strength is barely sufficient. With the nascent Church of the Sea God and the full Church as your backing, have you made any progress with your captain? With a clang, the wooden cup in Danitz's hand dropped to the ground, cracking slightly, but Danitz's attention wasn't on it. His face instantly turned beet red, and he choked on a large gulp of beer, coughing violently, as if that could hide his panic. All right, I was just joking. Anyway, I know you don't have the guts to do it. Anderson smiled. He knew Danitz's temper. Even without asking, he knew that this kid, even though he was doing well now, was still implicitly inferior to Edwina, let alone confessing his feelings. What did you say? Danitz instinctively retorted, it's not that I don't dare, I just haven't prepared yet, just wait a little longer. When I also advance to sequence 5, I'll go find the captain. Tisk tisk. Anderson was noncommittal, just smiled, and pushed a small box containing a dark red crystal deeper into his pocket. Originally, I wanted to bring him a sequence 5 Beander characteristic this time. If I gave it to him now, he might be too scared to know what to do. Anderson thought about Edwina's reaction if she heard this news, and couldn't help but take a big gulp of beer, sighing contentedly. Moreover, with Edwina's temper, if this kid got the characteristic and advanced in the next few days, then got carried away and confessed directly, he would most likely fail. After all, she had clearly stated back then that she liked intelligent people. Anderson recalled his time as a classmate with Edwina Edwards. At that time, Anderson joked with Edwina, asking if she liked him, and that was the answer he received. At that time, Anderson, who grew up in a church school, was still a straight man and thought Edwina was despising his intelligence, so he pulled Edwina's hair. Recalling that unbearable past, Anderson smiled, shook his head, and unhurriedly followed Danitz towards the Church of the Sea God's headquarters. On the snow wind, in Wendy's cabin, Constantine was sitting on the bed opposite Wendy, eyes slightly closed, recuperating. There were 7 female crew members on the snow wind, including Adele. So, after Adele requested that they pair up to prevent attacks from hidden enemies, she was left without a partner. Therefore, Adele naturally put Constantine directly into her room, which made Wendy, who was Intis but whose core values were still those of a Chinese person, a little embarrassed. It wasn't that she was unwilling, but she subconsciously felt that cohabitation was happening too quickly. However, Wendy couldn't tell Adele this, because Adele's arrangement wasn't unreasonable. The demonesses were already used to 2-person cabins, and probably no one would be willing to go back to a 4-person room. Moreover, anyone with eyes could see what was going on between her and Constantine, so Adele's arrangement was quite reasonable. Fortunately, although Constantine usually clung to her like a big dog, He was actually very good at reading expressions and would always proactively distance himself and slow down his advances before Wendy felt embarrassed, preventing any unpleasantness between them. And now, Wendy leaned against the cabin wall, occasionally glancing at Constantine's profile out of the corner of her eye, while sketching on a white paper with a pencil, trying to find some clues. Adele had already given her Emperor Rosel's so-called Diary of Daily Life, for her to translate and see if she could find any clues. Wendy had previously skipped the earlier parts and gone straight to reading the Chinese sections written by Rosel himself. Now, she was going to read it from beginning to end. After about 20 minutes, Wendy sighed and put down the notebook. I originally thought reading Emperor Rosel's ugly handwriting was already torturous enough, but I didn't expect the main text to be even more outrageous. Wendy shook her head. At this moment she even wanted to cover her face. It seemed Emperor Rosel, in imitation of emperors throughout history, had created a diary of daily life, and this particular one was specifically for recording Rosel's romantic history, including when he stayed overnight with palace maids, when he secretly snuck out to find his mistresses, and other private matters, with not a single mention of anything related to mysticism. In the end, the only part of the entire notebook related to mysticism is the appendix section, which includes a photocopy of Rosel's diary. Wendy was a bit disheartened. If she couldn't find clues sooner, her anxious days would continue for a long time. Remembering Adele's hopeful expression when she handed her the notebook, it wouldn't be easy to tell her there was nothing serious in it. Wait a minute. Wendy froze, suddenly remembering something very important. If the main text of this Diary of Daily Life, written by an ordinary person, contained no anomalies and no extraordinary elements, then why was it chosen by the people who loaded the ship and placed among the collection? Every work originally locked in the hold of the Nebuchadnezzar was a famous representative of an art genre, possessing excellent symbolic meaning, which is why they were salvaged. But, how could this Diary of Daily Life, which was essentially a history of Emperor Rosel's chaotic private life, be compared with those inventions? The main text contains no valuable information, unless the people of the Knowledge Church can understand Chinese. However, is that really difficult? Wendy wasn't so sure anymore. After all, she was a transmigrator, and a transmigrator who hadn't seen blood would easily reveal everything when faced with the Church's methods. It wasn't impossible for them to hand over a complete set of Chinese knowledge. Recalling Adele's mention of the widespread crazy labor movements and demonstrations throughout Fosak, Wendy even suspected that the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom might have controlled such a transmigrator and learned many things from them, and the method of reading Chinese was probably one of them. After all, inciting demonstrations and labor movements are almost standard for transmigrators. However, the oil here seems to involve underground pollution, and without internal combustion engines to drive the second industrial revolution, even if they wanted a revolution, there would be no foundation. This has led to the unstable public sentiment incited by the Knowledge Church, like rootless duckweed that would scatter with a slightly stronger current. If the Knowledge Church really had a way to decipher Emperor Rosel's diary, what kind of transformation would this knowledge from the outer deity bring to them, who were already adept at utilizing knowledge? Wendy couldn't even imagine. P.S. Actually, I originally wanted to take a leave for Children's Day today, but then I saw my schedule was full. What a hammer. Chapter 346, The Night Deepens. February 1st, clear. The assassinations are still happening, but the boiler will be fixed soon. Inside the captain's cabin, Adele was recording the day's events in her logbook. Since she was currently sharing a room with Tracy, who had temporarily moved in, many of the experiments she wanted to try had to be put on hold. Tomorrow, the power system of the Snow Wind will be fully operational, and we will be less than a day's voyage from Elise. Adele subconsciously bit the pen cap twice and continued writing in her diary. The attackers hiding in the dark are silently replacing my crew, forcing me to sail the ship back to port. Although she didn't know what they wanted to do at Baron's Port, Adele didn't want to grant them their wish. The experiences of the past few days have proven that the gem left by Miss Audrey can indeed act as an observer, suppressing their appearance to some extent. Therefore, the contents of this diary should be kept secret from them. During the voyage, I have deliberately avoided landmark terrains. Until we can see the horizon, these people won't know where they are. According to the theory proposed by Emperor Rosel, External observers cannot know the life or death of the cat inside, but the cat inside, in an uncertain state, cannot observe the external environment either. In other words, if they don't reveal their true forms in the real world, they cannot confirm where they actually are. Furthermore, in their unmanifested state, they cannot interact with matter in the real world nor obey real-world physical rules. Therefore, Adele boldly guessed that in their unmanifested state, they couldn't move along with the ship either. It might sound horrifying, but perhaps right now they are in a place beyond the sight of Adele and the others, perhaps standing silently behind a crew member, waiting for them to relax their guard before killing the crew member and taking their place. Before the crew member turns around, they vanish like ghosts and reappear in another corner. Adele had previously heard of this ability during the Tarot Club meetings. The demigods called this ability informationization, and it is one of the high-sequence abilities of the mystery prior pathway, allowing one's body to transform into an information stream and acquire certain characteristics based on the annotations attached to that stream. If I'm not mistaken, the principles behind this ability are likely part of the transaction between the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Hidden Sage. Adele analyzed this internally while meticulously recording it in her notebook. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom analyzed the Hidden Sage's ability, traded for the records of Emperor Rosal's theory from Intis's Iron and Blood Cross Order, added the effect of unobservability to the informationization ability, and then spread the method of informationization worldwide. Perhaps this is their way of dealing with the apocalypse, maybe. Synthesizing information from multiple sources, Adele gradually clarified her thoughts. In fact, the goal of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom doesn't seem deeply hidden and is not difficult to deduce, but reaching this conclusion requires a large number of prerequisites. For instance, the clandestine cooperation between the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Hidden Sage, the secret communication with Intis, combined with the cases of disappearing commoners within Fosak, the widely disseminated holy emblems of transformation knowledge, and other phenomena. Only by understanding this information and then working backward from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's predicament to deduce the measures and attitude he might adopt, is it possible to arrive at the correct answer. However, this conjecture only addresses the goals of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The benefits promised to the Iron and Blood Cross Order, the Hidden Sage, and other forces collaborating with the Church remain unknown. Adele took a deep breath, picked up her pen, and added 2 strokes to the relationship map she had just clarified, placing a question mark next to the Iron and Blood Cross Order and noting, purpose questionable. Having finished this, she walked to her bunk, leaned against the wall, and stared blankly at the sea view outside the porthole. What price could the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom offer to satisfy the Iron and Blood Cross Order? As she pondered, the discussion about the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's sealed artifact, 001, from a recent Tarot Club meeting naturally surfaced in Adele's mind. Although the discussion failed to conclude exactly what 001 did, it was basically confirmed to be the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway, highly likely corrupted by a Saphira. Furthermore, in Miss Judgment's investigation, the Iron and Blood Cross Order possessed a conqueror characteristic, existing as a mystical item. However, there are currently no angels in that organization, meaning neither the conqueror characteristic nor the Red Priest uniqueness can be immediately utilized by them upon acquisition. Now that the apocalypse is approaching, it doesn't seem like a good thing for the Iron and Blood Cross Order to trade for benefits that are difficult to digest quickly. Or have they already found a candidate to digest these benefits? Adele felt a surge of excitement, sensing she had found the crux of the problem. Having always been used as a pawn, she finally had the chance to overlook the entire chessboard. Are there any angels of the Hunter pathway still active? The answer is yes. Alger, who experienced the naval battle, stated that Ahomatova Einhorn, the supreme commander of the Fasak Empire's Sonia Sea Theater, is a Sequence 2 weather warlock. If Fasak had won that war, he could have completed the ritual and used the conqueror characteristic held by Fasak's Einhorn family to advance to Sequence 1, reaching the same realm as the founder, William Augustus. However, the war he commanded failed. Not only did the Fasak army fail to complete the conquest of the Sonia Sea region, but they were instead driven out of the Sonia Sea region by the combination of Lowen's ironclad ship and arbiters. Given Fasak's current national strength, even if he wanted to start another war for the sake of advancement, it would not be permitted by all parties. The goddess church and the mother goddess church would directly strike him down. In addition, the Red Angel, Wraith, Sauron Einhorn Medici, who has been mentioned multiple times in the Tarot Club, is rumored to have recovered his angelic status, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. On whom will the Iron and Blood Cross Order place their bets? Adele's expression gradually turned grim, as the answer was obvious, requiring almost no thought. Ahomatova Einhorn had just lost a war and was an angel from a defeated nation, making it nearly impossible for him to successfully advance. In contrast, Medici, as a former king of angels, was more experienced and more likely to take a step further on the path to godhood. Moreover, Fasak and Intis were two defeated nations in the last World War. A transaction between Intis's Iron and Blood Cross Order and Fasak's imperial family's Ahomatova Einhorn would signify something far more serious in the eyes of Lowen and the Goddess Church than the Iron and Blood Cross Order colluding with the Red Angel, potentially triggering fierce backlash from the two great churches. The Red, in Red Priest is the Red of War, and to complete the ritual for advancing to Sequence 1, war is necessary. Where else on the continent is there a war to be fought now? The southern continent. Adele almost groaned, spitting out the word painfully. The only place Medici could possibly complete the ritual to advance to Sequence 1 Conqueror is the southern continent. As for whether Medici dares to return to the southern continent and cause trouble right under the noses of the Lowen military and the two great churches, Adele had no doubt, because she knew that Sequence 8 of the Hunter pathway is called Provoker. Round and round, she was back in the eye of the storm. Ignoring Trass's astonishment beside her, Adele suppressed the urge to cover her face, feeling her stomach spasm. The only comforting thought was that although the number of angel characteristics varies across different sequences, both Conqueror and Demoness of Apocalypse have only 3 copies, just like the Attendant of Mysteries. The copy held by the Einhorn family has been multi-confirmed by judgment to still be in the hands of the Fasak Empire imperial family. This means that no matter how Medici operates, he can at most become a king of angels who possesses the uniqueness and 2 Sequence 1 Deander characteristics, and his strength would not be significantly greater than during his peak. However, despite this fact, Adele felt that given the paranoid nature of Medici and the Iron and Blood Cross Order, it was unlikely they would make such a fuss just for this small goal. They were very likely already planning to seize the Conqueror characteristic held by the Fasak imperial family, and the recent ideological trends appearing in Fosak were almost certainly a precursor to their move. I must find a way to convey this information to Vianata and Miss Audrey through the Tarot Club, so they can find a way to pass this message to the Fasak authorities. Adele quickly made up her mind, this was the one thing she shouldn't hesitate about. If it were a true deity from another pathway, it would be fine, but as the 2 pathways corresponding to the City of Calamity, the godhood rituals of both the Demoness and the Hunter will bring disaster to the entire continent. If the apocalypse were not approaching, everything could still be negotiated, as time can heal all wounds. However, ever since those creatures underground broke free and headed for the cosmos, and the activated City of Calamity started tampering with the seal, the arrival time of the apocalypse has been drastically shortened. Shaking the anchors of most deities just to add a new true god now would be too costly. It should be known that the consumption of anchors is inevitable in the struggle against outer deities. Consuming the deities, anchors too early will make them hesitant at the final moment. In addition, I must remind Mr. Moon and Mr. the Star to be cautious, as the Red Angel may already be near them. Closing her notebook, Adele looked out the window. Although it had been clear skies during the day, it was now overcast, and even the light of the crimson moon was obscured. A few seagulls skimmed anxiously over the sea surface, a storm was coming. Adele intended to put the notebook back in the drawer, but as soon as she pulled it open, the first thing she saw was a new note. The crimson handwriting was clearly visible even when the note was face down. Adele picked up the note. At the same moment, a flash of lightning tore across the night sky, followed by rolling thunder. Adele's voice, as she read the note, was drowned out by the thunder. Unlike the previous 2 times, the note did not specify the number of stars. The palm-sized note was covered in stars, densely packed, one on top of the other, one overlapping the next. Above the countless crimson 5-pointed stars was a short line of small text, written in bold black charcoal pencil, striking and alarming. The night deepens. Northern Harvest Plain, the camp of the Lowen Church Expeditionary Force. Leonard stood by the fence outside the military camp, breathing the fresh air of the plain at night. Although this place was already far from the Hagati grassland, Leonard always had the illusion that he could still smell the scorched odor of the burnt plains, as if he were still caught in that towering blaze. Glancing back at the Sword of Judgment banner fluttering in the center of the large camp nearby, and the Flame Giant banner next to it, which symbolized Lieutenant General Avila, Leonard felt an inexplicable sense of dread in his heart. Originally, working alongside the founder, William Augustus, to oppose the Sequence 1 abomination Suea was headache enough. Now, with the addition of the lurking Red Angel Wraith, the Weather Warlock Medici, Leonard felt immense pressure as the sole insider in the entire army. If it weren't for Pallas Zoroast, the Sequence 2 Trojan Horse of Destiny, residing within him, Leonard would have worried whether he could hold on. 4 angels confronting each other on a small patch of the harvest plain. Leonard sighed, feeling a stomachache coming on. Medici's goal was clear. Anyone who knew him knew that his trip to the southern continent was obviously to find an opportunity to advance to Sequence 1. However, Leonard couldn't pass this crucial information to the members of the Tarot Club because the other party was standing nearby, and Leonard hadn't found a chance to be alone since yesterday. In the previous battle, Leonard saved his subordinates, while Sauron Einhorn Medici, operating under the alias Avila, burned down the Hagati grassland to block the pursuers. Consequently, both received commendations from William Augustus and were assigned to the front line of the counterattack. With an angel nearby who excels at catching subtle clues, Leonard dared not connect to the gray fog casually, fearing the other party might notice something. Given the old man's current state, it would be difficult for him to protect Leonard. Previously, when William Augustus was present, the Fool Church, the Goddess Church, and the royal family had reached a certain understanding. William Augustus would turn a blind eye to the actions of Leonard and Emlyn. But Medici and Leonard shared no such understanding. Rather, if Medici discovered Leonard's identity, it would be considered fortunate if he didn't stab him in the back. This chapter contains a large amount of information today, connecting all the previous threads. Key points. Chapter 347, Storm. Inside the captain's cabin of the Snow Wind, Adele held the piece of paper in silence, the atmosphere within the cabin becoming unbearably oppressive. "It's late," Adele muttered to herself. Recalling the note discovered 2 days prior, the meaning of this current note was crystal clear. All the stars would rise tonight. Perhaps tonight was when the hidden danger lurking on the ship would finally erupt. Inform the entire ship to enter a state of alert. Immediately form teams of 3 or more, occupy the cabins, and authorize free engagement. Tracy reacted a step ahead of Adele, quickly making a few hand gestures, completing the sound transmission black magic, and issuing the alert order to the entire ship. Adele nodded to Tracy, then quickly ran toward Gegran's 4 demonesses and Wendy's group, just as they had previously agreed with the Beyonders on the ship. Tracy followed closely behind. These creatures could not materialize around Adele, who held the black gem. However, this also meant that those not near Adele would encounter even stranger and more sinister events. Under these circumstances, it was impractical to have lower sequence groups gather around Adele. The lights in the corridor had gone out at some point, and the air was filled with a faint smell of kerosene. Adele proceeded cautiously, tightly clutching her revolver, and carefully stepped into the darkness. Although electricity had been invented in this era, the corresponding voltage stabilization and transmission equipment had not been developed, so it could only be used for major occasions. Kerosene lamps and candles were still necessary for most situations. The sound of howling wind had diminished as she left the cabins near the side, and the atmosphere remained eerie, but Adele was simply not afraid. It was not her first time trapped in a bizarre situation, so she naturally possessed considerable experience and would not panic just because things were slightly out of control. As for Tracy, back when she was the pirate general, she frequently traveled between the northern and southern continents. Besides trading slaves, she occasionally moonlighted as a treasure hunter, searching for riches in the ancient ruins that were once common across the southern continent, enduring plenty of frights for it. Therefore, even though the situation was somewhat out of control now, she still felt completely at ease. Having quickly adjusted their mindsets, both of them felt much calmer inside, and the weapons in their hands seemed to regain their power. The corridors of the ironclad ship were winding and filled with various obstacles. Even though Adele possessed night vision, it couldn't be immediately useful here. However, her hearing was still very sharp. Before turning the corner, she heard rustling sounds coming from around it, which immediately raised both their guards. According to the rules established yesterday, within 5 minutes of an alarm raised by either Tracy or Adele, everyone must form groups of 3 or more and find a nearby room to hold fast. Anyone appearing in the corridor after that time would be killed directly by the patrolling pair, Adele and Tracy. The cabins on both sides were completely silent. If it weren't for the candlelight seeping out from the windows and door seams, Adele might have suspected these cabins had been abandoned for a long time. The survivor's hidden blade was still not repaired. Adele leaned back slightly, and at the same time, gently rotated the revolver in her hand, moving the blank round used to prevent accidental discharge past the firing position, silently loading a Beyonder bullet with exorcism effects. To deal with such enemies, Adele felt her ordinary senses might not be effective, so she preferred to rely on the warning provided by her spiritual intuition. She raised her pistol, aiming at the dark corner. Her eyes, possessing dark vision, seemed to shine brightly in the darkness. Even the veil of night she wore could not conceal the brilliance of those eyes. Just then, her spiritual intuition, enhanced by a pendulum and much stronger than that of a regular assassin of the same rank, suddenly gave a warning, forming an image. In the image, a torrent of crimson fire burst out from the darkness, instantly engulfing her figure. Adele didn't hesitate. Her non-gun holding arm rapidly pushed forward, and a spiked ice wall instantly erected itself in front of her. Boom! The sudden crimson fire stream collided with the wall made of solid ice the moment it approached, instantly filling the corridor with white mist from evaporating water vapor. Her gaze, enhanced with spiritual effects, easily penetrated the ordinary white mist, and Adele finally saw what the attacker was. The attacker was dressed exactly like the crew members who had died strangely before, with fresh bloodstains on their clothes, though she couldn't tell if the blood was theirs or someone else's. Compared to the priest Adele had previously encountered who had consumed ayahuasca, this creature lacked the abnormally tall, distorted forehead. His race was closer to that of the northern continent people, possessing only a face like shriveled, mold-covered cheese, and skin that sagged loosely but still outlined the contours of the bone beneath. Damn it! Adele cursed silently. Having fought this monster before, she naturally knew how troublesome this monster was. Not only could it use abilities from multiple pathways simultaneously, but it was also highly likely carrying unknown contamination, making Adele truly reluctant to fight it here. However, the enemy gave Adele no time to breathe. Taking advantage of Adele's slight distraction from instantly manifesting the ice wall, the dark figure violently swung its arm, splashing a large amount of unknown liquid toward both Adele and Tracy. Watch out, it's an ability similar to the Rose Bishop's. Adele, who was very familiar with these mutated creatures, instantly recognized the enemy's intention. It was too late to block, so she could only warn Tracy in time. At that moment, she felt the movement of the wind. The air inside the entire corridor was swept up, forming a surging gale within the small bottle held by Tracy, blowing the corrosive blood right back where it came from. That must be the effect of the bottled lightning. Adele realized. The Navy's mystical items were indeed highly practical. Although it was called bottled lightning, theoretically, bottled hurricane or bottled flame were also viable. This mystical item could maximize Tracy's advantage of having diverse attack types. Subsequently, Tracy calmly released Black Flame. 12 black flames ignited around her and shot out like a high-pressure steam rifle, pouring directly into the body of the roaring crew member. The crew member then began to cough frantically, collapsing onto the floor, his body bent like a shrimp. He spat out his heart and damaged lungs, which were burning with black flame, forming chunks of minced flesh. Mysticism attack methods from the demoness pathway are the strongest below the middle sequence. This was something Gegran had told Adele, and today Adele finally saw direct evidence of that statement in Tracy. Black Flame, which possesses decisive lethality against living and spiritual objects. Ice Spear, which serves as a powerful physical attack method. Threads that can be used offensively and defensively. Black Magic, which can attach different effects to the above abilities, and various life-saving substitutes, all contributed to the power of this pirate general. However, even after being hit by such a barrage of attacks, the monster was still not truly dead, continuing to struggle wildly on the floor. Demonesses, representing yin power, still face some trouble when dealing with mutated creatures that also embody yin. Adele sighed, casually pressing the barrel of her revolver against the creature's forehead. Bang! Adele pulled the trigger. The golden bullet accurately struck the creature's head, erupting in a bright, pure light. Amidst a scream, the sinister monster rapidly evaporated and dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind no trace except for a spot of black grime on the floor. It crawled out of the room ahead. Adele squatted down, carefully examining the source of the black liquid, and spoke to Tracy. "What a pity." Tracy sighed. They had no means of distinguishing the creatures that had been replaced, so the grouping was entirely random, and the occupants of this cabin had clearly drawn the short straw. As it currently stood, the hidden ones seemed unable to use these abilities freely or appear within the observable range before completing the replacement. However, if they completed the identity replacement, they could transition from an informational state back into a physical state, losing most of their sanity and gaining multiple Beyonder abilities. They don't have Beyonder characteristics. Their power comes from some kind of ritual, borrowing power directly from a great existence or a corner of the astral world. It is highly likely this is the kingdom of God, mentioned in their nautical journals. Adele analyzed patiently. I have seen similar creatures before, in Baron's Port. That priest was transformed using ayahuasca of unknown origin. So, what is the method of transformation for these creatures in the informational state? If the supposed kingdom of God was just an ayahuasca production base, that would be incredibly ironic. No matter what these are. Tracy waved her hand. Before that, we have other things to do. Are you going first, or should I? I'll go. Adele stopped at the doorway of the room from which the black viscous liquid extended, raised her right hand, and knocked with her knuckles. At the same time, she didn't forget to light a small black flame inside the room, symbolizing identity verification. Thump, thump, thump. She knocked 3 times rhythmically, but there was no response inside. It was utterly silent. Thump, thump, thump. She knocked 3 more times, still receiving no response. The corridor was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Adele moved her right hand back slightly by 2 inches, then twisted her body and slammed the heel of her palm against the lock cylinder of the cabin door. The steel cabin door flew open violently, as if struck by a battering ram. The lock cylinder snapped and clattered onto the floor. 2 sailors lay sprawled on the floor, their eyes vacant. The part of their heads above their eyebrows seemed to have been melted away directly by some mystical force, with bone fragments, gray matter, and white matter mixing together and flowing all over the floor. Their sailor uniforms were covered in disgusting filth, most of which had flowed out of their own bodies. Half-melted skulls reflected the moonlight. After Adele entered the room, the 2 corpses began to twitch frantically, seemingly taken over by something strange, struggling to stand up. However, Adele and Tracy had already darted forward in a single stride toward the 2 crew member corpses about to be taken over, conjuring ice spears nearly a meter long in their hands, pinning them firmly to the floor. The ice spears pierced through their mouths and angled out through their backs, directly interrupting the forbidden knowledge they were reciting. Subsequently, Adele and Tracy released black flame again, burning them into twisting pillars of fire. Accompanied by sizzling sounds, a burst of black-green gas emerged. Adele and Tracy instinctively retreated, leaving the room. Once released, black flame automatically burns, using spiritually charged objects as fuel, and does not require the demoness to continuously supply spirituality. We need to speed up. Adele and Tracy exchanged glances and continued forward, moving more swiftly and increasing their pace slightly. With Tracy by her side, Adele found dealing with these monsters much easier. Firstly, Tracy herself possessed excellent strength and rich combat experience. Secondly, these monsters were essentially ordinary people who, even after suddenly gaining abilities, didn't know how to use them, relying entirely on instinct. Following the same pattern, the 2 cleared out monsters in several more cabins one by one, incinerating the corpses with black fire to ensure they wouldn't be repossessed or reanimate. After a slight delay, they arrived at the cabin occupied by Wendy's group. Seeing that Wendy and the demonesses were safe and sound, Adele finally breathed a slight sigh of relief and briefly explained the current situation to everyone. "In short, that's the situation. If we make it through tonight, it will very likely be a phase victory. Adele summarized, their reaction to our actions is so strong that either we truly found their lifeline, or their goal has already been achieved. Regardless, we must resolve this today. These hidden ones cannot interact with the real world while dormant. This means that if the honeysuckle queen sailed away before they manifested, those informationalized people would be abandoned at sea. Exactly. Tracy nodded. You can now split into 2 groups and stay with the crew members, ensuring everyone gets through this night safely. Just now, Adele and Tracy had completed the preliminary reorganization of the remaining crew, eliminating the out-of-control crew members one by one and gathering those without symptoms, ensuring minimal blind spots. With you joining them, there shouldn't be any sneak attackers. However, those monsters impersonating crew members can still move freely, so you must still be careful. Adele instructed the group with some lingering concern. Those who haven't advanced to the middle sequence do not need to participate in combat for now, just manage the order among the crew members. Layla, who is still sequence 8, nodded somewhat dejectedly and left with Natalie and Afra. They were followed by Constantine, Wendy, and Lisette, who were all heading to their respective assigned areas. Before leaving, Wendy pulled out the small wooden box containing the hidden blade from her bosom and handed it to Adele. Adele skillfully strapped the hidden blade onto her arm and made the claw pop out. Before leaving the room, Adele glanced out the window. Heavy rain was already falling on the sea, with large drops pattering down. The entire sky had turned gloomy and dark, making the snow wind floating alone on the ocean look exceptionally isolated, as if it might be destroyed and everyone killed at any moment. Tonight was destined to be longer than any before. Chapter 348, Deadly Side Effects. Under the combined sweep of Adele and Tracy, 2 battle-hardened demonesses, order on the snow wind was rapidly being restored. In reality, the dangers present on this ship were quite lethal to ordinary sailors, and even to other demonesses. Whether it was the distorted monsters that had materialized and could use composite Beander abilities, or the ambushers hidden in blind spots, all posed a great threat to their lives. But the black gem Adele carried meant she didn't have to worry about sneak attacks from those entities. She only needed to deal with the scattered distorted monsters, which directly eliminated the greatest threat on the ship. As for those monsters, although they possessed composite abilities, with one able to produce the effect of multiple Beyonders working together, demonesses were not necessarily easier to deal with than them. When Adele encountered that monster before, she didn't even have a revolver. Neither her wand for substitution nor her mirror was carried. A demoness without mystical items and a demoness with mystical items are 2 different kinds of Beyonders. Now, Adele carried 3 wands, having solidified several targeted Beander abilities with black magic. Her reflections were everywhere in the frosted glass around her, providing an almost infinite supply of material for substitutions, making it impossible for the monsters, Beander abilities to touch her. And whether it was black fire, frost, disease, or silk threads, all could cause damage to the monsters' fragile bodies, piercing their chests and pinning them to the ground, freezing them into ice sculptures, or cutting them apart with threads. Their deaths varied. As Tracy released the accumulated lightning from inside her bottle, striking the last monster, charring it and sending it flying 7 or 8 meters back, Adele and Tracy finally arrived on the empty, deserted deck. Along the way, the 2 had killed 20 maddened sailors. Most were killed again shortly after the information state creatures had just revived, their bodies destroyed by fire. Each time a possessed creature was killed, information about them would reappear in Adele's memory, signifying the complete demise of those information state entities. In Adele's memory, counting the sailors who drew the short straw tonight, only 1 person remained to be dealt with. Using the process of elimination, she realized that person's identity. She pushed open the cabin door. The deck was empty, and large raindrops slapped her face, stinging her cheeks. A white lightning bolt flashed, illuminating the entire deck and revealing a figure at the far end of it. He was tall, dressed in magnificent red and blue attire, with golden tassels soaked by the rain, clinging limply to his shoulders. On his head was a tower-shaped golden crown, and at his waist were a scepter, a short sword, and a war hammer. Horrifyingly, he had 6 eyes, 3 noses, and 3 mouths, as if 3 different faces were superimposed and squeezed together in a distorted form, like a grotesque creature haphazardly pieced together by a serial killer. Noticing Adele and Tracy, he slowly stood up. Only then did Adele realize that he had been squatting on the ground with recurved joints, and he was supported by more than one leg, as if three people had been broken apart and then randomly reassembled. Seeing this bizarre appearance, even Adele couldn't help but shiver. "Who are you, and what is your purpose?" Adele asked tentatively. Although the other party seemed completely insane and unlikely to communicate, she still spoke, hoping to try. Her answer was a swift lunge. The monster's 6 legs simultaneously pushed off the ground, and it pounced forward in a bizarre, crab-like posture. Before it charged, it had already gripped the short sword at its waist. This seemingly clumsy assassin, with agility unbefitting its appearance, rushed towards Adele like a red and blue blur. However, its speed wasn't so fast that Adele couldn't react. So, Adele subconsciously reached out, intending to block the attack with her hidden blade. Yet, just before Adele reached out, a dangerous premonition suddenly arose in her mind. Although it wasn't like a seer who could directly see the source of danger in a short time, it was enough for Adele to forcefully change her block into a roll, passing between the opponent's 6 coiled legs. And this saved her life. The instant she retracted her hand, dazzling golden holy light suddenly erupted from the opponent's short sword, causing its length to surge by over a meter. A deep indentation was carved into the bulkhead behind Adele, and the iron door was sliced directly in half. Tracy leapt in another direction, lightning flashing fiercely within the small glass bottle in her hand. In the thunderstorm, this mystical item was amplified, and the lightning it released now possessed some of the true power of thunder. However, just as her lightning struck, one of the monster's 6 arms drew a war hammer from its waist and swung it violently in Tracy's direction. Blue-green lightning and bright white lightning collided, producing a sharp explosion, and small electric snakes swam back and forth in the accumulated water on the deck. Adele, who had rolled behind the opponent, was about to release silk threads to entangle its feet when she saw one of its eyes suddenly swivel backward, plowing a deep furrow in its bulging head, staring intently at her, its eyes blazing with light. Not good. The moment this thought arose in Adele's mind, it violently exploded under the effect of a Beyonder ability, causing her mind to instantly. In the second before her consciousness became chaotic, Adele, almost without thinking, used. Just after Adele left her original position, the monster violently swung the huge battle axe in its hand, bringing down a faint bloody mist. It sliced through the hard ship planks as easily as a hot knife through butter, leaving another massive gap in the ship. Priest of Light, Wind Blessed, Psychiatrist, Rose Bishop. In just a brief encounter, this monster displayed abilities from 4 of the 5 pathways corresponding to the Chaos Sea, along with powerful assassination abilities and fire abilities. It seemed that, in addition to its original low sequence abilities from the 5 pathways, it could also absorb new information to strengthen itself. Adele clicked her tongue softly, finding this thing a bit troublesome. Compared to the previous monsters that still vaguely retained human form, this amalgamated monster, though having little sanity left, possessed incomparable variety and strength of abilities. Moreover, because the amalgamation still retained a certain degree of independence, it could use multiple abilities simultaneously, making it difficult for Adele and Tracy alone to deal with. Adele gave Tracy a look, and the latter, understanding immediately, activated her disease aura. Adele, in turn, ignited black fire around herself again, to prevent being accidentally harmed by the Vice Admiral of Disease. Next, they would maintain a standoff and wait for the Vice Admiral of Disease's ability to take effect. Adele was just thinking this when she suddenly saw the opponent's 3 eyes turn white, as if contemplating something. Then, it let out an enraged roar, 3 mouths cursing simultaneously, and charged at Tracy. It also has the White Tower Pathway's analytical ability. It discovered my disease aura. Tracy cried out urgently, simultaneously pushing her arms forward, freezing the raindrops into a dense barrage of bullets that struck the monster's body, tearing apart its red and blue brocade robe to reveal a flesh that bubbled with blood like a swamp, and these bubbling wounds were rapidly healing under the Rose Bishop's ability. As for Tracy herself, she hooked the mast with silk threads and quickly ascended, somewhat awkwardly avoiding the charge. However, no sooner had her body risen than it was immediately pulled down by 2 gales, preventing her from flying too high. This was the signature ability of a Wind Blessed. The situation was urgent. Seeing that the monster had begun to brew illusory golden flames that could still burn in the downpour, Adele quickly intervened to restrain it. Most of her mystical items had been destroyed in previous adventures, the bloodletter had merged into her body, the spirit summoning bracelet was contaminated by the underground, and Otilia's paradox ring had shattered during the adventure in the Twilight Country. The only mystical item she could still use was the survivor's hidden blade. Even though she was still under the negative effect of declining luck, Adele activated the hidden blade's effect. The spring-loaded crossbow on the back of the hidden blade unfolded, and a black, luminous arrow quickly formed, piercing directly into the monster's chest without any hindrance. Although it didn't cause substantial damage, this crossbow bolt had cursed the monster with ill fortune. Indeed, the monster's body suddenly trembled, not only interrupting its control over the two gales but also stopping the condensation of the golden flames. The fireball in its hand instantly scattered, with only a portion of the aftershock rushing towards Tracy, who easily blocked it with an ice wall. Before this ability could be analyzed by the monster, Adele quickly stepped forward, clenched her fist, and caused the hidden blade's blade to pop out, glinting with a cold, clear light in the dark, rainy night. Having dodged several remote attacks that had lost their accuracy due to ill fortune, Adele immediately closed in, swiftly twisting her waist and body, swinging the hidden blade in her hand like a punch, and thrusting it directly towards the monster's head. Actually, under the powerful regenerative ability of the Rose Bishop, where she stabbed didn't make much difference. Even the absolutely vital brain didn't seem so important now, who knew how many it had. Adele stabbed the head first mainly because those three pairs of rolling eyes made her somewhat irritable. Fighting a creature with spectator pathway abilities and having to constantly divert attention to check her own status. Adele, who was forced back again, felt a bit frustrated. Her previous idea of using a standoff to conceal the disease ability had failed, and she could only rely on combat to buy time. Fortunately, although this monster was not much weaker than an ordinary sequence 4, it did not possess the true rank of a demigod, and thus would not excessively enhance its resistance to disease. Therefore, from the moment Tracy activated her disease aura until symptoms appeared, less than a minute and a half passed, and this was even with the Rose Bishop's resistance to similar negative states. Adele couldn't discern the specific symptoms of this creature, but she could feel that its attack frequency had significantly decreased. At the same time, Adele and Tracis' offensive remained fierce and relentless. The environment of the pouring rain saved a lot of spirituality for the ice spears, and countless ice spears, over a meter long, rained down around the monster. Although most were suppressed by its composite abilities, many attacks still pierced the monster's body, leaving deep wounds. Seeing that the opponent had clearly sustained external injuries, Adele made a decisive move, using silk threads to pull herself out of the battle circle, reaching into her embrace to pull out a palm-sized silver-plated mirror, and reflecting the stitched monster's wounds into it. Then, she reached into the mirror, directly grasping the soft flesh on both sides of the wound, and with a forceful tear, ripped the wound wide open. After advancing to sequence 6, a demoness's black magic received significant improvements, no longer just a dispensable decoration, but an important component of her combat power. Its effects included, but were not limited to, tearing wounds, instant death curses, slow curses, aging curses, silence curses, and so on. The stitched monster's wound suddenly became exaggerated and continued to spread, even threatening to cause an arm to fall off, making its three mouths wail simultaneously. Originally, its mental state was on the verge of collapse, and the intense pain gave it another harsh push, sending it completely sliding into the abyss of losing control. Countless limbs extended from the stitched monster's body, tearing through its soft flesh. Grating, piercing sounds continuously rang out, and withered, veiny hands grew from the cracks, seemingly intending to engulf Adele and Tracy. Tracy reacted quickly, first using an ice wall to block the grasping of the out-of-control limbs, then once again aimed the bottle at the monster. This time, what sprayed from the bottle was scorching, high-temperature flames. Even in the heavy rain, it didn't affect their burning momentum, quickly engulfing the out-of-control monster. Seizing this opportunity, Adele took out her stop. This was the psychiatrist's. The pile of dark aura flesh suddenly expanded, then. Adele was about to swim upwards, but found her limbs as heavy as lead, dragging her whole body down to the seabed. This was the side effect of the survivor's hidden blade sinking immediately upon contact with water. Adele felt a wave of despair. Just as she was about to call for help, she choked on a large mouthful of water. By now, her spirituality was completely depleted, and even if she wanted to save herself with silk threads, she was powerless. This is just too unlucky. This was the last thought that flashed through Adele's mind before she lost consciousness. Chapter 349, A Strong Start, A Weak Finish. After an unknown amount of time, Adele opened her eyes. What greeted her was a sky that looked like it was burning in a lush, leafy beech tree. She raised her hand to her eyes with some effort, finding that she was still wearing the naval greatcoat, which was dripping water. Adele licked a drop of water that fell onto her face. It was salty. The feeling of severe spiritual depletion had not vanished. At this moment, she only felt a splitting headache, and it was as if hundreds of seeds had been planted beneath the skin of her face. When she touched it, she could feel countless protrusions stirring beneath her skin. It seems that every time I lose consciousness or fall asleep, my mind enters this world, and it consumes spiritual power to adjust my state to the mode I am most accustomed to. Adele mused silently. Previously, when she arrived here, she was always wearing the light white robes she used as an assassin in the East Borough, and her spiritual power was full. Only this time, entering the City of Calamity while her spiritual power was nearly exhausted, she remained in the state of spiritual depletion. However, the fact that I'm still alive and appearing here proves that they at least pulled me out of the water. Thinking of this, Adele felt slightly relieved and abandoned the idea of killing herself to return directly to reality. The time inside the City of Calamity has no fixed relationship with the time in the real world. The subjective time Adele experiences inside the City of Calamity never matches the actual time elapsed in the real world. It seems the only correspondence between the two is that death inside the City of Calamity equals waking up in reality. Since that is the case, even if Adele explores the City of Calamity for a while longer, it won't delay her being rescued in the real world. Now, I must start moving. Adele stood up and walked with unsteady steps toward the telegraph office she remembered. Last time, she stayed outside for too long, which resulted in her being killed by a corpse falling from the beech tree. So this time, she still chose the Red District Telegraph Office as her target, hoping to figure out why she appears here and what the City of Calamity's purpose is. After all, she couldn't have just stumbled here for no reason. The City of Calamity must have its purpose. As for whether she should cooperate, she would have to wait until she understood the situation first. Soon, Adele arrived in front of the strange telegraph office and carefully pushed the door open to enter. However, she did not see Pavo Court or his female colleague Melanie. The telegraph office was empty. Adele, holding her revolver, walked behind the telegraph office's window and found a pipe that hadn't been completely extinguished yet. Pavo Court had been using this to puff smoke last time. The items in the room were placed haphazardly. Scattered on the table were red and blue pencils, telegram printing paper, playing cards, and clean white dice made from ground animal bones. Since they lived here, they couldn't possibly be unaware that the dead would revive around sunset. And now, sunset wasn't far off. Where had Melanie and the other person gone? Adele was puzzled, so she decided to wait inside the telegraph office for the two to return. A newspaper lay on the table. She picked one up and began to read, discovering that the date used the Soloman Empire's method of reckoning the years from the beginning of the fourth epoch. The calendar currently widely used on the northern continent was corrected by Rosal, and it has obvious differences from the Soloman Empire's calendar regarding the number of days in some months. For example, February had 30 days during the Soloman Empire era, but now it has a maximum of 29 days. The date on this newspaper showed February 30th, meaning it must be from the Soloman Empire era. Adele flipped the newspaper to the front page and found that it reported a major breakthrough in seafaring, with the discovery of a completely new shipping route leading to an entirely new continent. The crew members who traveled there had all gone mad without exception. The route itself was summarized from the few words they let slip during their occasional moments of lucidity. Originally, no one would have believed the ravings of these mad sailors, but fortunately, they hadn't forgotten to leave evidence when they discovered the new continent. Two old-fashioned cameras on the ship faithfully recorded everything they saw. The newspaper included several sets of these photos. Although the clarity was low, Adele could still make out that it was a continent completely enveloped by sunlight, teeming with life and growing plants she had never seen before. It didn't resemble any sea region of the northern continent. Furthermore, the newspaper mentioned that the one word repeatedly brought up by the mad seafarers and sailors during their brief moments of sobriety was light. If one had to explain it, the sunlight on this continent was indeed intense, but was this level of connection enough to make a group of mad sailors remember it so vividly? Adele put a question mark in her heart. The subject narrating this newspaper did not seem to be a native of the northern or southern continents known to Adele, yet Melanie and Pavo Court looked undeniably like southern continent natives, while still using the northern continent's method of reckoning years, creating a strong sense of contrast and conflict. Just as Adele was pondering these matters, the sound of dragging footsteps suddenly came from the doorway. A figure wearing a white hooded robe, whose face was obscured, walked into the telegraph office and headed straight toward the window where Adele was, bending their index finger to tap twice on the glass. "Are you here to send a telegram? The operators here just stepped out, so you might have to wait until they return." Learning from the previous 2 lessons, Adele tried her best to avoid conflict with the person. The person did not speak, but instead tapped the glass window harder with their index finger. The incessant tapping sound was irritating. Adele waited for a while, but the person showed no sign of stopping. Could this be one of the rules of the City of Calamity, that she couldn't proceed without helping him send a telegram? Adele hesitated. After weighing her options slightly, she decided that merely sending a telegram was not a major issue, so she opened the window panel, signaling the person to toss the note inside. Soon, a crumpled note was tossed into the window. Adele took the note out, walked to the telegraph machine, and began typing proficiently. Her fingers, painted with red nail polish, flew up and down nimbly, as if she had done this countless times. Wait, why do I know how to operate this typewriter? The moment Adele typed the last character, this question suddenly occurred to her. The transmitting machine used by the telegraph office is quite different from a household one. She wasn't a savant, so how could she operate it proficiently just by seeing it once? Moreover, she had never worn red nail polish. "Do you need the draft?" Adele discovered in horror that she had spoken words she absolutely did not intend to say. The voice was utterly unfamiliar, not like her own, but rather like Melanie's, the one whose throat was ruined by secondhand smoke. She violently twisted her neck to look out the window. At that moment, the person outside also raised their head because of her words, revealing a face identical to Adele's, complete with a calm smile. Following this, she felt her body stiffen, about to lose the ability to move independently. Using her last bit of strength, Adele drew the pistol that hadn't completely vanished from her waist, aimed it at her own head, and pulled the trigger. After the sound of the gunshot, Adele abruptly sat up. Tracy and the others were gathered around her, seemingly startled by her sudden awakening. How long was I unconscious? Adele's first question upon waking was directed at those around her. 5 hours. Wendy pulled out her pocket watch and glanced at it. Since you killed the last monster, nothing abnormal has happened on the ship yet. We are currently sailing toward Elise. Although we pulled you out of the water quickly after you fell, for some reason, you remained in a deep slumber. Tracy speculated it might be due to spiritual depletion. 5 hours. Adele gasped. She had originally thought that time spent in the City of Calamity dreamscape would only be longer than real-world time. She hadn't expected that this time, despite feeling like only 10 minutes, 5 hours had passed in reality. It must be the difference caused by that substitution. Adele pondered. The biggest difference in entering the dreamscape this time was that she was almost completely eroded by Melanie's personality. Does that kind of erosion slow down the speed of waking up in the real world? Adele filed this information away, reminding herself not to court death next time. But I still don't understand why all the creatures went berserk tonight. If these creatures hadn't suddenly gone berserk, Adele might not have been able to deal with those mysterious, phantom-like crew members so quickly. Although this still caused Adele a lot of trouble, compared to the atmosphere they initially created, it was somewhat anticlimactic. Suspicious events kept piling up, so Adele decided to stop thinking about them for now and tried to sit up from the bed. Seeing that she was fine, everyone relaxed and gradually dispersed, their expressions relieved. Only Wendy still looked puzzled, occasionally staring at the face of her pocket watch. When she had just transmigrated and lacked starting capital, she wanted to sell some of the original owner's belongings at a flea market. There, she encountered an old man in a black robe and bought this pocket watch from him. Wendy couldn't remember how the old man convinced her to buy the pocket watch, and she had even forgotten what he looked like, only vaguely recalling that the old man's eyes were dark like lightless water, and he wore a conspicuous, smooth white long beard. And now, of the 4 long markers on the dial, only the solitary 9 o'clock marker remained, the others had fallen off and disappeared at some unknown time. Indo Port. Due to the time difference, it was still evening in Indo Port. The demonstrators had been shouting all day and had exhausted much of their energy, so they were preparing to find a place to eat. However, the surrounding shops already had experience dealing with gangs and demonstrations. They had closed their doors and suspended business long before the crowds gathered, taking all valuable items with them. After all, physical conflicts are inevitable during demonstrations in FASAC. Because of their temperament, these conflicts inevitably escalate, and it is not uncommon for them to eventually turn into smashing, looting, burning, or $0 shopping. It's finally quiet. Annie sighed, taking the cotton earplugs out of her ears. Listening to those people riot at the door all day had nearly calloused her ears. Under the deliberate guidance of the forces behind the scenes, the primary targets of this demonstration were the FASAC government, which had lost the support of its true god, and the Church of the God of War, on the grounds of starting the war. The Queen's Island Shipping Company, Limited, which represented Loan, was only targeted incidentally. Therefore, aside from enduring a day of noise and having a few windows broken before they were prepared, the company suffered no damage. All right, it's about time to let those people out. Vianata, sitting at her desk, nodded and reached out to pull the bell cord in front of her. Soon, a company member wearing a thick cotton uniform entered the room and bowed to Vianata. Currently, the plaque of the former Esco family headquarters had long been taken down by Vianata and replaced with the plaque of Queen's Island Shipping and Mining Company, Limited. The emblem was also changed from the original bladed pistol to a honeysuckle and a crown. Distribute the prepared food, Vianata said to the man, her expression completely natural. Ultimately, she hadn't forgotten the goal Adele had entrusted to her. They were to recruit believers in the FASAC Empire as much as possible. Although she had previously taken on the identity of a government official, she only did so because it made things easier. If Vianata truly had to choose between the government and these common people, she would undoubtedly choose the common people without hesitation. Soon, several company members carrying iron pots walked onto the main street and, guarded by a group of heavily armed bodyguards, began distributing white bread and soup to the bewildered demonstrators. As for what this action symbolized, Vianata couldn't be bothered to look into it deeply. She was already on bad terms with the people from the Church of the God of War. Did they really expect her to risk her life for them? Speaking of risking her life, Vianata had done that once already when she was forcibly conscripted during the invasion of Loan. Once the food is distributed, she would have Azek Eggers go out and preach the slightly modified Theosophy Order doctrine. Vianata narrowed her eyes, plotting silently. The Theosophy Order believes that the spirit is the essence of humanity and the body is merely a cage restricting the spirit. Humans commit evil because they are influenced by the body. They must acquire knowledge through spiritual power, allowing the spirit to gradually break free from the body, pass through the trials of the stellar layers, and finally escape the material world, returning to the purest and truest self to achieve eternal salvation. Although most high-ranking members within the Theosophy Order in Intis and Loan follow the demonist pathway, the original doctrine does not include the worship of the primordial demoness. The believers of the Theosophy Order are either misled by high-ranking members into directly converting their faith to the primordial demoness, or they tenuously link their anchors to the primordial demoness, who possesses the authority over the spirit world and the true self, based on the doctrine's description of the spirit world. However, the primordial demoness is not the only one possessing authority over the spirit world. The great ruler who stands above the spirit world and reality, who exists in the past, the present, and the future, and dominates the spirit world, the Fool, is also a possible target for this doctrine. As for the necessary connection, since it cannot be written down, even if rumors spread among the populace that the primordial demoness is actually the Fool's wife, it would still be logical, right? Chapter 350, conspiracy and risk. Soon, the food distributed by the shipping company was swept clean by the protesting crowd, and their gazes towards the Queen Island Shipping Company building softened somewhat. Ordinary people are actually the easiest to comfort and feed. As long as they can eat, many problems will be solved. Vianata couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the crowd outside. Just then, a guard walked in and said something to Vianata with a serious expression. "Mr. Royce Hampton, Bishop of the Church of the God of Combat, wishes to see you. He has important matters to discuss with you and that lady." When mentioning that demon hunter, the guard unconsciously lowered his posture, as if afraid that the other party would suddenly appear and punch him. "He's in the lobby right now, and we don't know how he got in." The guard's expression was tense. "Is this his Beyonder ability?" "All right, I'll go discuss it with Miss Hall immediately," Vianata said, standing up briskly. "As for his methods, don't ask what you shouldn't. He was already a demigod. Appearing in the lobby of the Queen Island Shipping Company without being noticed by the ordinary people outside was as simple as returning to his own backyard for Royce Hampton. It couldn't be simply summarized by the term, Beyonder ability. Vianata was not surprised that the other party wanted to meet Miss Hall, who was behind her. After all, this was their first meeting. The current situation was extremely grim for the Church of the God of Combat: the failure of the divine war, the death of the main god, the shaking of faith, and the collapse of social order. All these problems emerged simultaneously, almost reaching a critical juncture of life and death. Of course, this also meant that the opinions or demands the other party would put forward later would certainly seem unorthodox, even shocking, to ordinary people. Without such unconventional moves, it would be difficult to solve the current problems. Vianata mentally sounded the alarm, reminding herself not to appear too surprised later, lest she needlessly invite Royce's mockery. Soon, Vianata and Audrey met the Archbishop of the Church of the God of Combat in the reception room on the second floor of the Esco family mansion. There was little difference from their last meeting. Royce's physique was still robust, his face still expressionless, and he wore the black cloak unique to the Church of the God of Combat, with the Twilight emblem, formed by 3 crossed blades and the wings of Twilight, embroidered on his back. However, Vianata keenly noticed that his emotions seemed to be mixed with a hint of relief and weariness, as if he had just made a major decision. This was an amplification brought by the Hunter Pathway Sequence 6, Conspirer, allowing her to be better at reading people than before, so she could better gather subtle psychological changes caused by her words to the other party, making it easier to create conspiracies and linguistic traps. This observation had some differences from the spectator pathway. It wasn't observing the other party's movements from subtle actions, but instinctively receiving feedback on the other party's attitude towards something through the spirit body. This feedback was vague and difficult to use as a concrete judgment, but it could be better mastered through diligent practice. Precisely because of this, Vianata, perceiving the other party's emotions, more clearly sensed that the demigod in front of her was not in high spirits. Naturally, she dared not act presumptuously. Instead, she involuntarily bowed her head. And Audrey Hall, sitting directly opposite, although her figure was vastly different from Royce Hampton's, her aura, with its hidden sharpness, was in no way weaker than his, and even subtly showed a tendency to overpower him. However, given that Royce Hampton was a partner, Audrey did not create any possibility of discord over such a minor matter. She merely displayed her strength slightly, letting the other party know that she was qualified to speak with him on equal terms. Quote. "Hello, nice to meet you for the first time." Royce Hampton was somewhat surprised upon seeing Audrey Hall. He hadn't expected this young lady, who appeared to be only about 20 years old, to be a demigod. Yet, his eyes and spiritual intuition told him that the serene smiling noble lady before him had very likely reached the peak of Sequence 3. "I must say, you are younger than I imagined." Royce Hampton sighed. To become a demigod, even reaching Sequence 3, at around 20 years old, is difficult even for the most devout favored ones of the gods. He had originally intended to say that he had only seen such youth achieve this level among the sacrificial offerings for the birth of evil gods in cults, but after thinking it might offend the young lady, he wisely closed his mouth. "Everything stems from Mr. Fool's generosity," Audrey said without hesitation. The Fool Church was now a semi-official organization openly proselytizing in Loan, so she had no need to hide anything. "However, that is clearly not why you came here today. Indeed, Royce Hampton nodded. I came today to inform you of the latest church decision. What decision? Audrey frowned, feeling that things might not be so simple. The church intends to abandon Indo-Port, Royce Hampton said, taking a deep breath. What? Abandon it? Vianata, the only other person in the room besides Royce and Audrey, gasped in surprise, completely stunned by the sudden news. Yes, abandon the governance of Indo-Port, take away most of the sealed artifacts, and let the believers leave if they wish, if not, then so be it. Royce Hampton sighed, waving his hand. After we withdraw, you can take over the Church of the God of Combat's cathedral and manage the underground sealed artifact warehouse according to the instructions. No, before that, we'd like to know why the Church of the God of Combat is abandoning your second largest city. Audrey had also reacted by now, speaking in a gentle but unequivocal tone. The situation here is too complex. Royce Hampton's face was as unyielding as a rock. No matter how Audrey questioned him, he remained the same, merely repeating his answer mechanically. The emotions of the current populace have been forcibly directed towards the church's beyonders. The Church of the God of Combat has recently been pushed to the forefront, and continuing to waste resources here with them is not a wise choice. But these were all once believers of the God of Combat, and this is Fosak's land. Vianata couldn't help but interject, if the church withdraws, large-scale Beander disasters are likely to reoccur. How amusing. I always thought you didn't believe that, which is why you came to Fosak to spread the fool's faith. Royce Hampton chuckled mockingly, and Vianata fell silent. This involves domestic and foreign entrepreneurs, the grievances between Loan and Fosak, and port cities always generate similar problems, now compounded by riots and anti-government protests. Royce Hampton complained in a low voice, continuing to maintain control over this area is detrimental and offers no benefit to us. The members here are not all Fosakans, their composition is complex, and their views are difficult to unify. The Church of the God of Combat intends to establish 2 new port cities, equally dividing the shipping focus between them, and minimize Indo-Port's status as much as possible. During this period, the church will withdraw from Indo-Port. Vianata remained silent, the events of this period vivid in her mind. The Church of the God of Combat's consistent inaction and suffering had long left a deep impression on her. But now, when these people suddenly told everyone that they were ready to throw in the towel, and whoever wanted to step up could, Vianata felt herself unaccustomed to it. The subsequent withdrawal is expected to be completed within 3 days. You should coordinate with the church's monks as soon as possible. Royce Hampton tapped his knuckles, a hint of expectation in his eyes. I plan to return to St. Milan for a while. I shouldn't be back for some time. His statement about not returning for some time essentially meant that for the next 2 or 3 months, until the church and Fosak weathered this storm, Vianata would be completely autonomous. After seeing Royce off, Vianata turned to Audrey, finding her still serious, not at all pleased by the Church of the God of Combat's non-interference. Is something wrong? Vianata asked curiously. I merely suspect that even if the church truly withdraws, the management rights of church affairs shouldn't be given to us. If they were to be given to anyone, it should be to a member of the royal family, or at least someone with the Einhorn surname. And to cover up one scandal, you should use a new scandal to conceal it. I'm worried that someone is still operating behind this church withdrawal. And the Esco family, or rather, the Queen Island Shipping Company, would be a good target. You mean they have ulterior motives? Vianata could only interpret it that way. What exactly it is remains unclear. However, to solve such a major problem, one must create external conflicts to cover it up. Audrey replied, her tone ambiguous. In any case, it's always right for us to strengthen our defenses during this period. Vianata gave a bitter smile. That was true, but this would certainly lead to a shortage of manpower. Although the Church of the God of Combat had gradually weakened after the Divine War, managing such a densely populated port city was in some ways no less challenging than Backland. With Vianata's current manpower, it would be difficult even to guard the sealed artifacts that the Church of the God of Combat hadn't had time to withdraw. Even when Adele returned, it would be far from enough to control the entire city. The Church of the God of Combat played a brilliant hand this time. Vianata sighed inwardly. The God of Combat has fallen. The remaining saints of the Church of the God of Combat don't need so many anchors, so they might as well give some to other churches to contend for. Anyway, the Evernight goddess has replaced the god of combat, and even if they continue to believe in the god of combat, it would only be making a wedding dress for the Evernight goddess. However, neither the Evernight goddess nor any other deity currently has the spare capacity to take over such a large city. Indo-Port's geographical location has become exceptionally important since the launch of the Intersea Economic Recovery Plan. People traveling between Fosak, Loan, and Intis all need to transfer here. If unrest breaks out here, suppressing it would require at least twice the investment of the Church of the God of Combat. If the successor fails to resolve the problems here, then given the city's status as a transportation hub, news will spread quickly, acting as a sedative for those in various parts of Fosak who harbor discontent. Don't expect others to save you, everyone is equally rotten. If the successor takes over this territory, it doesn't matter, the Church of the God of Combat can then reduce investment and restrict trade in surrounding areas, allowing this port city to reveal its true nature within a few years. Of course, during wartime, a Fosak stronghold like Indo-Port would never be surrendered, but now, the Church of the God of Combat is banking on the Night Church not daring to fight on two fronts and ignite a new war, making Indo-Port a geographically awkward exclave. Even if the successor can truly withstand Fosak's nonviolent sanctions, would the Church of the God of Combat truly not use some underhanded tactics to create meander incidents? The answer is clearly no. The Church of the God of Combat's current position is awkward. Without its own true god, suppressing the entire country is not easy, but causing trouble for Indo-Port's successor is far too simple. The Church of the God of Combat doesn't even need to act itself. Figures like the undying King Agurito and the newly promoted Shadow Lieutenant General Limanu King are, like Tracy before them, willing to do the dirty work for the country. The Knowledge Church used this ideological trend to destabilize Fosak's already weak rule. The Fosak Church of the God of Combat decisively abandoned Indo-Port to protect itself, leading to Indo-Port becoming a hot potato. In reality, for Vianata, the safest option was to lead her subordinates back to Loan. After all, they had only operated in Indo-Port for 2 months, so letting it go wouldn't be painful. The status of this three-country hub was originally built up by the shipping industry. As long as the fleet at sea was preserved, it didn't matter whether the base was built in Constant, Solenzo, or Indo-Port. However, with no one managing Indo-Port and no one suppressing potential mystical events, at least the protesters would likely not have a good ending. After all, the Church of the God of Combat wanted to use withdrawal to make the populace realize the Church's importance, so it was naturally impossible for them to send people to help. It would be good enough if they didn't bury time-sealed artifacts in certain places to cause trouble. Ultimately, while it's true that gods and believers have a symbiotic relationship, even without believers as anchors, a god would at most go mad, but if a god goes mad, the plight of the believers would be far more tragic. Either make a huge profit by settling the believers and converting them into Mr. Fool's anchors, or suffer a complete loss and potentially be pushed to the guillotine in the subsequent backlash. Audrey's bright green eyes occasionally swept over Vianata, signaling that Vianata was the decision-maker here and should make her own choice. It seems there is indeed a risk in staying in Indo-Port. Vianata's brow furrowed then relaxed, a smile in her eyes, as she declared decisively. However, to play with conspiracy, one must be accompanied by risk, mustn't one? For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.